Chapter 51, The First Hero. The light scattered, revealing the figure of the corpse-witch Nelson. He was over 1.8 meters tall and slightly hunched over, looking like an old man. Unlike ordinary skeleton soldiers who appeared bare-boned, he wore a decent-looking robe outside of his skeleton frame, holding a magic wand in his hand. As Fang Hao was observing him, Nelson was observing Fang Hao as well. He couldn't believe that the one who summoned him from the void was a human. This seemed somewhat against the rules. What should he do next? Should he serve a human? His abilities, however, did not seem suitable for a human. The corpse-witch Nelson's loyalty to you has decreased by 10 points, current loyalty is 60. The system's notification startled Fang Hao awake. Damn, I haven't even done anything, how come it's dropped? He murmured in his hearts. Clearing his throat, Fang Hao said, I am Lord Fang Hao, welcome to the team, Mr. Nelson. Nelson hastily bowed, greetings, my lord. Fang Hao slightly nodded his head. Nelson stood up straight, surveyed the territory surrounding him, and curiously asked, my lord, aren't you afraid of me? Clearly, he was referring to his skeleton body. Most creatures in this world would not willingly deal with the undead. Fang Hao was remarkably composed for a young man encountering such a sight. Fang Hao smiled faintly, the god of undead accepts all believers. He had heard this line from a skeleton merchant once, it sounded cool at the time, so he remembered it. Nelson was moved, he bowed again, Nelson pays his respect to the Lord, may you be mighty and undying. The corpse-witch Nelson's loyalty to you has increased by 20, current loyalty is 80. Haha, there is no need to be so respectful, Nelson. Our territory is still in its growth stage, and will require your abilities in the future, said Fang Hao with a smile. He felt secretly delighted, the line worked wonders. Whenever other undead join, he could start off with that line to avoid fluctuations in loyalty. Fang Hao also took this opportunity to check Nelson's attributes. The corpse-witch Nelson, Orange Tier 7 Hero. Faction, Undead. Template, Orange. Racial traits, Undead, Hollow Skeleton, Weak to Light. Legion Talent, Magic Power Storm, Ranged Command, Mage Commander. Skills, Royal Funeral, Viscera Collector, Viscera Museum Scholar, Cheating Death, Mass Burial, Magic Power Emanation. Inherent abilities, Domain Darkness Mastery, Advanced Magic Mastery. Advanced Tactical Mastery, Advanced Command Mastery. Magic Power Storm, increases the magic power of the commanded unit by 35%, and magic recovery by 15%. Ranged Command, increases the attack power of ranged units by 15%. Mage Commander, increases the attack power of mage units by 25%. Royal Funeral, holder of the secret of reincarnation, from the funeral ritual scholars, skilled in cleaning your corpse, removing viscera, dehydration, reshaping, casting spells, and preservation. Viscera Collector, sealed viscera jar has no number limit. Viscera Museum Scholar, comes with a blueprint of the Viscera Museum, automatically unlocks the building blueprint once the hero is recruited. Cheating Death, as long as he is willing, the dead will become undying. Mass Burial, Earth Elemental Magic, raging earth imprisoning and squeezing the enemy's body into mud. Magic Power Emanation, constantly replenishes magic power. Description, the holder of ancient knowledge, the guardian of the secret of immortality. This was somewhat different from Fang Hao's initial thought. He had wanted to recruit a hero with strong martial prowess, but he ended up recruiting a corpse-witch instead. Looking at his attributes, he seemed to be more of a scholar than a warrior. An official once responsible for conducting royal funerals. To be honest, Fang Hao felt that he was becoming more and more distant from the living. But the path of the undead seemed to broaden as he advanced. Of course, being a civilian did not necessarily mean he wasn't powerful. It just meant that his power was more pronounced in development or internal affairs. Nelson belonged to the category of funeral heroes, and he also knew a simple Earth Elemental Magic. The spell Grand Burial seemed more like something to facilitate the last stage of burial. Nelson, what kind of building is the Viscera Museum? Fang Hao asked again. All of Nelson's characteristics were clear, except for the blueprint of the Viscera Museum, which had no detailed introduction. The museum is a very important type of building in a royal funeral. Combined with the energy-storing viscera jars, it can give our forces powerful abilities. The funeral ritual group can also make powerful and unique items here, Nelson replied casually. Fang Hao nodded, somewhat understanding but not completely. Then let's build the museum first, Fang Hao said, opening the Book of Lords once again. According to the instructions, Nelson's included blueprint could also be viewed on it. Viscera Museum, wood 12,000, stone 10,000, hemp rope 4,200, leather 800, shadow stone 10, death trace 5. The resources it consumed were indeed a considerable amount. The basic materials exceeded tens of thousands, and the shadow stones and death traces were barely enough. He was saving the shadow stones for upgrading the barracks, but it seemed that he had to use them here first. Master Nelson, where do you think would be a suitable location? Fang Hao asked in a low voice. I think somewhere near there would be nice, Nelson pointed in a direction not far away. It was the burial grounds, the gathering place for the skeleton conversion field, giving off an aura of death. All right, let's build it here for now. Fang Hao chose a location right next to the skeleton conversion field and began to construct the building. Soon, a large outline of a building appeared out of thin air. The construction, however, required half an hour. This came as a surprise to Fang Hao. He knew that previous buildings, the slowest ones, had taken only about 5 minutes. The fastest ones had been completed in an instant. As the two made light conversation while waiting for the construction to complete. Clank! A light sound rang out from the side. They looked over only to see Ira holding a wooden bucket, staring wide-eyed at Nelson. For this strangely dressed, talking skeleton, she was full of disbelief. Ira, come here, Fang Hao called out softly. Ira was a little scared, but still forced herself to walk over. Ira, this is Master Nelson, a scholar who just joined our territory, Fang Hao lavished his words, using terms like master and scholar at every turn. Hello, Master Scholar, Ira kept her head down, not daring to look at Nelson's face. Or to be more accurate, nobody wanted to look at a skeleton frame with flickering ghost fire. Nelson was also curious. How had another member of the orc clan appeared, and a very weak rabbit at that? Master Nelson, this is my maid, Ira. If you need anything in your daily life, feel free to tell me or her, Fang Hao continued to introduce. Nelson, on the contrary, showed enough respect, saying, Miss Ira, I am pleased to meet you. All the inhabitants of the territory had now met and become acquainted with each other. While their number of troops was sufficient, the population of the territory was still too small. Fang Hao continued to chat with Nelson, understanding more about his past. Nelson still retained many of his professional skills, but his past memories were very vague. Without realizing it, the museum was slowly constructed and completed. Viscera Museum. Collected viscera jars, 0/20. Note, placing viscera jars that have stored various types of energy can give powerful abilities to the troops and produce special weapons. Materials needed for upgrade, wood 25,000, stone 20,000, stone bricks 12,000, hemp rope 8,500, leather 1,600, shadow stone 20, death trace 15. Requires that the Lord's Hall reaches the stone castle level. Chapter 52, Viscera Museum. The Viscera Museum was expansive in its architectural style, brimming with religious elements. The walls were colorfully painted with a variety of ritual symbols, lively and vivid. My lord, would you like to visit? Nelson extended an invitation. Gazing at the colossal architecture in front of him, Fang Hao was filled with curiosity. The museum was only one floor, but its footprint far exceeded that of Fang Hao's lord cabin. It had become the largest structure in his territory. Lead the way. Fang Hao gave a light smile and walked in stride with Nelson. The interior of the building was very spacious, almost like a real museum, divided into areas of different sizes. Each of them even had labels. Underground cemetery burial grounds. They were 2 undead buildings within Fang Hao's territory. My lord, once we acquire viscera jars with special abilities, they can be placed in the corresponding areas as offerings, which can bestow powerful and special abilities onto our troops, Nelson whispered an explanation from the side. If he were outside, Fang Hao might not understand Nelson's explanation. However, being on the scene, he now understood Nelson's explanation. It's like runes for heroes in a game. The viscera jars were the runes that could grant special abilities to chosen troops. Looking now, it seemed like he had stumbled on treasure. This enhanced the strength of whole units, which was much more powerful than just a warrior hero. He had a hundredfold reinforcement, mass army production was his advantage. How can we obtain viscera jars? Fang Hao asked further. He had one empty viscera jar that he had purchased from the skeleton trader. They could be fired in a pottery kiln, or purchased, Nelson continued. Oh. Certainly, the pottery kiln would require blueprints. And purchasing them meant buying from the skeleton trader. There was not much to explain. The two continued on, and the second hall was somewhat smaller. In the center was a large, long stone table. The surface of the stone table was smooth and polished. My lord, when the day comes that you wish to shed this mortal coil, a ceremony can be conducted here, Nelson said softly, leaning on his magic wand. Fang Hao was momentarily stunned, then immediately understood Nelson's implication. Crap! This table was for mummification. He instinctively wanted to step back but immediately stopped and calmly said, "There's no rush." Nelson didn't say anything more. Moving further inside was Nelson's living space. It was convenient that the museum had a room for him, sparing Fang Hao the trouble of arranging accommodations. After touring the museum, they headed outside. All right, Nelson, when you have time, you can stroll around the territory to familiarize yourself with the environment. Yes, my lord. Nelson responded. Fang Hao left the museum with Ira waiting at the door. Seeing him return, she immediately followed him towards the lord's cabin. The next day, early morning. Because of last night's late hours, he didn't get up as early today. He had a lazy morning. Ira didn't wake him, letting him sleep in. After stretching, he walked out of his bedroom. As soon as he went downstairs, he heard Ira humming a tune in the room. It seemed she was in a good mood today. Fang Hao cracked a small smile, just about to leave, when Ira opened the door. They almost collided into each other. Ah! Master, you're awake. Hair damp, Ira was wrapped in a leather blanket, barely covering her chest and buttocks. The bare skin exposed was flushed from steam. Adorably so. Ira abruptly curtsied, causing the already scant leather blanket to seem even more insufficient. It made Fang Hao's heart race this early in the morning. Are you having a shower? There are curtains, don't catch a cold, Fang Hao quickly diverted his gaze. The territory indeed didn't have the resources to make bath towels or cloth. But why not scavenge some curtains from the old castle and orc camp? Those were good fabrics that could easily serve as bath towels. The skeleton had been cleaned several times and was very clean. The curtains are really nice, I've stored them away to be used when needed, Ira said softly. She really knew how to manage things. All right, just don't catch a cold. After your bath, get ready for breakfast, Fang Hao said. All right, master, I'll prepare breakfast right away, Ira replied eagerly. Fang Hao watched Ira's swaying buttocks from behind and shook his head slightly. This was really a fox spirit, who knows how many episodes she would survive in the journey to the west. He walked out of the lord's cottage. As usual, he did some aerobic exercises, running, and push-ups until he was slightly sweaty. The physique was the capital of the revolution. Seeing the charm of the Rabbitman clan, his body could not afford to break down earlier than planned. After finishing the exercises, Ira began to make breakfast. Fang Hao decided to construct the cavalry training ground, recruiting cavalry units early on. He walked to the gathering place of the military buildings, opened the Book of Lords, and found the blueprint. Once cavalry training ground was input into the Book of Lords, its name changed due to the faction relationship. It was called the Corridor of the Undead. Corridor of the Undead, 500 wood, 700 stone, 500 straw, 120 hemp ropes. Construct. A flash of light, and a long, narrow corridor appeared before Fang Hao. Level 1 Corridor of the Undead. Recruitment, Skeleton Scouts. Skeleton Scout, 1 wriggling spine. Note, it is possible to recruit cavalry units from the affiliated faction in this building. Upgrading the building will unlock new soldier types and higher-ranking units. Upgrade materials required, 1000 wood, 1200 stone, 950 straw, 300 leather, 250 hemp ropes, 10 shadow stones. Being able to recruit cavalry made Fang Hao happy, of course. However, all the accumulated shadow stones were consumed when building the Viscera Museum last night. He couldn't continue upgrading the Corridor of the Dead. But it doesn't matter. Based on his experience in upgrading barracks, the second level is only a transition and does not unlock new units. So, there's no rush to upgrade the units now. Directly recruit the units, first to see what the cavalry look like. Recruitment available, 1 skeleton scout, cost, 1 wriggling spine. Confirm recruitment. Confirm recruitment. The system's prompt sounded again. Hundredfold amplification triggered, successfully recruited 101 skeleton scouts. The next second, a skeleton soldier, riding a skeleton horse, slowly walked out from the corridor. And on the vacant land next to it, light flickered, and 100 skeleton scouts of the same appearance appeared. This is not right. Supposedly, recruiting a skeleton soldier requires a spine, doesn't it? Does this mean recruiting cavalry comes with a skeleton horse? So isn't it more suitable to recruit cavalry? Fang Hao analyzed by himself. Skeleton Scout, Level 2. Faction, Undead. Racial characteristics, Undead, Hollow Skeleton, Weakness to Light. Skills, Charge. Innate abilities, Basic Combat Mastery, Basic Swordsmanship Mastery, Basic Riding Skill Mastery. Charge, Mounted Status, can charge towards the target, quickly closing in or dispersing formation, inflicting significant damage on the enemy. Note, mounted skeleton scouts make up for their lack of mobility, possessing effective mobility and a remarkable charge ability. The skeleton horse clomped on the ground, making a series of clippity-clop noises. Looking at the scouts, Fang Hao nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 53, Skeleton Scout. Fang Hao once again opened the Book of Lords to create equipment for the skeleton cavalry. After several battles, it was clear to see the importance of weapons and equipment. The quality of equipment can significantly influence the course of a battle. Flipping the Book of Lords to the manufacturing page, he directly selected the newly acquired blueprint. Fine single-edged blade, green wood 5, iron 10, leather 3. The fine single-edged blade was green equipment, the second green weapon blueprint in Fang Hao's hands. The first one was the axe blueprint given to him after he took a Tauren order. At this thought, Fang Hao suddenly remembered the order he had signed with the Bronze Bull. He had promised to deliver 3,000 axes to the Bronze Bull after 3 days, and today was already the 2nd day. Tomorrow would be the 3rd day, and he should start preparing to deliver the goods to the Bronze Bull. He set the number of fine single-edged blades to 10. Select Manufacture. 100-fold amplification triggered, off to a fine single-edged blade 1010. Fang Hao had only recruited 100 skeleton cavalry, but the skeleton conversion field had converted quite a few werewolf cavalry, which had now become skeletons and were also under Fang Hao's command. The rest were still being converted. After making the single-edged blades, he continued to make saddles. Leather saddle, iron 2, leather 5. Manufacture quantity 10. 100-fold amplification triggered, 1010 leather saddles obtained. Leather saddle, white. Category, saddle. Function, stability plus 2%, horse speed plus 5 degrees/0. Description, a low-quality saddle made of ordinary leather. Just as all the cavalry were being fitted with equipment, Ira's voice came from behind him, "Master, it's time to eat." Fang Hao responded, turning his head. He was indeed a little hungry. He told the cavalry to stand by at the gate and went back to the Lord's wooden house to eat. On the way, he happened to see the newly recruited hero from yesterday, the corpse witch Nelson, at the Viscera Museum. "Nelson, Ira made breakfast. Would you like to join?" Fang Hao asked. "Thank you, Lord, but I won't need to," Nelson replied. Being of undead nature, he naturally didn't need to eat. You can look around the territory," Fang Hao said with a smile. Nelson nodded slightly, not refusing. When he arrived at the dining table, Ira had already prepared breakfast, and the water cup was full, showing her great consideration. "Let's eat together." After sitting down, Fang Hao started eating. This time, Ira did not refuse, and obediently sat down and started eating as well. After these 2 days of interaction, Ira had gradually understood Fang Hao and become familiar with the territory. She started to accept her current life and was not as nervous and reserved. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords while eating. Checked the chat channel. Damn it, the meat stored in the warehouse was stolen. I lost more than 300 units. I'm freaking out. Last night, my territory was also visited by beasts. Although they did not attack people, the villagers, and I did not sleep well all night, we were scared. Hey! Now that the defense shield is gone, our territory is no different than the wilderness. Don't store food in the warehouse, put it all in the Lord's wooden house. And one more thing, don't light a fire at night. The crowd chatted. The disappearance of the shield had left those territories without walls vulnerable to the visits of beasts or unknown creatures. This situation was causing great concern. Who knows if any creature might appear in the night and snap your neck while you slept? The chat continued in the channel. The creatures visiting at night are mostly wild animals. If you build a wall, you can prevent 90% of them. Isn't the guy above talking nonsense? If I had a blueprint for a wall, would I lose food? Indeed, I guess now 80% of the people don't have the blueprint for a wall. Even if they did, materials would be a problem. I don't have a wall blueprint either, but I had the farmers use logs to encircle the primary buildings, and it worked well. You guys could try that. That makes sense. Right now, I'll have the villagers go logging, and also enclose our residences and warehouses. I'll do that too, it's too dangerous otherwise. Calling Fang Hao, I would like to buy iron axes. Damn it, I also want to buy iron axes. Don't fucking snatch, one said it first. As he was picking up his food, Fang Hao paused for a moment. Why was it that no matter where the conversation went, it always ended up involving him? But on second thought, it made sense. The mandatory task had already ended. The surviving lords all had ample food to support their farmers and soldiers. From now on, their goal was to develop their territory and get a head start. Even if they didn't have to cut wood for the walls, many people would buy tools such as iron axes from him for efficiency's sake. Fang Hao quickly filled his stomach with a few bites. Ira, eat slowly, don't waste. Fang Hao stood up and casually said. Ira opened her big eyes wide and nodded her head. She didn't know why Fang Hao was always so busy. Fang Hao walked over to the side and directly manufactured 1010 iron axes for selling. When the 1010 axes were put up for sale, the channel again erupted into a frenzy. Holy shit, the big shot is watching us chat. Does Fang Hao have OCD? Every time it's either 101 or 1010, is there some hidden meaning here? Hurry and grab them, they'll be gone soon. Damn, you beasts, you're even grabbing tools. In the region, Fang Hao wasn't the only one with an iron axe blueprint. But only Fang Hao was able to sell them in such large quantities. After all, the effect of the 100-fold amplification gave him an advantage others could not compare with. In just a few minutes, all the axes were sold out. Apart from the huge amount of iron resources Fang Hao received, he didn't receive any blueprints but did get some rare materials. It seemed that after the battle yesterday, everyone had not gone out to explore and collect blueprints. The reason Fang Hao would put up items in response to what the channel needed was simple. Firstly, everyone had come together, and he was unwilling to see others in trouble, and secondly, he also needed the others to improve their capabilities. Currently, Fang Hao had ample resources and could make lots of equipment. But there were few in the channel who could offer items of equivalent exchange. What they could offer, he already had. In other words, the other lords in the region were too poor. Only by letting them become slightly richer could he earn their rare materials and blueprints. After everything was done, Fang Hao returned to his room. He flopped down on the bed and began to use the god's presence. The next second, Fang Hao was sitting on a skeleton horse, his bony fingers gripped the reins tightly. God's presence target, Skeleton Scout, compatibility 50%. The compatibility was not high, but it wasn't a major issue. Fang Hao would not be using God's presence for a long time, so not much mental exhaustion would be incurred. All scouts, follow me. With a pull of the reins, the skeleton horseman stood up, sprinting away the next second. All the skeleton scouts, following Fang Hao's command, started to run, heading south. Chapter 54, Enlightening Potion. The dense sound of horse hooves, akin to an urgent drumbeat, would stir flocks of birds into flight wherever they passed. Fang Hao led his cavalry, galloping his steeds swiftly. In no time at all, they arrived at Shadowwind Castle. Traveling on horseback halved the journey, significantly boosting efficiency. Shadowwind Castle. The once quiet and vacant castle was now bustling like a large construction site. Clang, clang. The pickaxes never ceased striking the walls, removing intact bricks of stone. Fang Hao had stationed a large number of skeletons here. Aside from the laborer skeletons that were dismantling the walls, there were numerous skeleton soldiers responsible for transportation and support. Even so, the efficiency of the laborer skeletons was still not high. The tools they wielded were the relatively outdated pickaxes, which needed constant replacement. 2 days later, the number of finished stone bricks collected was only 167 units. Many of the bricks that were dismantled were already shattered, turning into ordinary stones. Fang Hao dismounted to check the stockpile of pickaxes and the number of carts available. This was to ensure there were sufficient logistical reserves, so as not to hinder the work of the skeletons. After inspecting the area, he mounted his horse and left. Fang Hao did not return to his territory with his troops, but continued southwest. Even the areas explored by the current skeleton bodies would be automatically recorded on the map in the Book of Lords. This was the perfect opportunity to use the cavalry's mobility to quickly expand the map area. The cavalry spurred their horses to hurry along the journey. They would cross any area that was not too dense with trees. Tree branches constantly whipped against their armor. Stop! Fang Hao pulled the reins, signaling the cavalry behind him to halt their advance. Through the gaps in the trees, one could see the creatures roaming ahead. Lost Wood Elemental Attendant, Tier 3. Type: Summoned Creature, No Master. Ability: Manipulating Plants, Promoting Growth. Description: These attendants, having lost their masters, gradually lost their objective, and roamed around attacking any creature that passed. Fang Hao had cleared this type of lost elemental attendant before. Their attributes and capabilities were the same, and they were also located on the western side of the territory. Who's the thoughtless jerk summoning so many attendants and dumping them all over the place? Don't they have any sense of public decency? Fang Hao cursed quietly. From the description, it could be seen. These attendants didn't appear naturally, but were summoned. They were discarded by their master, and thus slowly lost their spirituality and became wandering monsters that attack passers-by. Compared to the few that he encountered last time, there were quite a few this time around, 15 or 16 of them. Prepare for battle. Whoosh! 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 All the cavalry silently pulled out the long swords at their waists, and the aura of slaughter spread. Charge! Fang Hao let out a low roar, and his skeletal horse immediately burst out of the woods, leading all the cavalry towards the wood elemental attendants. When closing into about 100 meters, all the cavalry initiated a charge. By the time the wood elemental attendants noticed the enemy, the cavalry had already pierced through their forces like a razor-sharp blade. Facing such a surprise attack, the wood elemental attendants had no means to defend. Their innate abilities had yet to be launched when half of them had already fallen to their blades. After the cavalry had passed through the field, they circled back and charged again. This time, the wood elemental attendants launched an attack, but their numbers were too few to withstand the enemy's onslaught. After 2 rounds of charging, all of them eventually perished under the hooves. Clean up the battlefield and look for any chests. Fang Hao gave the order. All the cavalry immediately scattered, searching for the spoils of war. Fang Hao dismounted, and next to the body of the fallen wood elemental attendant, he picked up 2 essences of nature. After remounting, he started looking for other treasures, too. Based on past experience, there should be a treasure chest nearby. Very quickly, Fang Hao found his target. Before him was a corpse dressed in a robe, sitting against a tree. It was unclear how long the person had been dead. The robe on the body had decayed, leaving only the ruined upper half of the corpse, which was covered in new-grown vines. If it wasn't for Fang Hao's sharp eyes, it would be quite difficult to spot this corpse. Mage's skeleton. Type: Remains. Description: This is the remains of a mage who succumbed to a backfire of his own magic and was ultimately buried in the wilderness. Those skeletons whose properties could be checked usually harbored secrets or possessed special items. Previously, in a bear cave, he had found the skeleton of an adventurer from which he acquired a single-page map to the Tomb of the Dragon. It could be considered an exciting chance encounter in the wild. Hand me that backpack. Fang Hao pointed to a backpack beside the corpse. The cavalry dismounted and passed the backpack to Fang Hao. The backpack was also tattered, just a slightly rough handling could tear the fabric apart. He rummaged inside it. The rotting journal had turned into a lump of mud. A potion, a scroll, and 120 warfire coins. Enlightening potion for magic power. Category: Potion. Effect: Acquire a mage's constitution. Description: An enlightening potion created by a master alchemist. After consumption, it stimulates the body's potential and enables the perception of the existence of magic power. Fang Hao looked at it again and finally understood the meaning of the potion. That is, after consuming this potion, one's potential would be awakened and one would gain a mage's constitution. Meaning, after drinking it, one could become a mage, a professional rather than a common person. Doesn't this thing have an expiration date? Fang Hao wiped the dirt off the bottle, looking it over and over. This person had probably been dead for many years, his clothes and shoes were all rotten. The potion wouldn't have expired as well, would it? Although he really wanted to become a mage, he couldn't just gulp down anything. If it ended up perforating his stomach, that would be a truly pathetic way to die. The second item was a skill scroll. Elemental Guardian, Wood. Category, Skill Scroll. Ability, the ability to summon 2 wood element attendants to fight. Alongside, lasting for 30 minutes. Description, war is never about fighting alone, use the natural energy around you, summon an attendant to launch an attack on the enemy. Certainly. Fang Hao absolutely agreed that war isn't a solo fight. At the same time, it also alleviated his guilt for outnumbering his opponents in every fight. Whether in a war or a fight, it all comes down to the number and strength of the people. If everything should be balanced, it would be better for everyone to sit down and have a literary contest, perhaps even result in a couple of classic couplets. The scroll of Elemental Guardian, Wood, was his third skill. The previous 2 were faction skills, bone manipulation technique and God's presence. This skill might just unlock the door to his career. Having stowed away his loot, Fang Hao continued, bury him, let him rest in peace. Reaching this point, Fang Hao let out a sigh. Only the chest cavity and above were left of the remains, the rest had completely decayed and disappeared. Otherwise, he could have tried throwing it in the conversion field. The skeleton rider used the back of his knife to dig a hole under the tree large enough for the burial of the corpse. The corpse was lifted by 2 skeletons, its arm fell, and an object fell from the palm. Pick that up and show it to me, Fang Hao said quietly. One of the skeletons went forward, picked up the dropped object, and once again handed it to Fang Hao. Chapter 55, Wooden Spirit Guard. Fang Hao held it in the palm of his hand, examining it carefully. The size of a $1 coin, made of metal, covered in dirt. It seems to be a pendant, except its chain is gone. From the side, he saw a small bulge which he pressed lightly. Click! The lid of the pendant instantly flipped open, revealing an inner layer. Inside were engraved the 4 letters, Grigor Ya. Silver pendant. Type, necklace. Description, a common pendant almost worthless, yet it carries a father's full longing. You can either sell it or return it to Grigor Ya. Fang Hao held the pendant, a thought coming to mind. This looked like a task. A task of returning a lost item. Based on his past gaming experience, returning the pendant might reward him with something special. Whatever, this pendant was worthless anyway, and did not even have additional attributes. It was useless to him. If he ran into this Grigor Ya in the future, he would give the pendant back to her. Thud. The skeleton threw the body straight in and started covering it up. Speaking of which, the wood element spirits wandering around were quite useful. Otherwise, here, the body would have been nibbled down to nothing long ago and even this pendant might have ended up in someone's belly. Having done everything, Fang Hao, along with his cavalry, left once again. After obtaining the enlightening potion, Fang Hao had no further interest in patrolling. He made a round with the cavalry and then directly returned to his territory. After assigning a patrol mission to the cavalry, he immediately cancelled the God's presence state. He woke up from the bed, took a sip of water, and got up. When he came out of the wooden house, he saw Ira airing the washed rug. Ira, go get Nelson. Fang Hao said softly. Okay. Ira replied and went towards the Viscera Museum. She was truly terrified of Nelson, the undead hero. However, she could not refute Fang Hao's command. So she tiptoed to the front of the Viscera Museum and called out softly. Scholar Nelson! The Lord asks for you. Her voice echoed in the museum hall, making Ira unsure if Nelson heard her or not. Just when she was about to call again, the sound of approaching footsteps rang. Hero skeleton Nelson, leaning on his cane, hobbled out. All right, where's the Lord? Nelson asked softly, his empty eye sockets emitting a faint blue light. He's in the Lord's hall. Ira spoke with her head bowed, somewhat scared to look at Nelson. I see, tell the Lord, I'll be right there. All right. After replying, Ira quickly walked away. Fang Hao sat on the bench in front of the wooden house, looking at the enlightening potion in his hand. I wonder if it has an expiration date. From the 2 times he got the world's first, it's apparent that Fang Hao is ahead of other lords. However, in this world, that's not enough. Only by gradually stacking all the advantages can he survive better and more safely. So, he was interested in the enlightening potion, which could greatly enhance his strength. While he was pondering, Ira and Nelson almost stepped in one after the other. "Lord, you called for me," Nelson said softly. Fang Hao didn't bother with formalities and directly handed the potion to him. "Check if this can still be drunk? Is it expired?" Nelson, as an immortal undead, had been around for a long time and naturally recognized this kind of potion. He immediately recognized it as soon as he took it in his hand. "My lord, this is a potion made by an alchemist, of course, it's drinkable." Nelson handed back the potion. "No matter the potion, it only works on living creatures. Even if an undead were to drink it, it would only clean the interior of their bones." "Has it expired?" Fang Hao was still a bit uneasy. "Expired? You mean, is the potion dirty?" Nelson didn't quite understand the meaning of the word. Although the mud on the potion bottle was wiped off, you could still see dark scratches on the glass. I mean, is the potency still there? Will I get sick if I drink it?" Fang Hao pondered for a moment, then explained what he meant by expired. "It will not, you can rest assured about that." Nelson was confident. Once Fang Hao received confirmation from Nelson, he no longer hesitated. He uncorked the potion, took a sniff, then drank it all in one gulp. The potion left a taste that reminded him of soap water, which was rather unpleasant. Immediately after, a warm sensation spread from his stomach, enveloping his entire body in an instant. Fang Hao realized something changed within him, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what. "Your magic and spiritual power has increased, giving you a deeper understanding of the elements." It was indeed a success. Besides the initial warm sensation, there were no unusual occurrences. When he took out the skill scroll again, a prompt immediately popped up. "Would you like to learn the skill, Elemental Guardian?" "Learn." The scroll transformed into a beam of light which charged into his body. Having learned a new skill, Fang Hao couldn't wait to give it a try. A surge of energy rose within him. In the next moment, 2 wooden elemental guardians appeared in front of him. Wood element, 3rd tier. Type, Guardian Spirit. Race traits, Wood elemental affinity, Spirit body. Skills, Entangle, Revive. Innate abilities, Intermediate element mastery, Basic battle mastery. Wood elemental affinity, decreases damage from wood elemental magic by 50%, immune to negative wood magic, increases damage against antagonistic elements by 50%. Spirit body, a magical construct, immune to poison, mental, resurrection and other living creature statuses, has a duration. Entangle, grows vines beneath enemies' feet to restrict their movements. Revive, heals life. Under revive status, the guardian spirit cannot move, attack, or perform any other action. Description: one of the most common guardians of summoners, you can trust your guardians fully, they will never betray you. The wooden guardian spirits were tall and possessed humanoid bodies and appearances. However, their bodies were made up of entwined trees, with green plant buds growing out of them. "Wow! Master, you're amazing! Did you summon them?" Ira let out an exaggerated scream. When faced with the wooden guardian spirits, Ira, who was normally faint-hearted, did not display her usual fear. Instead, she screamed in surprise. "Keep it down, keep it low-key," Fang Hao hurriedly said. "Skills don't oppress the body." If he can learn one more skill, Fang Hao would be fairly satisfied. Even though he had quite a few troops under his command. "Oh," Ira obediently shut her mouth. "Lift this," Fang Hao pointed to a wooden bench in front of him. One of the wooden guardian spirits stepped forward, and with its arm, grew writhing vines that wrapped around and lifted the bench. "Damn! Wow!" Fang Hao and Ira were both astonished. The bench was not light and usually required the combined strength of 4 skeletons to lift. Now that a single wooden guardian spirit had easily lifted it, the level of strength it displayed was rather surprising. "Try lifting this," Fang Hao pointed to another heavy object. Chapter 56, Hero's Corpse. Fang Hao had already tested the power of the wooden spirit and several skills. Then, after 30 minutes, the summoning period for the wooden spirit came to an end. It dissipated immediately afterwards. As for the wooden spirit, Fang Hao was relatively satisfied. Its strength and skills were both very impressive. The only downside was that only 2 could be summoned at a time, which didn't give him the same reassurance as his vast skeleton army. The skeleton army was still key for major battles, with the wooden spirits serving as supports, or could be used to protect himself. Before he knew it, it was already noon. Ira had prepared lunch. Sitting at the table, he chatted with Ira a bit and then habitually opened the chat channel in the Book of Lords. This had become a habit of Fang Hao's. Not only could he pass the time, but he could also stay updated on other people's progress, and stay in the loop on various information. Today, I cleared out a cave with my soldiers. Once again holding the machete in my hand, I was reminded of the times when I was fighting in Tongluan. Quit boasting or we won't sell you any materials. Damn, sorry. Instead of a direct confrontation, I feel like setting traps is a safer option. It significantly reduces the risk of face-to-face encounters. There's a hunter among us, please teach me how to set traps. I'm too weak for hunting. I second that. How should I set traps? Selling simple animal traps, exchange for blueprints or rare resources. Damn, he spent all that time just to advertise his product. Damn it. I was about to take notes, but it turns out he's selling animal traps. XDM, I found that dual daggers are really useful, light and flexible, directly fatal with one attack. The legend of 2 daggers style. Damn it. More and more people are adapting to this world. Those who can't adapt and are weak have already failed during the trial on the 7th day, permanently disappearing from this world. The ones who survived all have some abilities and opportunities. More and more lords are leaving their territories and starting to participate in hunting and fighting. The daily discussion topic has shifted from needing food every day to discussing hunting and fighting. After lunch, Fang Hao continued leading the exploration in nearby areas, and didn't return to his territory until dusk. Just stepping into the territory and before ending his God's presence state, he saw Nelson walking towards him. My lord. Yes, what's the matter, Nelson? Fang Hao dismounted and asked quietly. He was still a skeleton cavalryman at this moment, and had never told Nelson about the God's presence ability. Yet, Nelson recognized him immediately. My lord, I found the body of an orc hero in the skeleton conversion field. I feel it would be a bit wasteful to directly turn it into a soldier. Nelson got straight to the point. Last time during the battle against the orcs, over 30,000 orcs were killed. Adhering to the principle of zero waste, Fang Hao ordered all the bodies to be thrown into the skeleton conversion field for transformation. This included the body of the orc hero, Kent. However, with more than 30,000 bodies, the conversion field needed to slowly convert them one by one, taking more than 100 hours in total. Well, I'm aware of this orc body, do you have any good suggestions? As the two walked side by side, Fang Hao asked. If Nelson mentioned it, there must be a better way to handle the body. When it came to handling skeletons, Nelson, the expert in funeral rites, was the true professional. When a hero dies, their consciousness does not perish. I can use a ceremony to revive them, so they can serve the god of undead as an undead hero and work for the Lord, Nelson explained softly. Undead hero? Will he become a hero for our territory? Fang Hao became interested. The power of a hero needs no further elaboration. If he could make them become his own heroes, the strength of his territory would also be enhanced. Yes, my lord, they will become your powerful and loyal servants, Nelson calmly explained. Upon hearing this, Fang Hao's eyes brightened. It seemed like a deal that would not cause him a loss. After thinking for a while, he continued to ask, then what's the difference between this and the skeleton conversion field? The skeleton conversion field could also turn a body into a skeleton, and he could then summon more skeletons. Moreover, he had a hundredfold amplification, by which he could summon a large group at a time. Isn't it better than creating one by Nelson's method? As Nelson walked with Fang Hao, he began to explain. The skeleton conversion field would degrade the original orc into a maximum of 8th-tiered skeleton soldier. However, the ceremony would allow us to retain the original strength and wisdom of the body. Nelson did not exhibit any impatience with Fang Hao's lack of knowledge. The skeleton conversion field was just a blue special building. The converted body not only dropped in strength but also had a maximum limit. A level 1 skeleton conversion field had a maximum limit of the 8th-tiered soldier. No matter how strong the hero was, once it entered the conversion field, it would follow the basic conversion principles, and would become an 8th-tiered soldier at the very flag representation, and its skills would also disappear. In this flag representation, it was indeed a bit wasteful to throw the hero into the conversion field. Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back, Fang Hao told Nelson and deactivated his God's presence state. Then, he walked out of the Lord's cabin. You mean to say, if I hand this body to you, you can retain its original rank and abilities, and it will also have normal wisdom, right? Fang Hao asked while sitting on the bench. Sitting down on a chair, Nelson said, yes, it's no different from when it was alive. This is the advantage of the immortal clan. Lucky him. Having an elder around is truly like having a treasure. In the future, the heroes he defeats could all become his own heroes. Won't he have more and more heroes then? No wonder the immortal undead has a bad reputation on the continent. The heroes that died now become the heroes of the undead clan. You tell me, isn't that annoying? Fang Hao thought about it hard for a while and found Nelson's idea to have no downsides. So he nodded and agreed, fine, then let's leave it to you. Yes, my lord, rest assured, 5 days later, I will present the new undead hero to you, Nelson said. All right, thank you, scholar. Nelson nodded slightly and returned to the Viscera Museum. Fang Hao returned to his cabin. While Ira was preparing dinner, Fang Hao ran 3 laps around his territory. Throughout the day, he only exercised in the morning and evening. The rest of the time, he was in the state of God's presence and barely moved himself. His muscles were about to atrophy from the lack of movement. After dinner, he returned to his room to rest. The next day, early in the morning, as the first ray of sunlight entered the room, Fang Hao sat up in bed. Pushing open the lattice window, he breathed in the fresh morning air. He stretched himself to the max, activating his body. He opened the door and went downstairs. Ira was still waking up earlier than Fang Hao, and was currently humming a tune while cleaning the hall on the first floor. Seeing Fang Hao coming down, she quickly said, Master, you're up. I have prepared fresh water for you to wash your face. Fang Hao shook his head, I can wash my face myself, you prepare breakfast. We're going to deliver the goods to Manam Market today. Today was the day of his appointment with the bronze bull. He needed to deliver 3,000 axes to him. Oh, okay. Ira responded and put down her tools to prepare breakfast. Chapter 57, Delivery. The food supply within the territory is plentiful. For him and Ira, it's somewhat surplus. As the lords now all have food, meat is no longer a hot commodity in the channel and is hard to sell. Fang Hao roughly calculated it. This situation will probably continue for about a week or so. Only when people have consumed all the meat obtained from the frenzied beast's blood, the price of meat will rise on the market. Fang Hao is not in a hurry either. Although not many people buy meat, basic equipment such as iron axes and wooden shields are still selling well. For him as a merchant, the impact is basically negligible. However, everyone is still poor and there are not many resources to exchange. They like to use the excuse that we are all fellow earthlings and freeload Fang Hao's items. Fang Hao inspected the territory. Master, breakfast is ready, Ira called out. Fang Hao returned to the wooden house and sat down at the table. Today's breakfast is a slice of steak and a bowl of vegetable soup. The vegetables were obtained from the orcs' territory and are their reserves. Now they are his. With plenty of ingredients, Ira can cook more and more lavish food. Just having meat will get tiring to eat sooner or later. Master, are you still going to sell iron swords at the Manam Market? Ira asked softly with her big eyes wide open. Having got familiar with Fang Hao, she was no longer as reserved as before. I promised Bronze Bull to make a batch of goods for him. Today is the delivery day, Fang Hao replied while eating. Oh, Master, we are running low on seasoning in the storeroom. When you go to the market this time, we need to replenish some seasoning, Ira said. All right, remind me at that time, Fang Hao responded. Okay, Ira agreed. The previous sauces were all obtained from the orcs' camp. Although it's only been 2 days, they were consumed quite fast. We can take this opportunity to buy some seasonings when we go to the orc market. After finishing breakfast, Fang Hao asked Ira to bring the wagon, and he began to craft axe hammers. Axe hammer, green wood 3, iron 12, leather 2. The crafting of the axe hammer consumes a hefty amount of iron. If not for his hundredfold amplification counting as a manual labor fee, he might not profit from this trade. Of course, trading with Bronze Bull Talok has benefits beyond just making money. Getting in touch with a market manager is precisely what Fang Hao needs. The materials are plentiful. He sets the crafting quantity to 30 pieces. Hundredfold Amplification triggered, received 3030 axe hammers. The next second, a pile of heavy axe hammers sprung up around Fang Hao. The axe hammer is heavier than an ordinary battle axe. The large fan-shaped axe face, carved with totem-like patterns, is full of violent aesthetics. When Ira led the horse-drawn carriage over, she was also startled by the sight before her. She was only away for a few minutes. How did so many weapons appear? We can load up the car now, Ira said. Okay, Fang Hao commanded the skeletons to start loading the carriage, while Ira jumped onto the roof of the carriage to secure all the goods with hemp rope. Even so, Fang Hao still underestimated the weight of the axe hammers. 5 carriages couldn't carry 3000 axe hammers at all. He had no choice but to call for 5 more flat cars, each drawn by a skeleton wolf. After the goods were loaded, Fang Hao counted 30,000 skeletons to defend, and they left the territory in a grand fashion. The management of the territory was handed over to Nelson. Of course, it's just a day's journey. There's not much to manage. With previous experience, this trip to the Manam market was a familiar one. After a few hours of travel, they could see the outline of the city. Master, you can see the Manam market, Ira said. Ah? We're here. Fang Hao sat up and immediately closed the Book of Lords. The orcs harbor hostility towards the undead. Especially with a group of tens of thousands approaching the city, it would surely cause great panic. If that happens, smooth trading would be difficult. Change direction, Fang Hao said. The team began to change direction and set up camp again under the cliff where they camped last time. All the skeletons were left behind. He and Ira rushed the 5 carriages ahead to the Manam market. Soon, they arrived at the city gate. 2 strong Tauren stared at them both. I told Chieftain Talok that I would come to deliver goods today, Fang Hao stated indifferently. The Tauren nodded, okay, go in. The chieftain ordered that if you come, you should see him directly. Fang Hao looked at the Tauren, all looked the same, but the Tauren remembered Fang Hao's appearance. After all these years, only one human came. That made recognition not so difficult. Can you arrange for someone to transport these 5 carriages of goods in? First? We need to go back for another 5 carriages, Fang Hao said. Due to the quantity and weight of the goods. This time, a total of 10 carriages were used, 5 of which were horses, and the other 5 were skeleton wolves. After sending this trip, another trip is needed to get the remaining goods. The Tauren guard looked at them both with confusion but didn't ask too much. He arranged for workers to unload the goods from the carriage and transport them to the chief's hall. Meanwhile, Fang Hao and Ira returned to the camping place with an empty carriage and took another 5 carriages of goods. 2 round trips wasted a lot of time. Only then was all the cargo delivered. Fang Hao returned to the chief's great hall once again and saw the all-bronze hero, Bronze Bull Talok. Chieftain Talok, how about it? Are you satisfied with the quality of the goods? Fang Hao asked with a smile. After changing his physique and learning magic, the pressure brought by Bronze Bull didn't feel as intense as before. His speech was also more casual. Very good, I am very satisfied with this trade, Talok said loudly. Before Fang Hao's second batch of goods arrived, he had already checked the goods. The quality was very good, and so were all of them. This made him very satisfied with this batch of goods. Haha, thank you, chieftain, for your trust. Then this trade is considered achieved. Fang Hao was also very satisfied. Talok naturally understood what Fang Hao was saying. With a clap of his hands, a Tauren came in from the side door, holding a wooden box in his arms. As the Tauren approached, they could hear the sound of gold coins colliding inside the box. Thump! The box was placed at Fang Hao's feet with a dull sound. Warfire coins, 24,000 pieces. Okay, let's talk about the next trade, Talok said loudly. The first trade between the 2 sides can be considered as a mutual test. Each other's sincerity, strength, are all within the scope of each other's consideration. Fang Hao delivered 3,000 quality axe hammers in 3 days, which pleased Talok greatly. Similarly, the fact that Talok so readily took out 24,000 warfire coins also surprised Fang Hao at Bronze Bull's currency reserve. The trade can continue. Of course, Fang Hao smiled and replied. This time I want 3,000 sets of armor. How long will you need to deliver? 5 days. Are you sure? Hearing Fang Hao quoting 5 days again, Talok's bovine eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 58, The New Order. Fang Hao's delivery time surprised Talok. The Torrens had their own blacksmiths. If they chose to order from Fang Hao regardless, the speed of crafting the equipment was the crucial reason. 3,000 sets were no small number. Delivering them in only 5 days was almost unimaginable. Seeing the widened eyes of Talok, Fang Hao was taken aback. He was afraid that Talok's eyeballs might pop out from surprise, and that he would have to help him look for them on the ground. "Chieftain, rest assured, I will deliver on time as promised," Fang Hao assured him. He had the Book of Lords and the ability to increase production by 100-fold, which allowed him to deliver at any time. However, there were some things that he also couldn't overdo. Exceeding the Torrens' understanding might cause unexpected issues in the transaction. Talok glanced at him again and came back to his seat. "All right, as long as you have a plan. I will deliver the armor on time, but I still need the blueprint from you, Chieftain," Fang Hao stated. "Don't worry, I can provide you with the blueprint," Talok lightly responded. For all lords, the importance of a blueprint goes far beyond a single piece of equipment. Soon, a Torren brought the blueprint and handed it to Fang Hao. "Plate armor crafting blueprint, green, armlet crafting blueprint, green. Plate armor, 12 leather, 6 iron, 4 iron plates. Armlet, 5 leather, 3 iron, 2 iron plates." Fang Hao was excited. They were 2 green equipment. He could produce them in bulk and upgrade all his skeleton army to green equipment, enhancing their combat power. "What's the price, Chieftain? At what price do you plan to purchase this batch of goods?" 25 warfire coins each set, Talok gave his price. Fang Hao shook his head, quite dissatisfied with the price. A set referred to 2 pieces, both of which were green equipment. The materials required must be quite a lot, especially the third kind, iron plate, a new material that needed a blueprint. Even though he had a 100-fold increase, he still couldn't lower the price too much. "Chieftain Talok, this price won't even cover the labor cost." "It's hard for me to agree." Fang Hao placed the blueprint back on the table, pretending to consider. Talok knew he offered a low price, so he asked, "What price do you think is right?" 70 warfire coins for 1 set. Fang Hao emphasized the 3 words warfire coin. 70 is too high. "Let's each take a step back and make it 50, Talok stated in a deep voice. "Chieftain Talok, with only 5 days and a guarantee on the quality, I'm also under great pressure. 6 warfire coins, no less, or else I'd be suffering losses," Fang Hao added 10 to his asking price. Talok started to ponder. He seemed to be considering whether to accept this price. After a long thought, he slammed the table. "All right, I agree. Point 1. Good, I will deliver on time in 5 days." Fang Hao revealed a smile, picked up the blueprint again from the table. He didn't claim the blueprint in front of Talok because it was better not to expose too many secrets. "By the way, Chieftain Talok, where can I buy some horses and spices?" Fang Hao asked again. The 10 horses in his territory were not enough to deliver goods. Especially this time with the 3,000 sets of armor, more horses would be necessary. He plans to buy more to avoid a shortage when needed. "You can buy those in the market. You can take a look around, don't worry about safety. No one dares to cause trouble in Manam," Talok said gravely. "All right, then I won't disturb your rest, Chieftain." Fang Hao left the chieftain's hall, and the 24,000 warfire coins were temporarily kept by Talok for safekeeping. After he finished his shopping, he would take the coins away. Outside the door, Ira was quietly waiting. Seeing Fang Hao come out, she happily greeted him. "Master, did it go well?" Ira asked in her crisp voice. "It went well. Made a good profit and accepted a bigger order," Fang Hao confidently answered while walking. "Where are we going next?" Ira followed Fang Hao's steps and continued to ask. From his direction, he wasn't going to where the carriage was parked. But instead, he was heading to the market. "I'm going to buy some horses and spices you suggested," Fang Hao stated. "Okay," Ira replied and silently followed behind. The 2 of them arrived at the market. This was the busiest area in Manam. The entire area was full of various stalls. Vendors were hawking their goods. A leisurely human in the orc market certainly attracted a lot of attention. Greedy eyes measured Fang Hao up and down. Fang Hao disregarded them, continuing to saunter around casually. Ira, however, was a bit timid and closely followed behind him. The two of them wandered around the market, choosing what they were fond of. Soon, Fang Hao discovered that although the orc market seemed to have many stalls, the variety of goods was quite scarce. Many vendors spread a cloth in front of them, placed 2 pieces of animal skin, or unidentified ore, and began selling it. How much for these stones? Fang Hao squatted down in front of a female ore's stall, examining the resources on display. Beast tooth 55, natural gem 22, trace of the earth 3, trace of brutality 5, trace of violence 5. The rest were animal skin products, which Fang Hao didn't need, so he didn't pay them much attention. What are you interested in? These are resources, not just rocks, the female orc corrected him. The female orc belonged to the demon orc lineage. She had a large mouth with prominent tusks and her body was covered with robust muscles. Sitting cross-legged, her bare thighs were covered with thick hair, as if she was wearing fur pants. I'll take all these, Fang stated, pointing at Beast Tooth, Natural Gem and all the other resources. All of them? The female orc asked surprisingly. Yes, if you give me a discount, I'll consider buying all. Fang Hao smiled. It was very rare to encounter someone selling so many rare resources at once. He had enough money and could use it either to upgrade buildings or for storage. Are you paying with money or bartering? Warfire coins. All right, wait a moment. The female orc was silent, trying to calculate a reasonable price without scaring off the potential customer. It's 55 warfire coins to take all. How about that? After a while, the female orc spoke again. I don't like dealing with pennies. 50 warfire coins, and I'll take them all. Deal. The female orc was straightforward and agreed right away. After exchanging money and goods, the transaction was completed. Meanwhile, a crowd of orcs had gathered around Fang Hao. As soon as he stood up, someone came up and asked, Sir, do you need these gems? I have a few natural gems, I will give you a discount. I have some too. You should have a look. People gathered around him from all sides, pushing their resources onto him. Soon, he received hundreds of rare resources and spotted a blueprint unintentionally. Wooden Enhancer Blueprint, Bone Powder 5, Tree Sap 4, Waterl. Description: material that makes wooden planks more sturdy. Chapter 59, Intelligence Map. After purchasing some resources, Fang Hao and his companion continued on their way. Soon, they saw a stall selling horses up ahead. How much for these horses? Fang Hao approached the horse stall and asked. There are many types of mounts for orcs. Horses and seat wolves are among them, it all depends on how the troops are paired. The orc selling horses looked up and down at the humans before him. When his gaze slid to the coin purse around the waist that felt weightless, he displayed a disdainful look. However, when his gaze fell on the flame ring in Fang Hao's hand, his expression changed immediately. Based on his many years of experience in the market, this ring was definitely not ordinary. It could even be a rarely seen magic ring. If the other party did not have money, getting this ring would be a sure win deal for him. Hearing the human asking the price, he rapped the wooden board beside him with the whip in his hand. Then, with a obsequious smile on his face, he said, Mister, it's clearly priced. Stallions cost 20 gold each, mares 40 gold each. They can all breed, you can continue to propagate them after purchasing. The gold here referred to Beostead gold, the currency circulated among the various orc tribes. Because the level of orc coinage is not high, the quality varies greatly, the exchange rate between Warfire coin and Beostead gold has reached about 1:5. 1 Warfire coin is equivalent to 5 Beostead gold. Fang Hao responded, and began to walk around the horses. There were a total of 5 horses tied to one side. When Fang Hao bent down to look at their bellies, indeed there were 3 stallions and 2 mares. Meanwhile, the merchant followed behind Fang Hao with a still smiling face. Mister, if you don't have enough money, you could also exchange items. For example, the ring on your hand can exchange for a stallion. Hearing the salesman's words, Fang Hao stopped in his tracks. The ring on his hand, while not often used, was a genuine magic equipment that could potentially unleash a powerful fireball. Was it only worth 20 gold here? 4 Warfire coins? He must be joking. If magic equipment were that cheap, he would want as many as possible and fill his fingers and toes with magic rings. That would make him comparable to a strong mage. I'll take all 5 horses, Fang Hao said in a low voice. The merchant was taken aback, he never said anything about exchanging for 5 horses. He promptly rebutted, no, mister, what I meant was, your ring can only exchange for 1 stallion, not 5. Think about it, with such a trinket, you can exchange for such a splendid mount, what a profitable deal. If you are willing, you can even take your maid with you for a ride, the broad back of the horse could accommodate any movement of you two. The horse dealer winked and leered, displaying the typical men would understand expression. Rabbit women may not conform to the orc clan's aesthetic sensibilities, but they are immensely popular in human city-states. Everyone knows what they're bought for. Fang Hao observed the flamboyantly gesturing salesman and Ira's face blushed in embarrassment. Even her pair of rabbit ears turned red. Shut up! Enough with the nonsense, Fang Hao coldly interrupted the merchant's incessant chattering. Fang Hao's sudden reprimand caused the smile on the horse merchant's face to gradually freeze. Although conflicts and robberies are not allowed here, this was still the orc's territory. He, a human, dared to rebuke him while only being accompanied by a weak rabbit man. It's time to teach him a lesson about the ferocity of the orcs. You human twerp, I was just giving you a good explanation and you dare to insult me, you must clear things up today or I'll kill you. Even Chieftain Telek won't be able to do anything to me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With this cold question from the horse merchant, several strong orcs stood up around them, staring coldly at him. Fang Hao had just taken out a few warfire coins from his pocket. Hearing the other party's words, he paused for a while. After juxtaposing the shiny coins in his hand, he asked back, so, are you selling or not? Hey? The orc horse merchant, seeing the warfire coins in the other party's hand, had his anger dissipated in an instant and resumed his greasy smile, oh dear, of course we are. The other orcs who had stood up prepared for a fight also went back to their own places. They were seeing for the first time someone who didn't keep their money in a bag but in their trouser pockets instead. All right, 28 warfire coins, these horses are now mine. Fang Hao didn't wish to waste any more words with the man, so he brought out the exact amount of cash. They're yours. The horse trader took the warfire coins with an overtly happy expression on his ugly face. He then personally unfastened the horses and handed the reins to Fang Hao. Watching the two walk away with the horses, the trader finally understood. The young human delicately unmasked his plot to snatch the ring, resulting in the sudden change in demeanor. But the man did have the money after all. Plus, the currency he had was the universally acceptable, warfire comms. Interesting background, the trader mumbled to himself. Apart from these 5 horses, Fang Hao couldn't find any others for sale. For the time being, they would have to manage with these 5 and send them to the station where the carriage was parked. There, stables were available, they provided fodder and if one wished, they could also have their horses groomed. Of course, all of this was for a fee. It was already noon, next Fang Hao and Ira planned to head towards the tavern. Fang Hao planned to have his lunch at the tavern and to purchase some seasonings as well. Bang! As they pushed open the door, the copper bell hanging on the back of the door let out a crisp sound. When Fang Hao and Ira entered the room, the originally bustling hall fell silent for a brief moment, then after 2 seconds, the noise continued. There was drinking, card games, all kinds of activities. The tavern owner was a apron-clad Tauren who was currently wiping the counter with a piece of hemp cloth. What'll you have? The Tauren owner asked. Water is fine, and 2 servings of steak. Fang Hao replied. Not all the orcs indulge in primitive behavior, they have their own civilization and customs. However, their dietary habits were predominantly carnivorous with very few tribes engaging in farming. While the owner was getting them water after wiping his hands clean, Fang Hao noticed several pieces of yellow paper on the counter. What are these? Fang Hao asked curiously. The owner glanced up and replied, various information and resource locations sent by merchants from various places, 5 gold pieces or 1 warfire coin each. There's also a slave contract. Signing a slave also costs 1 warfire. Commander Manam Market was a city with a significant population flow. Caravans from various places and tribes would also sell some information here. However, the information was not necessarily accurate, and after purchase, verification was required. So rather than calling it information, it was more like a single-page map. 111 Take them all. Fang Hao took out 4 warfire coins and placed them on the counter. The owner received these, handing him 3 maps and the slave contract. The 3 maps were of Ogre Base, Abandoned Mine, and Unknown Cave. Fang Hao put the maps away, planning to record them with the Book of Lords after leaving this place. Soon, the steaks were served. After finishing the meal, Ira bought some seasonings from the owner. As the afternoon approached, the two of them left the manna market with everything they had acquired that day. After they had put some distance between themselves, Fang Hao began to use the Book of Lords to record all the blueprints and maps. Superior Plate Armor Blueprint, green. Superior Arm Guard Blueprint, green. Wood Enhancer Blueprint. Ogre Base, Abandoned Mine, Unknown Cave, Slave Contract. Plus the 5 newly purchased horses, tied up at the end of the carriage, moving along with the team. And 24,000 Warfire coins, enough for the expenses of the current territory. Chapter 60, Call for Help. 3 single-page maps were incorporated into the main map by the Book of Lords. The strategic points of a few maps were also shown on the map. Among them, the Ogre Stronghold and the Abandoned Mine were not far from the territory, whereas the Unknown Cave was at a considerable distance. Next, Fang Hao would focus on exploring these 2 closer locations. However, while their locations were known, detailed information was still unclear. The scale of the Ogre Stronghold, its combat power, whether there were dangers in the Abandoned Mine or if it was worth mining, etc. These needed to be ascertained before taking further action. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, it could result in huge losses. The caravan quickly arrived at the designated camping site, and after meeting up with the skeleton army, they began to return to the territory. The journey was smooth. Fang Hao returned to his territory with all the spoils of war. By the end of the journey, it was nearly dusk. While Ira went to prepare supper, Fang Hao directed the moving of Warfire coins and rare ores into the master's wooden house. These were all treasured items that needed to be properly preserved. There were no stables or paddocks in the territory as yet. Currently the horses in the territory had all been settled in the pasture. The skeleton laborers took care of feeding them. This time with an addition of 5 horses, Fang Hao simply planned to construct another pasture as a temporary structure before obtaining a stable building. He went over to the original pasture and began constructing a new one beside it. Level 1 pasture, 1000 lumber, 800 stone, 500 hay, 200 hemp rope. All the required materials were basic resources, and the pasture was built immediately. In a burst of light, the fences and hay sheds of the pasture were put up. Then, Fang Hao continued to upgrade the building to level 3. This was the highest level a territorial building could currently reach. The master's house was the core building of the territory. The maximum level of all buildings was contingent on the level of the master's house. Speaking of which, it had been 3 days since the bricks were mined, so they should meet the upgrading standards now. After settling the horses in the new pasture and assigning skeleton workers to take care of them. As soon as he finished these tasks, Ira had supper ready. A simple dish of steamed meat, and a bowl of vegetable soup. The food in the territory was rather bland, but luckily Ira's cooking skills were decent and under plentiful seasoning, the food tasted quite good. He casually opened the Book of Lords to check on everyone's progress. As soon as he opened it, he noticed there were 2 unread private messages. Brother Hao, are you there? Brother Hao, can you help me? Please reply once you see this. The messages were from Dong Jiayu, sent around noon. He had been too busy today, he hadn't opened the Book of Lords all day, and thus hadn't seen the messages. I'm here, just saw your message. Fang Hao replied. He'd conducted a few transactions with her and gained many shadow stones, which sped up the development of his territory. Quickly, Dong Jiayu responded. Brother Hao, can you help me? If you can't, I really don't know what to do. Desperation and helplessness were evident from her words. From their several encounters, he knew some aspects of her personality. Dong Jiayu was a rather cheerful girl, who could quickly adapt to circumstances and responded accordingly. When others were hiding behind protection shields, lamenting the cruel world, Dong Jiayu had already stepped out of her territory and started exploring the surrounding map. Although her development was not as good as Fang Hao's, she fell into the upper levels amongst regional lords. Yet now, she expressed helplessness and despair. Don't worry, what happened? Fang Hao asked. I've been injured, and my wound is not healing. The doctors in the channel say I have a ruptured organ, and they can't stop the bleeding. Given the current conditions of the territory, I can only wait for my slow death. This revelation made Fang Hao furrow his brows once again. None of the lords who had traversed to this side had territories with medical treatment capabilities. For minor illnesses, hang in there, for serious illnesses, await death. This is why doctors have a high status within the channel. Some medical knowledge can be exchanged for valuable resources. Let me see if there's anything that could save you. How did you get this injury? Fang Hao continued to ask. He stood up from the dining table, signaled Ira to start eating, and went back into the wooden house to look for some items that could treat injuries. Then, Dong Jiao began to explain her experiences. There was a large ancient tomb near her territory, from which she had gained significant benefit. She used the blueprints to develop her territory, and sold shadow stones to Fang Hao in exchange for resources. Her development was indeed rapid. A few days ago, due to the orc blood boiling task, the exploration of the ancient tomb was halted. It was only today that they regrouped, bringing a large number of recruited soldiers, to venture deeper into the tomb and gain more rewards. But this time, the number of undead within the tomb far exceeded her expectations. Although they eventually won the battle, it came with great cost. Several soldiers died, and she herself ended up with severe injuries and a ruptured organ. Such an injury, not to mention in this world, even in the originally modern world, is highly dangerous if not treated promptly. Dong Jiao sought help from Fang Hao with a try-it-out spirit. She didn't have high hopes. She couldn't think of anything that could cure her injuries. I was too anxious. I could have waited until my power improves, until my troops level up before proceeding with the exploration. But I killed so many people and now I myself might not survive. Dong Jiao's tone was one of despair. Although she didn't die on the spot. After applying a simple bandage on the wound, it only delayed death, it didn't change the inevitable outcome. Don't worry, there's no hurry, Fang Hao replied. Brother Hao? Do you have a way? Dong Jiao sensed something. Of course. Fang Hao immediately sent her the attributes of an item. Exquisite corpse-raising coffin. Dong Jiao sent a question mark. No, sorry, wrong one, healing potion. Fang Hao hastily sent out the healing potion. The healing potion was something Fang Hao had found in Shadowwind Castle. He had kept it, in case he got injured, but now it seemed it should be used to save Dong Jiao. Seeing the healing potion, hope was ignited once again in Dong Jiao's heart. There are all kinds of strange powers in this world. Perhaps, the healing potion can save her life. Brother Hao, I have over 5,000 basic resources here, a wall blueprint, and 12 shadow stones. Can I exchange these for the healing potion? Dong Jiao was somewhat excited. Anyone who was on the brink of death and then suddenly saw hope would probably be as thrilled. But Dong Jiao was also aware of the rare value of the healing potion. It's as if a person has an extra life. No one can predict when they will encounter danger or get injured. When you need it, a healing potion is more valuable than any blueprint or treasure. She wasn't sure if Fang Hao would give it to her. Just give me the 12 shadow stones. Keep the basic resources and the wall blueprint for your own development, Fang Hao said directly. He didn't lack basic resources, and getting those from Dong Jiao would not be very useful. He already had a wall blueprint and did not need another one. It's more like a form of support, leaving a favor owed. Fang Hao was quite interested in the ancient tomb near her territory. How can that be? The healing potion is so precious, Dong Jiao responded. Just treat it as you owe me. Give me something good later. Alright then, I'll owe Brother Hao. When I find something good, I'll repay you. Okay, go treat your wound. Fang Hao put up the items for a specific trade. Received 12 shadow stones. The healing potion disappeared while Fang Hao received 12 shadow stones. These precious materials have quite a high price in the orc market. They each got what they needed, it seemed to be a gain for both. Chapter 61, Skulk Rusher Tribe. Of course, the value of an item is in its importance to you. Fang Hao has no use for healing potions, but at this moment, they are life-saving items for Dong Jiao. Shadow stones are useless to Dong Jiao, yet they are rare resources for Fang Hao. It's just a matter of mutual need. Both of them got what they needed and were satisfied. Brother Hao, I have used it, and it seems to have some effect. I need to rest and will stop chatting with you for now, Dong Jiao said again. Okay, rest well. After saying that, they both ended the chat. Fang Hao walked out of the cabin and returned to the dining table to continue eating. After finishing his meal, Fang Hao didn't take a break. Instead, he went to check on his collection of stone bricks in the resource area. He had arranged thousands of skeletons in Shadowwind Castle to work tirelessly at demolishing and gathering stone bricks. Yesterday, he had already amassed over 160 stone bricks, so they should have reached the required quantity by now. Indeed, he had 240 units of stone bricks. Just enough to upgrade the Lord's Hall. Level 4 Lord's Cabin, wood 2200, stone 1000, leather 240, hemp rope 180, stone brick 200. Upgrade. A faint glow rose from the Lord's cabin as the upgrade started. The countdown began for the construction, 10 minutes. As the level of buildings increased, so did the construction time. This was something to bear in mind in the future. He couldn't afford to be without a place to stay, especially at night when he and Ira are upgrading. The 10 minutes passed quickly, and the Lord's cabin was upgraded. Level 4 Lord's cabin. Lord, Fang Hao. Existing structures, Level 3 Underground Cemetery, Level 3 Warehouse, Level 3 Burial Grounds, Level 3 Lumber Yard, Level 3 Pasture, Level 1 Spiritual Field, Level 3 Wall, Level 3 Arrow Tower, Level 2 Hall of the Dead, Guard Pavilion, Skeleton Conversion Field, Viscera Museum. Note, core structure of the territory. Upgrade requirements, wood 3500, stone 2200, hardwood 1200, stone brick 1000, hemp rope 550, iron 220. The area of the level 4 Lord's cabin had been expanded by 1/3 again. Although still called a cabin, from the outside it looked almost entirely built of stone with no visible wooden parts. Master, come and see, we've got a new kitchen. Ira excitedly called. Fang Hao also went inside the cabin to inspect. The first floor hall had greatly expanded, leaving a large open space where the tables and chairs were originally placed. Apart from this, a separate kitchen was added on the first floor. Ira no longer had to cook outside over an open fire. He continued to the second floor. His bedroom and study had expanded again, and another bedroom had been added. Now, there were 4 bedrooms in the Lord's cabin. After a look around, Fang Hao went downstairs, planning to upgrade the other buildings as well. Passing by the first floor, he saw Ira happily putting various cooking ingredients into the kitchen one by one. She seemed very pleased to have a kitchen. Outside, he first arranged for the underground cemetery to be upgraded. Level 4 Underground Cemetery, wood 1200, stone 1600, leather 2, hemp rope 240, shadow stone 5. The underground cemetery could be used to recruit skeleton laborers. With each upgrade, the recruitment limit increases. This is very helpful for territorial development and resource collection. Upgrade. 5 minutes later, the underground cemetery upgrade was completed. Level 4 Underground Cemetery. Recruitable limit, 20/30. Recruitable, skeleton, free. Note, soldiers for basic work can be recruited in this building. Upgrade materials required, wood 2000, stone 2500, hardwood 400, stone bricks 300, hemp rope 320, shadow stone 10, death trace 3. Level 4 upgrade of the underground cemetery is complete. The recruitment limit has increased by 10. But the materials required for the next upgrade have also increased significantly. Available recruits, skeletons 10, would you like to recruit? Recruit confirmed. Hundredfold Amplification triggered, successfully recruited 1010 skeletons. Hundredfold Amplification was triggered and obtained 1010 skeleton workers straight away. Go to the warehouse, pick up the pickaxes, and stand by outside the territory, Fang Hao said loudly. The recruited worker skeletons picked up pickaxes from the warehouse and went to wait outside the territory. With sufficient basic resources, he decided to assign these 1000 skeletons to the demolition work at Shadowwind Castle to flatten the buildings as quickly as possible and collect more stone brick reserves. Fearing that these skeletons might get lost if they went alone, he decided to have them wait for his instructions, and would take them over once he was finished with his tasks. Once all the skeletons had left the territory, Fang Hao continued on to the next building. Level 4 Burial Grounds, wood 1700, stone 2200, leather 350, hemp rope 500, shadow stone 12. These burial grounds functioned as the barracks of the undead faction. Currently, they could recruit Tier 1 skeleton soldiers and spear bearers, all of which were melee units. With sufficient materials, it was an ideal time for an upgrade. Upgrade confirmed. 10 minutes later, the upgrade was complete. The only pity was that the level 4 burial grounds did not unlock any new types of soldiers. They were still skeleton soldiers and spear bearers. Next, Fang Hao upgraded the level 4 warehouse, city wall, arrow tower, and pasture in succession. By the time he had finished all this, it was gradually getting darker. He returned to his room, activated God's presence, and possessed one of the worker skeletons waiting outside the territory. With a wave of his hand, he led all the newly recruited worker skeletons towards Shadowwind Castle for the large-scale demolition work. Meanwhile, Skull Crusher Tribe, Chilly Wind Mountain. The great chief Sha was waiting with a gloomy expression on his face. Before long, the orc priest walked in, looking slightly haggard. Great chief, Kent's soul is bound by some force, and it cannot be resurrected through the altar, the priest said softly. Sha's face darkened further. Can we communicate with him? Amory asked. If the great chief needs it, I can briefly awaken Kent's soul. All right, wake up his soul then. The priest nodded. Great chief, please come with me. With that, they left the hall and headed for the altar. The Skull Crusher tribe was the most powerful orc tribe in Chilly Wind Mountain. They had conquered all the scattered tribes near the mountain, becoming the strongest leader. But after unification, the tribe's development faced new difficulties. The land in Chilly Wind Mountain was barren, and mining resources were increasingly scarce. So Sha turned his eyes to the resource-rich plains and forests for further development. Kent was one of the pioneer armies he arranged. Once Kent managed to establish a foothold with his support, the entire tribe would migrate over there. In the previous years, backed by the Skull Crusher tribe, Kent's tribe developed rapidly. They soon eliminated several smaller nearby tribes and established a firm foothold. But 2 days ago, Kent's soul had returned to the altar, meaning Kent was dead, and he could not be resurrected even through the hero altar. Soon, the two arrived in front of the hero altar. Under the altar, hundreds of creatures from various races had their throats cut, their blood forming a strange glyph. Great Chief, Kent's awakening time will be very short, you must ask him quickly, the priest warned again. Yes, begin, Amory said, indicating his understanding. The orc priest began the ceremony. The figure of Fireblade Kent gradually appeared on the hero altar. Chapter 62, Searching for a Mine. Great Chief, we can begin now, the priest said, stepping aside afterward. Sha looked at Kent's flickering form and asked directly, Kent, how did you die? What about the others? At Sha's words, Kent's expression became slightly bitter, replying, an undead base suddenly appeared near our tribe. They annihilated our tribe, and every member died in battle, no one survived. Whoosh! The high-ranking members of the orc clan below immediately plunged into chaos. The undead faction has always been mysterious and strange. They rarely appear in areas where living creatures gather, and each time they appear, they bring about panic and chaos. Kent's Fireblade tribe had developed in that area for a few years, but they never found any undead bases. How did an undead base suddenly appear? What's the strength of the enemy? How many are there? Sha continued to ask. The enemy is only the scale of a village, with no hero units to speak of, but they have hundreds of thousands of low-level soldiers, Kent continued to answer. But the figure on the altar had started to shake violently, unable to hold on much longer. A village has so many soldiers. Sha found it odd, even doubting that Kent might have seen wrong, or that his memory was confused. Indeed, I saw it all with my own eyes. The enemy's leader is a human. I suspect he may have a treasured item from the undead clan, which allows him to control so many undead soldiers. Kent wanted to continue, but the next second, his consolidated soul shattered directly, turning into points of light that slowly disappeared. Great Chief, it's time, the priest said. Sha nodded his head, but his mind was pondering over Kent's words. He didn't feel a trace of sadness for the death of Kent and tens of thousands of orcs. War and death are the norm for the orc clan, they happen every day. His only regret was the support he had given to Kent's territory over the years. Who would have thought that a group of suddenly appearing undead could shatter years of effort? While feeling annoyed, he also remembered the last words of Kent, that the enemy might have an artifact of the undead in his hands. This interested him. If the enemy really has such a treasure, isn't it destined to be his? The Skull Crusher tribe is not the same as the Fireblade tribe. They had long conquered the Frostwind tribe, and had many troops at their disposal. Extinguishing a village that only had low-level soldiers was as easy as pie. As for himself, Sha was a purple level 9 hero, incomparable to Kent. Fetch someone. Immediately an orc stepped forward, Great Chief. Arrange scouts to go to the Fireblade tribe, investigate the location of the undead village, and bring me all the information, Shah said loudly. Yes. The orc took the order and quickly left to arrange things. Shah strode back, feeling much better. If what Kent said was true, a weak human possessed an item that could control tens of thousands of undead. All he had to do was send troops to extinguish them and obtain this item. The power of the tribe would greatly increase. As for the battle, Shah was not worried at all. What kind of defensive power could a village-level building possess? He had absolute confidence that he could easily annihilate this village and get the treasure from their hands. The next day, early morning. The sun shone through the window, illuminating the room. Fang Hao rubbed his eyes, stretched, and got out of bed. It was a new day. After getting dressed, he slowly strolled out of the room. Master, good morning. Ira was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Seeing Fang Hao come down, she smiled. These past few days, Ira had become more and more cheerful. She even occasionally told Fang Hao about the things that once happened in the tribe, as well as the orc clan's lifestyle. Good morning. Fang Hao waved his hand. He walked out of his wooden house, scooping out some clear water from a barrel for washing up. After upgrading his wooden house to level 4, it now included a kitchen. He wondered if one day it might possess sanitary facilities with running water. After washing up, Ira brought breakfast over. Vegetable meat soup and a fruit platter. Given the current circumstances, Fang Hao's lifestyle was unmatched, completely different from other lords. Ira picked up a piece of fruit and brought it to Fang Hao's mouth. Fang Hao opened his mouth to chew, the delightful sweetness and aroma of the fruit filling his mouth. I added some sweet wine to the fruit, what do you think of the taste, master? Ira squatted by his side, watching Fang Hao with her big round eyes. Ira still wore her ragged linen coat, loosely draping over her body, revealing an eye-catching bosom. Her short shorts tightly wrapped her buttocks, emphasizing her fair thighs that were full of sensuality. It was hard to focus on the meal in such conditions. Master? Is the taste not good? Ira asked quickly, seeing Fang Hao remain silent. Cough, cough. The taste is good, very good, Fang Hao complimented. The taste was indeed good, it had a refreshing wine aroma. Hee hee, that's good. Ira giggled, picking up another piece. Master, please try this one. Breakfast ended, Ira took care of the dishes while Fang Hao continued with his work. He had important tasks today. To perform a thorough check within his territory and see if there was any place that required his attention. He passed by the Viscera Museum. The main entrance was wide open, but Nelson was nowhere in sight. Ever since Nelson had told Fang Hao that he could create skeleton heroes, he hadn't come out. It seemed that the creation of a skeletal body wasn't as simple as he had initially thought. The skeleton conversion field was continuously converting orcs into skeleton warriors day and night, which significantly boosted the ranks of the undead clan. Especially the converted dire wolves, many of which Fang Hao had assigned to Shadowwind Castle for transporting goods. After making a round of the territory, Fang Hao found no places requiring his immediate attention. He returned to the Lord's cabin and after instructing Ira, lie down on the bed to cast God's Presence. God's Presence target, Skeleton Scout, compatibility 65%. He cast God's Presence on a Skeleton Scout with a compatibility of 65%. Presumably, his compatibility had increased from 50% to 65% because of the enlightening potion he had taken. When casting God's Presence continuously, the consumption of spiritual power was somewhat reduced. The key task he had set for the day was to explore the abandoned mine marked on the intelligence map. He did not plan to travel alongside infantry but instead decided to take an initial reconnaissance trip with the cavalry. According to the map, the abandoned mine was located to the north of his territory and was not very near. After confirming the direction and position, all cavalry, follow me! Fang Hao shouted, leading 101 skeleton scouts towards the abandoned mine to the north. They crossed woods, swamps, and finally approached the mine. Just as Fang Hao stopped to confirm their location, fighting sounds and angry roars came from the front. Someone's fighting. Fang Hao raised his eyebrows. And strangely, the noise was coming from the place that was directly in his path. Let's go, check it out. The cavalry rapidly approached and finally saw the fighting targets. It was a squad of 10 pig-headed humans, holding their swords and looking nervous. And their foes were even more dread-inspiring. A group of rotting, head-crushed creatures had surrounded the pig heads and launched an attack. Damn! It's like Train to Busan. Chapter 63, Iron-Eating Worm. Fang Hao had seen rotten corpses at Shadowwind Castle, but none was as shocking as this one. The animals he usually saw had become odd-looking and fully decayed monsters. A giant buck with a collapsed half-brain encrusted with rotting pimples prowled about even with its eyeball dangling on the side. It was still launching attacks against the pig-headed humans. Even the pig-headed humans that died during the battle, once they fell, turned into decayed animals behaving like infectious zombies. They would attack their former companions. The whole battlefield was filled with strangeness. Giant buck carcass. Prairie wolf's carcass. Fang Hao looked at several pieces of information of animal zombies in a row, and all of them showed that they were corpses. Not combat units. That's not right. At Shadowwind Castle, the information about rotten corpses would display their rank and skills. Why are these just showing as corpses? Clip-clop. Clip-clop. The sound of horse hooves hit the ground, drawing the attention of the pig-headed humans and the animal zombies. Seeing a team of undead cavalry approach, the pig-headed humans turned even paler, as if jumping out of the frying pan into the fire. Today was their death day. The zombie animals, on the other hand, were more direct. The moment they saw Fang Hao and his group, they immediately launched an attack. Charge, kill them all, I don't believe that you, skeleton, can be infected. Fang Hao whispered. Even if you are a zombie, you can be infectious. But that's supposed to apply to normal creatures. I don't believe that you, skeleton, can be infected. Hearing Fang Hao's command, the cavalry drew out their iron swords, kicked their horse's belly and then launched the attack. The power of the cavalry charge was immense, instantly cutting off the heads of several animals. The head of one prairie wolf rolled to the feet of Fang Hao's horse. Just as it stopped, a long thin worm burrowed out of the prairie wolf's head, trying to escape into the distance. Iron-eating worm. Ability, Parasite. With a light stomp from the skeleton horse's hoof, the iron-eating worm turned into mush. It seemed, the iron-eating worm itself had no offensive capabilities, but attacked by parasitizing on hosts. Shortly after, all parasitized animals were slain by the cavalry. The iron-eating worms, burrowed out from the animals' heads, were all crushed to death by the surviving pig-headed humans. Once the iron-eating worms lost their host, they had no power to attack and were easily killed. The battle was over. The skeleton cavalry surrounded the remaining dozen pig-headed humans. Whether to slaughter or spare them, they awaited Fang Hao's command. Fang Hao rode the undead horse closer, scrutinizing the pitiful regiment of pig-headed humans. This was his second encounter with pig-headed humans. Excuse me, does any one of you know Mr. Fang Hao? Just as the skeleton cavalry was about to take action, one of the pig-headed humans mustered the courage to step forward. Upon hearing this, Fang Hao was taken aback. You know me? Fang Hao asked. The pig-headed human looked at the direction from which the skeleton cavalry had come from Fang Hao's territory, and took a gamble. Unexpectedly, the skeleton in front of him admitted he was Fang Hao. The pig-headed human hesitated, then asked carefully, Are you Mr. Fang Hao? I took you to the Manam market a few days ago, do you remember? Aha! From this, Fang Hao came to understand. This pig-headed human was Bolton, who took him to Manam. Bolton, is your village nearby? Fang Hao directly called out the other party's name. He thought all pig-headed humans looked alike. If the guy didn't speak, and there was no significant difference, he wouldn't have been able to recognize him. Yes, yes. Lord Fang Hao, you have saved me again. Bolton was overwhelmed with emotions and fell to his knees, thanking him loudly. He wasn't sure why Fang Hao had taken the form of a skeleton, but he didn't really care. All he knew was that thanks to their acquaintance, Fang Hao wouldn't immediately kill him and his people. Seeing Bolton kneel, the rest of the pig-headed humans followed, loudly expressing their gratitude for Fang Hao saving their lives. Stand up! What are you doing here? Fang Hao asked. Getting up with the rest of the pig-headed humans, Bolton respectfully answered, Sir, there's a mine shaft just ahead where we've been safely mining some ores. You mean the abandoned mine shaft? Yes, the shaft is quite large, but it's been occupied by these insects. No factions dared to mine it for a long time. Our village is nearby and occasionally we send people to mine some ores safely from the outskirts. Bolton explained softly. Thanks to Bolton's explanation, Fang Hao had a rough idea of the situation. The mine shaft had been there for a long time and many factions had tried to mine it. However, any creature that got too close would be attacked by the iron-eating worms and turned into a puppet corpse. No faction could stand such losses, so the mine was completely deserted, becoming an abandoned mine. The pigman village wasn't far from here and occasionally people were sent to mine some ores. But incidents like today's would frequently occur, resulting in casualties. They had no choice. The pigman village wasn't affluent and was sometimes threatened and looted by other beast clans. Even though they knew there would be casualties, people would still be sent at the risk of mining ores. "All right, take me to the mine shaft," Fang Hao said softly. Hearing this, all the pig-headed humans turned pale. Bolton reacted quickly and said, "Sir, some of them are injured. Let them go back to the village and I'll take you there." "All right, let's not waste any more time." Fang Hao nodded in agreement. A few pig-headed humans glanced at Bolton and turned around to leave. Bolton led Fang Hao and the rest of the cavalry towards the direction of the mine. With Bolton leading, they soon saw the entrance of the mine shaft. The mine area was enormous, you could even say it was a minefield. They could see abandoned mine carts and some dilapidated facilities. It looked like it had been specially built at some point. "Lord Fang Hao, the worms are especially active today. They would attack as soon as you approach, making it hard to deal with," Bolton said softly. "Fine, wait here. I'm going to take a look." Fang Hao took his cavalry forward with him. The moment he stepped into the range of the mine, he saw puppet corpses of various beasts and orcs coming from all directions in the mine. "Dismount, fight!" Fang Hao commanded. All the cavalry dismounted, drew their weapons, and began attacking. Fang Hao wanted to verify whether these iron-eating worms had any effects on the undead creatures. Sure enough, during the battle, one iron-eating worm left its host and tried to burrow into the brain of a skeleton cavalry amidst the chaos. But the next second, the skeleton cavalry reached its hand into his eye socket and choked the iron-eating worm to death. It seemed that these iron-eating worms were useless against the skeletons. As more and more puppet corpses emerged from the mine, Fang Hao gave the order to retreat. "Retreat!" The cavalry remounted their horses and moved far away from the mine area. After they retreated to a safe distance, the controlled corpses retreated and went back into the mine. At that time, Bolton came over and asked, "Sir, are you all right?" Bolton, who lived nearby, naturally knew the dangers of the abandoned mine. No one who entered it had ever come out alive. Fang Hao was the first one. Of course, as things stood, Bolton wasn't quite sure whether Fang Hao was still considered human. "Let's go to your village," he replied. Chapter 64, Mother Worm. The arrival of a group of undead cavalry. Brief chaos swept over the pig-headed human village. Standing on both sides of the road, they were whispering in fear. Under Bolton's guidance, Fang Hao went straight into the village. It was clear that the pig-headed humans' village was not affluent, identical to the previous Knoll camp in size. There were around 200 to 300 individuals. "Sir, please wait a moment, I will inform the clan leader," Bolton respectfully said. "No need, find me a grass hut, and don't let anyone disturb us," Fang Hao said. Sure. Bolton found a grass hut at the corner of the village. "Sir, is this place all right?" Bolton asked, afraid the other party might not be satisfied. "It's fine. Just make sure that no one approaches during this time," Fang Hao warned again. "I will tell the clan leader not to allow anyone near here." "Good." After Bolton left, Fang Hao had 100 cavalrymen enter the grass hut before he dismissed the state of God's presence. His conscience returned to its own body. Fang Hao sat up from the bed. He exited the Lord's wooden house and stretched his body in the open space. After about half an hour's rest, he began his next plan. He opened the Book of Lords and flipped to the manufacture menu. He found the blueprint for the fire torch he had before. Fire torch, wood 1, straw 2, leather 1. The fire torch was a blueprint obtained from the previous battle against Zhuanghong. Before now, there was never an opportune moment to use it. Create 100 units. Achieving 100 times amplification, you have received 10,100 torches. 10,000 torches appeared in front of Fang Hao. He had the skeletons bring a few carts to store the bundles of torches. After making all the preparations, Fang Hao returned to the room and resumed his God's presence. Target for God's presence, Skeleton Soldier, compatibility 88°/0. When he opened his eyes again, he had transferred his consciousness to a skeleton soldier's body. He counted 8,000 skeleton soldiers, 2,000 skeleton spear wielders, and 100 skeleton giant bats. A squad of 11,000, carrying the prepared torches, once again headed towards the abandoned mine. A few hours later, Fang Hao and his team finally arrived at the abandoned mine again. The mining area was still deserted, the vegetation was dead, and no living creature could be seen. Set up the spear formation, skeleton soldiers, put down your shields and grab your torches, Fang Hao commanded loudly. The spear-wielding skeletons began to form a shield wall, their spears poking out from the gaps in the shields. The skeleton soldiers put down their shields and picked up the ready-made torches from the carts. After lighting up one with a flintstone, they lit up each torch in the soldiers' hands, one by one. Fang Hao's idea was simple. The worms were too tiny to grab, and it wasn't convenient to kill them with swords. However, burning them with the fire from the torches and pinning them down was effective. All the torches lit up, creating a sea of fire. Advance and kill all living creatures, Fang Hao commanded again. The skeleton army entered the mine, where a mass of controlled animals and orcs appeared again within the dark mine. They launched an attack on the skeleton legion. The spear-wielding skeletons pushed forward, their extended spears pierced all the attacking corpses. Iron-eating worms crawled out from the bodies and began searching for new hosts. But the very next second, a torch was pressed onto it, burning it to ashes. 8,000 skeleton soldiers, closely following the spear-wielders, chasing the fleeing worms throughout the area. Facing the already dead undead, these parasitic worms had no way out. They could only be burnt or crushed to death after their host died. Soon, hundreds of animal carcasses were piled up in the middle of the mine. And some charred, crispy worm corpses. The battle outside was over, next was the mine. Good, prepare to enter the mine. Fang Hao started to arrange his strategy. The mine was narrow, allowing only 3 people to walk side by side. He arranged for 3 skeleton spearmen to take up the first and second rows, while the following 3 lines were occupied by skeleton soldiers holding torches. The rest of the soldiers were stationed at the entrance. After all the arrangements were made, they started to line up according to the plan and entered the mine. Fang Hao positioned himself in the 3rd row, holding a torch in his hand, closely following the spearmen. The cave was pitch dark, with cold winds making the torches flicker constantly. With the help of the faint torchlight, the walls of the mine, marked with various man-made scratches from the excavation, were visible. It seemed that during the initial phase of mining, these worms were not present. They appeared later and occupied the mine. Going further in, the ground was already covered with bones of various animals. The bones were as densely packed as a mass grave. Soon, a large number of parasitized animals appeared from the depths of the mine in front. They launched an attack on the undead troops. In this narrow mine, a fierce battle broke out. The parasitized animals attacked fearlessly. The skeleton spearmen kept thrusting their long spears, turning their targets in front into honeycombs. Fang Hao and those following close behind were also very busy. They used their torches and feet to thoroughly kill the worms that escaped. After successfully repelling a few waves of attacks, the troop continued to advance into the depths. Eventually, they reached the end of the mine. At the deepest part of the mine, there was a nest assembled from countless bones. The structure was somewhat similar to a swallow's nest. But inside the nest wasn't a swallow, it was a gigantic worm. The bloated belly was like a spider, constantly wriggling. Iron-eating worm matriarch. Ability, reproduction. Damn it, it's the mother worm. No wonder no one has been able to wipe out these worms for so long. The worms had already formed their social structure. As long as the matriarch was alive, these iron-eating worms would never be eradicated. Bang! An iron sword held by a skeleton soldier hit the cave wall, echoed continuously in the mine. The initially closed-eyed matriarch suddenly opened its numerous eyes, bloodshot, looking at them. At such a close range, Fang Hao could feel the fury in the matriarch's eyes. The body of the matriarch started to wriggle violently. Its tail was posed at a strange angle towards the skeletal troops. From the huge belly of the matriarch, the wriggling speed was rapidly increasing. The next second, the tail spewed out a massive amount of iron-eating worms, shooting towards them like a cloud covering the sky. Fang Hao stood at the 3rd row. Seeing the worm swarm, as if sprayed out by a high-pressure water gun, his face instantly changed. Although the skeletons weren't afraid of these worms, he could feel a wave of nausea rising within. Raise the shields. The spearmen in the first and second rows raised their wooden shields. Slap slap! The worms struck the wooden shields, making frequent collision noises. Spearmen, go kill the matriarch, the rest of you, clear the worms. Fang Hao issued orders after avoiding the spray attack. Ignoring the worms around them, the spearmen launched an attack on the matriarch. The others, on the other hand, started to clear out the iron-eating worms in various ways. Chapter 65, Pink Pig Man. Half an hour later, all the worms in the cave had been exterminated. After the skeleton spearmen killed the queen worm, a silver treasure box was found at the back of the nest. They made a small discovery. After leaving the mine, the skeletons also brought out the silver treasure box. They placed it in front of Fang Hao. Clear out the mine, carry out all the bodies and bones for incineration, Fang Hao commanded loudly. The skeletons began to divide the tasks amongst themselves. Some nearby chopped wood, while others entered the mine to transport all the corpses and bones out, preparing for a burning. Fang Hao himself came to the treasure box and opened it directly. Reward: Iron Round Shield Blueprint, Iron Pickaxe Blueprint, Iron Sheet Blueprint, Warfire Coins plus 65. Upon seeing the rewards, Fang Hao's pupils brightened slightly. Every reward from this treasure box was iron-related blueprints. Iron Round Shield, Wood 12, Metal Components 5, Iron Plate 2. Description: the round shield of wood is covered with a layer of sturdy iron skin, improving the defensive power and toughness of the shield. Not too shabby. The iron round shield can perfectly replace the current hardwood shield. Enhance the defense of the infantry. Iron Pickaxe, Wood 2, Iron 2. The blueprint for the iron pickaxe was something Fang Hao had been looking for. The demand of it exceeded even that of weapon and equipment blueprints. The mining speed of the stone pickaxe was too slow, and it was worn out easily due to its low durability. Now with the iron pickaxe, the work efficiency of the laboring skeletons can be greatly improved. Also, these iron axes and iron pickaxes are very popular items and can be sold at good prices. Iron Plate, Cast Iron Piece 2. Description: the processed iron plate is an important material for forging finished ironware. The appearance of the iron plate was a pleasant surprise for Fang Hao. The trade deal with the bronze bull includes the iron plate as one of the essential materials for the manufacture of the defense set. Unexpectedly, the blueprint for the iron plate was obtained here. As for the cast iron pieces required for synthesizing iron plates, although there were no clues yet, Fang Hao was not in a hurry. The delivery time vowed to bronze bull is still far away, and there's plenty of time. While Fang Hao was checking the rewards, all the corpses of the animals were set on fire. This was done to deal with the possible uncleaned worms hidden in the corpses. Might as well burn them all. The crackling flames consumed everything like a devouring dragon, enveloping all the corpses and turning them into ashes. The fire burned for more than an hour before it gradually died down. After letting the skeletons cover it with soil, Fang Hao led the team back. Passing by the pig-headed human village, Fang Hao used God's presence to change from the infantryman's body to the skeleton cavalry's body. God's presence target, Skeleton Scout, compatibility 65%. With a pulley on the rein, the skeleton horse reared high. The noise from the stables attracted the attention of the pig-headed humans outside. A pig-headed human cautiously walked in and respectfully asked, "Is it Mr. Fang Hao?" Earlier, the clan leader of the pig-headed humans had arranged for someone to invite Fang Hao to the clan leader's hall. No matter how hard they tried to communicate, these skeleton cavalrymen remained motionless like statues, completely unresponsive. Having no other choice, they were asked to wait outside the door. "What's the matter?" Fang Hao asked curiously. He still couldn't differentiate the appearances of the pig-headed humans, but the one in front of him was definitely not Bolton. At a glance, the pig-headed man saw that the skeleton was truly speaking. His legs trembled with fear. However, not forgetting the words of the clan leader, he quickly said with a shaky gait, "Respected Mr. Fang Hao, our clan leader has learned of your arrival, please follow me to the clan leader's hall." "Oh?" Fang Hao was taken aback, then replied, "Lead the way." "Yes, sir, please follow me." The pig-headed man replied, immediately leading the way. The village was not large, covering a small area, and they quickly reached the central area of the village, the clan leader's hall. "Clan leader, Mr. Fang Hao has arrived." Please enter, Mr. Fang Hao." Fang Hao went inside the building directly. Inside the hall, there was a female pig-headed person sitting. About 1.5 meters tall, slightly plump, she was wearing a light blue gown with red flowers embroidered on the collar. Her skin was fair and she wore a gemstone necklace around her neck. Though she was the most appealing pig-headed person Fang Hao had ever seen, the pig-headed image still did not comply with human aesthetics. But it at least didn't cause disgust, resembling a pet pig. Honorable Mr. Fang Hao, good afternoon, I am Petty. I heard that you will be cleaning up the abandoned mine, do you need any assistance from us? Petty asked softly. No need, the abandoned mine has been thoroughly cleaned. Before nightfall I will arrange for workers to start mining. Fang Hao answered lightly. Hearing Fang Hao's casual reply, clang! Petty, the clan leader, lost her balance and directly fell from her chair. She quickly stood up. Her powdered white face flushed red instantly. She coughed lightly, then said, Mr. Fang Hao, what did you say just now? I didn't hear it clearly. Did you say you plan to clean up the abandoned mine? That mine has been attempted by many tribes, but has always been impossible to mine, remaining deserted to this day. She believed that she had heard him wrong or that Fang Hao had misspoke. How could it be possible that the news of Fang Hao's arrival was received in the morning, and the cleaning was done in the afternoon? No, the iron-eating worms in the abandoned mine have been eliminated by me, and I will arrange for people to start mining later. Fang Hao stated once more. Hearing Fang Hao's second confirmation, Petty was sure she hadn't heard wrongly, disbelief and shock filled her eyes. He conquered their helpless abandoned mine so swiftly and simply? It was somewhat unbelievable. If it weren't for the undead skeleton standing before her, showing off strength and mystery, she would have thought that it was some joke. You're not joking? All the worms have been eliminated? Petty inquired further. There is no reason to hide anything. If you wish to verify, you can arrange someone to check right now, said Fang Hao with a calm tone, then he added, I have sole claim over the mine. If you harbor any ill intentions, I will take it as a provocative act. At these words, Petty's facial expression stiffened somewhat. She could hear the confidence in Fang Hao's tone. This kind of confidence, was confidence in his own strength, and an indifference to the pigman tribe. No, of course, not, Petty hurried to defend. The atmosphere at that moment was somewhat awkward. Petty had invited Fang Hao because she learned about his plan to clean up the mine and had wanted to assist while benefiting from it. However, to her surprise, he had directly mentioned that the mine was already cleaned up. Moreover, he had declared his ownership forcibly. This left her in a difficult position. Just as she was about to say something, hurried footsteps came from outside the door. A pig-headed man rushed in, panting heavily. Clan leader, it's bad, an army of tens of thousands of undead has suddenly appeared and is approaching the village, reported the pig-headed man wiping the sweat off his forehead and speaking anxiously. Petty was even more panicked, and urgently commanded, quick, quick get ready for battle. Saying so, she wanted to go outside, completely forgetting about Fang Hao who was sitting to her side. Seeing her about to rush out, Fang Hao tersely said, Clan leader Petty, these are my troops, they won't hurt you. Petty stopped in her tracks, her eyes showing more fear than surprise. Chapter 66, Affiliated Village. The tens of thousands strong skeleton army had caused quite a bit of panic. Even though Fang Hao had said he wouldn't attack the village, the anxious pig-headed humans still shut their village gates. As for Fang Hao, he was sitting in the Great Hall, watching a few pig-headed humans whispering in the distance. Upon finding out that Fang Hao's massive skeleton army had camped outside the village, Petty called several senior members of the tribe, claiming there were important matters to discuss. They completely ignored Fang Hao and started quietly discussing amongst themselves. Some of them were arguing so fiercely that their faces turned red. They looked like freshly cooked pig heads. Thinking of pig head meat made Fang Hao feel a bit hungry. He wondered what Ira would cook for dinner. After all, after being busy all day, having a delicious meal was quite a luxury. The pig-headed humans didn't make Fang Hao wait for long. After their discussion, Petty came directly to Fang Hao, knelt down, and softly said, Honorable Lord Fang Hao, we hope to join your rank and become a subordinate village to your territory. The other pig-headed humans behind Petty also knelt down, lowering their heads in submission. The pigman tribe was not strong and was somewhat weak. Fang Hao's territory was not far from the pigman village, and with mining plans in the near vicinity, Petty and all the pigmen began to worry. On this continent, the only iron law was power. The battles between the orc tribes were endless. Even if Fang Hao currently doesn't show any hostility, what about in the future? Any small friction, mishandled, gave Fang Hao reason to destroy them. By then, given the pigman village's power, it would only be a massacre. A one-sided, helpless massacre. Now, Petty only had two choices. First, migrate, taking all the villagers to find a new foothold and rebuild the village. Second, yield to Fang Hao, become his subordinate village, and let him have full control over their lives and deaths. But relocation was not an easy task. It was very likely that they would be plundered and attacked by other factions while looking for a new place. Those who died would die, and the captives would be reduced to slaves and sold. So, after several rounds of discussions, they chose the second option, to submit to Fang Hao. Seeing Petty kneeling in front of him, Fang Hao realized what the pig-headed humans had been discussing. What benefits does your joining bring to me? Fang Hao counter-asked. Fang Hao was not really interested in the pig-headed humans. Skeleton soldiers, who neither eat nor drink, and work tirelessly, were his ideal type of soldiers. These pig-headed humans were not strong, their appearances did not fit his aesthetic, and having them associated with him would only hold back his development. Hearing Fang Hao's words, all of the pig-headed humans felt a bit awkward. They had been debating the pros and cons of joining Fang Hao, but from their conversation, it seemed that he wasn't very willing to accept them. This was a case of their presence being offered up eagerly, yet the other party wasn't willing to take them in. Lord Fang Hao, may I say a few words? Bolton at the back said softly. Speak. Lord Fang Hao, your territory is immensely powerful, but mining ores at such a great distance still presents many difficulties, such as storage after mining the ores and interruptions from neighboring forces. These are all problems you'll face. Bolton said softly. Bolton had been to Fang Hao's territory and knew that the journey was not short. Based on the distance, he proposed some potential issues that might arise. Upon hearing his words, Fang Hao was slightly moved. Bolton's words were not without reason. Continue, Fang Hao commanded. Bolton continued to say, the solution is quite simple, Lord Fang Hao. As long as you entrust these problems to us, the storage of ores and the defense and maintenance of the mine can all be resolved. Fang Hao didn't respond, and the others also waited in silence. The solution Bolton suggested was to make the pigman village the outpost for ore mining. In the future, the mined ores could be stored in the village, and they would be responsible for the maintenance of the mine and the defense against surrounding powers. Fang Hao couldn't always focus on the mines since his main interest was in his own territory. But to be honest, this was a pretty great idea. Fang Hao looked at everyone and said softly, Chief Petty, I would like to talk with you privately. The female pig-headed human was taken by surprise and quickly said, oh, okay. The rest left, leaving only Fang Hao and Petty. Lord Fang Hao, you may speak now. Petty felt a bit awkward at this moment. She and her people were planning to become Fang Hao's subordinate village, but he didn't seem to be very interested in welcoming them. This made them feel a sting of rejection. Chief Petty, one can agree to your joining, and will arrange for troops to protect your village, but I still can't fully trust you, Fang Hao said quietly. Hearing Fang Hao's words, Petty wasn't sure whether to be happy or sad. It was clear from his tone that he was reluctant. What do you mean? Petty asked through gritted teeth. I need you to sign a slave contract with me to ensure you won't do anything harmful to me, Fang Hao said straightforwardly. Hearing this, Petty's face turned extremely pale. A slave contract was not the same as being a subordinate. A servant bound by a contract could not disobey any order from their master. Even if it was an order to die, they must obey. Once this contract was signed, she would be at Fang Hao's mercy. This left Petty in a dilemma and she didn't know what to choose. I will give you 2 minutes to think about it, Fang Hao said. No need, I will sign the slave contract. I also hope that you, my lord, will not make things difficult for the other villagers, Petty said directly. Well, you can still call me lord from now on. I won't tell others about the slave contract, he said. Thank you, my lord. The reason Fang Hao only asked Petty to stay was to allow her to save face. Being a former chief and becoming a slave to others was not a glorifying thing after all. The Pigman clan village has voluntarily become your subordinate village. It can be confirmed in the Book of Lords. Since Fang Hao was currently using God's presence, he couldn't confirm it in the Book of Lords. All right, you can explain to the villagers. I will visit in person later, Fang Hao continued. In person? Petty was a little confused, she cautiously stole a glance at him then quickly lowered her head. Yes, my lord. Petty responded. Fang Hao exited and returned to his skeleton army, and dismissed his god's presence. Fang Hao sat up from bed. Picking up the Book of Lords from the bedside, he checked and indeed, the option to confirm the subordinate village appeared. He immediately selected Confirm. The Pigman village has become your subordinate village. You can name the village and control all resources of the village. Fang Hao didn't immediately rename the village as he saw no need to do so. But being able to control all resources brought him immense joy. The Book of Lords was connected to their warehouse, allowing him to distribute and use all of the resources stored in the Pigman village within his own territory whenever he wished. Which meant, as long as the iron ore was put into the warehouse, Fang Hao didn't need to transport it to his territory. He could process and use it through the Book of Lords. Similarly, he could use the resources from his territory in the Pigman village through the Book of Lords. This all greatly highlighted the mining importance of the Pigman village. Unlocked new blueprint, stable construction blueprint. Chapter 67, Division of Labor. After becoming a subordinate village, a new blueprint was unlocked. With the horse stable, horses can now be raised there. When he opened the door and went downstairs, he saw Ira airing out the carpet. Upon seeing Fang Hao come out, she smiled sweetly, "Master." Fang Hao also smiled slightly. He had just seen a group of pig-headed humans, and now he was seeing the sweet and adorable Ira, such a pleasing sight. "By the way, I have to go out for a while and might come back late, so you eat first," Fang Hao said. "Ah? I'll wait for you to come back and have dinner together," Ira said. I'll try to come back as soon as possible." Having said that, Fang Hao began to arrange manpower to prepare for the trip to the Pigman village. First, he transferred back 500 skeleton laborers and 10,000 skeletal soldiers from Shadowwind Castle. Once again setting out, he led the major forces to the Pigman village. A few hours later, when Fang Hao arrived at the Pigman village, it was already dusk and there were deep red clouds rising at the horizon. Seeing another huge skeletal army approaching, the pig-headed humans in the village were filled with shock and disbelief. Just how many troops did Fang Hao have? Each time he moved, he had over 10,000. The clan leader had just announced that the village had become a subordinate to Fang Hao. Some young pigmen didn't take it seriously, even full of resentment. They believed that submitting to Fang Hao was a sign of humiliation for the orcs. Yet, seeing Fang Hao bring another 10,000 soldiers of the undead again, they abandoned such thoughts. They could only pray that the submission goes smoothly and not anger Fang Hao into leveling their village. The village gate opened, and everyone was looking for Fang Hao. "I am Fang Hao, where is your clan leader?" Fang Hao came forward from the center of the troops. "Wait, what?" All the welcoming pigmen were once again stunned, all turning to look at Bolton on the side. Wasn't Fang Hao a skeleton? How did he turn back into a human? Bolton had met Fang Hao before, immediately stepping forward and saying, "Lord Fang Hao, our clan leader is waiting for you in his room. You can go straight there when you arrive." Thinking about it, Fang Hao agreed, it would save others from seeing the signing of the slave contract. Fang Hao went straight into Petty's room. The room was dimly lit. The afterglow of the sunset, streaming through the pink drapes, filled the room with an ambiguous mood. Petty was kneeling on the bed, her back turned towards the door. Her light blue robe was half off, revealing her fair back. From the side, you could see her two ample parts, half covered, supremely enticing. "Lord, you may begin," Petty said softly, turning her head. "Oh no." When Petty turned her head, all illusions shattered. "Petty, there's absolutely no need for this," Fang Hao quickly exclaimed. Even if Fang Hao thinks Petty is one of the cute types among the Pigman clan, it doesn't mean that his aesthetics have changed to this extent. Pigmen do not match Fang Hao's aesthetics, just as humans do not match those of the Pigman clan. Each side believes the other's appearance is peculiar and ugly. Hearing Fang Hao's words, Petty blushed even more and covered herself up, her face full of embarrassment. "Lord, I..." Her face flushed. Petty was hoping to offer herself to Fang Hao in order to ensure his kindness towards the village. Only to be outright rejected by him. "All right, let's sign the contract. I still have many things to deal with." Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and turned to the contract page. The Book of Lords contained 2 slave contracts in total. One was Ira's, the other was a blank contract purchased from Manam Tavern. "Okay." Petty pricked her finger lightly with a needle, and when the blood flowed out, she directly pressed it onto the contract. The contract was complete. Petty from the Pigman clan, your current loyalty to me is 65. The initial loyalty is 65. It seems that Ira's initial loyalty was more than 50. It appears that Petty trusts himself quite a bit. All right, dress up, we're going to the mine. Fang Hao said. The contract ends. Fang Hao trusts the pig-headed humans more now too. Once Petty got dressed, they both left the room. Petty started summoning personnel to accompany him to the mine. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords to create tools. Pickaxe, 2 wood, 2 iron. Set the production quantity to 10. Hundredfold Amplification triggered, you obtained 1010 pickaxes. Wagon, 22 wood, 8 hemp ropes. Quantity, 10. Hundredfold Amplification triggered, you obtained 1010 wagons. 1,000 pickaxes and 1,000 wagons appeared out of nowhere. It scared the pig-headed humans again. It's unclear who was the first one to kneel, but one after another, they all took a knee and bowed their heads in worship. In their minds, only a divine spirit could create so many things out of thin air. Even clan leader Petty, after bowing in worship, saw an increase in loyalty. Petty from the Pigman clan's loyalty to you increased by 30, current loyalty is 95. Good heavens, there's some unexpected gain, hey. Petty's loyalty just shot up 30 points, reaching 95. Once everything was prepared, the two of them each lead their own group and started to head towards the abandoned mine. Standing in front of the now safe mine, Fang Hao said, you don't need to worry about the mining and transportation, you just have to maintain the road between the village and the mine's defense. The mining is taken care of by the skeleton workers, and the transportation by the skeleton wolves. What the Pigman clan needs to do is to smoothen the road between the village and the mine, and set up mining defenses to prevent any future attacks from other forces. Yes, sir. I will arrange it immediately, said Petty. As Petty went to assign work to the Pigman, Fang Hao began giving his orders to the skeletons. You, pick up the pickaxes and mine the ore here, Fang Hao ordered loud and clear. 500 laborer skeletons each grabbed a pickaxe and started mining in the mining area. Your next task is to patrol the vicinity and ensure the mine is safe. Fang Hao arranged for another 2,000 skeleton soldiers to be stationed near the mining area. The other forces or wild beasts don't know yet that the iron-eating worms have been thoroughly eradicated. As time goes on, wild beasts will inevitably come near and bother the skeletons at work. Once everything was settled by Fang Hao, Petty completed assigning tasks as well. He came over and said softly, Sir, arrangements have been made and work will begin first thing tomorrow. Today is indeed a little late to start any work. All right, let's head back, Fang Hao replied. They returned to the village. Petty accompanied Fang Hao for a walk around the village. The Pigman village is rather small and the village level is fairly low. According to Petty, they had moved here only a few years ago. Her father, the former clan leader, died during a hunt and she consequently became the new leader. After taking office, she began to sell goods to the Manam market. They wandered all around and inspected every building thoroughly. The buildings included the clan leader's hall, the log walls, a warehouse, 3 pastures, a farm, a stable, and several dozen ordinary residences of the Pigman. Out of all these, Fang Hao was most impressed by the stable. The stable raised more than a dozen adult and young horses. After the village became a subsidiary village, the building blueprint for a stable was unlocked. From the pastures and the stable, it could be seen that the Pigmen were skilled in raising livestock. The livestock they raised were all quite well, fairly healthy. After walking around the village, Fang Hao began the process of upgrading the Pigman village. Chapter 68, Wooden Spinning Wheel. According to the rules, Fang Hao can freely use the resources of the subsidiary village, but Petty needs Fang Hao's consent to use them. In a sense, this village is now Fang Hao's village. Petty is more like a temporary manager, acting as the village chief. Therefore, upgrading the village and increasing its defense level is a must. Upon this thought, Fang Hao upgraded the village immediately. He upgraded the walls to a level 3 and set up arrow towers at each of the 4 corners. He then upgraded all the buildings inside the village to a level 3 as well. Unlike the subsidiary territories, the building level of a subsidiary village can't surpass the region's level, it can only be upgraded to level 3. Petty watched the village expand and upgrade with an excited look on her face. This recent round of upgrades had accelerated the village's development by several years. My lord, Petty's eyes sparkled with awe. Even though the human in front of her was still rather ugly, it didn't hinder her admiration and respect towards him. All right, I'm going to leave soon. I'll leave some soldiers here for defense. How many do you think will be required? Fang Hao whispered. Fang Hao still needed to return to his own land. He would leave some troops at the pigman village for routine patrols and defenses, but the specific amount would require Petty's opinion. The other pig-headed humans in the village were still somewhat resistant to the undead. My lord, these undead soldiers. Can they obey orders? Petty asked after some thought. If Fang Hao left and the undead soldiers lost control, they could potentially wipe out the entire village. Don't worry, before I leave I will give them orders. Besides me, they will follow your commands, Fang Hao reassured Petty in a gentle voice. Oh, that's good, then let's leave 1,000 soldiers. They will be responsible for the village's safety, Petty suggested. The village was not large, and 1,000 troops were more than enough to defend it. OK. Point 1. Fang Hao appointed 1,000 skeleton infantrymen and gave them the order to obey Petty's commands, besides his own. When everything was in order, Fang Hao started his journey back to his own land with the remaining skeleton soldiers. When he returned to his territory, the moon was high in the sky. The skeleton army carried torches throughout the journey, and many wild beasts closely followed them in the dark. But as the troops advanced, the beasts would run away. Following for a while, once they neared Fang Hao's territory the beasts dispersed. Only returning to the wooden palace. Ira heard his arrival and rushed out to greet him. Master, you're back, Ira leapt into Fang Hao's arms. Just like a kitten who has been waiting for its owner at home, she was slightly cautious and somewhat reproachful. Fang Hao smiled lightly, stroking her ears. Sorry for being late, I was busy, he said. Ira of the Rabbitman clan's loyalty to you has increased by 8 points. Current loyalty is 98. What? Simply by stroking her ears, he'd gained 5 points of loyalty. Fang Hao gently stroked Ira's ears again. Ira lifted her head, her eyes filled with affection. Master. With a loyalty of 98, Fang Hao could clearly feel Ira's reliance on him. A stark contrast from when he first purchased her. Okay, you're a grown woman, stop acting like a child. Have you had dinner? Fang Hao asked softly. Yes, I'll prepare for you right away. Ira loosened her grip and went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. They had a simple meal. It was already late, so they went straight back to their rooms. Lying on the bed, Fang Hao first called the skeleton giant bat to patrol the surrounding areas of the territory. Only after being assured there were no dangers did he comfortably go to sleep. The next day, when Fang Hao awoke, the sun was high in the sky. He had gone to bed late the previous night and Ira hadn't woken him up, so he ended up sleeping until noon. After getting dressed, he went downstairs and began to wash up. Master, you're awake. Ira smiled as she said. Fang Hao replied, drying his face. Just a moment, Master. I'll prepare breakfast right away. By the way, there's a skeleton merchant who arrived in our territory. He said to have a look at the market once you're awake. Ira suddenly seemed to remember and hurriedly told him. The sudden appearance of the skeleton merchant gave Ira quite a scare. Fortunately, the skeleton merchant was quite polite. After introducing himself, he returned to the market area. The mention of the skeleton merchant made Fang Hao pause. He immediately glanced at the wooden board in front of his gate that marked the time. As expected, it was the time that the skeleton merchant was supposed to arrive. All right, I'll go check him out, Fang Hao said. While Ira went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, Fang Hao quickly made his way to the market area. The undead zone within the market. Ruer, the skeleton merchant, was leaning on his cane, elegantly seated on a chair as he waited quietly. Seeing Fang Hao approaching, he rose to his feet and respectfully greeted. Good afternoon, my lord. Good afternoon, Mr. Ruer. I was up late last night, so I overslept a bit, Fang Hao apologized. Haha, no worries. Would you like to take a look at the goods now? Sure. Ruer tapped his cane on the ground again. A gloomy tunnel leading to the crypt opened once again, and the bone racks rose. On the racks were 6 items as usual. Leather vest blueprint, white, price, 5 warfire coins. Wooden spinning wheel blueprint, green, price, 20 warfire coins. Forge structure blueprint, green, price, 25 warfire coins. Advanced hero contract, blue, price, 50 warfire coins. Viscera jar, green, J price, 50 Warfire coins. Blank map price, 2 Warfire coins. Time left for the merchant's stay, 2 hours 12 minutes. Looking at the blueprints this time, Fang Hao was very satisfied. Indeed, shopping is the quickest way to fulfill one's needs. This time, he obtained many blueprints. Mr. Ruer, I'll take all of the goods this time, Fang Hao said with a smile. He took out 152 Warfire coins from his pocket and handed them to Ruer. Thank you for your generosity. Ruer unhooked all the blueprints from the shelves and handed them to Fang Hao one by one. The market was in its early stages, and the items for sale were all ordinary goods. Of course, Ruer also had a good impression of Fang Hao. He was decisive, and he bought all the goods every time he saw them. With all the goods cleared from the shelves, Ruer slowly returned to his crypt. Goodbye, my lord. Goodbye Mr. Ruer, one look forward to your next visit. Ruer gracefully bowed, and the crypt slowly closed. After bidding farewell to the skeleton merchant, Fang Hao began to examine the properties of the goods he had purchased this time. Leather vest, white iron 3, leather 5. There's a difference between a vest and a saddle. A saddle is a seat placed on a horse's back to increase riding stability. A vest, on the other hand, is a type of armor. It provides the horse with a layer of protection, enhancing its defense. It tends to be used more by combat horses. With the vest blueprint, he could boost the combat capability of his territory's cavalry. He decided not to rush the production and continued to the next blueprint. Wooden spinning wheel blueprint, greenwood 22, metal parts 5, hemp rope 3. Description: an important tool for making fabrics. Chapter 69, Ogre's Stronghold. The spinning wheels seemed to be related to the tailoring industry. These were far off for Fang Hao, so he didn't hurry to craft them. Forge furnace, stone 12, clay 5. Description: let the furnace burn, where metal can be smelted into metal blocks. Metal blocks? Seeing the introduction, Fang Hao was elated. Iron ingots were the necessary materials for making iron plates. Fang Hao has always been keen on obtaining an iron block method. Unexpectedly, it was not synthesized by blueprint, but it needed to be smelted in a forge. After looking at its characteristics, he immediately chose an empty spot on the left side of the Lord's hut to start constructing. Then, a forge furnace built from stone and clay was completed. Forge furnace. Raw material, iron 5. Product, cast iron blocks, 15 minutes required. Description: you can obtain processed metal objects by heating. It is used for manufacturing and alchemy materials. Aha! So that's how to get the cast iron blocks. Fang Hao made 5 more forges. Hey, you guys will be in charge of making the forges from now on. Fang Hao randomly selected a few lucky skeletons to take care of the forges. It takes 5 minutes for each cast iron block to be made in the forge, and Fang Hao cannot just stand there watching, so he had to leave it to the skeletons to operate. The stopped skeleton stiffly turned around. It looked at the forge and went to the warehouse to put in the iron ore. Seeing that the skeletons could properly use the forge, Fang Hao felt relieved. And continued to look at the Advanced Hero Contract, blue. Advanced Hero Contract, blue. Description: an advanced slave contract that can be signed with the highest blue hero contract. He already had 2 slave contracts. This time, he actually got the hero contract, which can be signed with a blue hero. It's pretty good. He saved the contract in the Book of Lords, not knowing when it might come in handy. The remaining items had all appeared before. Fang Hao knew their use. After checking the properties of all the items, Fang Hao went to the ranch area. Yesterday, after taking in the Pigman village as a vassal village, he unlocked the blueprint of the stables. After building it, he could raise horses in the stables. Choosing a suitable place, he began to build. Level 1 stable, wood 720, stone 4.50, straw 350, hemp rope 180. Description: used for the breeding and training of horses. After building the stables, Fang Hao continued to upgrade them. Due to the need for bricks at level 4, he could only upgrade the stable to level 3 for now. The territory is currently divided into 3 areas. The city center, military district, and breeding district. The city center includes the Lord's Hut, warehouse, guardhouse, viscera museum, and the recently built forge. The military district has the underground cemetery, burial grounds, corridor of the dead, and the skeleton conversion field. The breeding district has the ranch, spiritual field, and stables. All 3 districts are placed in different locations, they do not interfere with each other. Fang Hao's territory is a little different from others' territories. Other races need to build residential houses for farmers and soldiers, most of the space in their territory would be occupied by civilian buildings. But Fang Hao didn't need to do this, there were only he and Ira in the territory, they couldn't even fill one lord's hut. Hero Nelson lived in the Viscera Museum and needed no separate dwelling place. So, even though he had these buildings, most of the territory was still empty, which looked exceptionally barren. Having finished all these, Ira had cooked the meal and was calling Fang Hao to eat. While eating, Fang Hao checked the regional channel again. He wanted to see everyone's progress. How's that guy who got attacked yesterday doing? I haven't heard from him all day. I guess things don't look promising. If my territory were destroyed one day, I wouldn't be surprised either. Maybe I should buy some weapons from Fang Hao later, to increase my defense. Although they had survived the beastly blood boil, their safety hadn't improved at all. On the contrary, with the disappearance of the protective shield, more and more territories were being discovered by the local forces and were being obliterated. For a while, not only did the weapons in Fang Hao's hands sell like hotcakes, but even the meats that were difficult to sell a few days ago also started selling well. Yesterday, a dozen or so refugees came to my territory seeking to join. Damn, what good luck, free labor. What good luck, my ass. These folks don't seem like refugees at all, more like a gang of bandits. I only have a little over 10 village militiamen, I have a bad feeling about this. Why'd you let them join then? Aren't you afraid they'll slaughter you? I regret it too. I didn't realize it at the time. I need to get more soul crystals to recruit more soldiers, just in case. Seeing this, Fang Hao remembered the pigman village he had taken in yesterday. This is not a game. The digitization of the world only makes it easier for the lords who have crossed over to understand this world. The native inhabitants are no less intelligent than you, and even understand this world better than you do. Therefore, contracts like the slave contract that restricts the other party are especially important. At least after the contract is signed, they won't make harmful decisions. He quickly finished his meal. Many lords privately messaged Fang Hao, asking for custom-made iron axes, iron spears, and other weapons and tools. Fang Hao made some directly and put them up for sale to them. Only when everyone was generally well off could he, as a merchant, exchange for better and rarer resources. Otherwise, if everyone was poor except him, all he could exchange for would be common resources like stones and wood. Next, Fang Hao had to deal with his own business. Today, his plan was to explore the second map he got, the Ogre Base. He opened the map on the Book of Lords to check the exact location. The base was to the west of his territory, which was the direction of the lost wooden spirit he had encountered before. It was just further away. After getting everything sorted, Fang Hao went straight back to his room. After lying down on his bed, he used God's presence to enter one of the skeleton cavalrymen. God's presence target, skeleton scout, compatibility 65%. This time Fang Hao took a skeleton giant bat with him and headed towards the ogre base. With a clatter of hooves, he galloped all the way. He didn't pay any mind to the beasts he encountered along the way, he just rushed straight towards his destination. 2 hours later, as he neared the ogre base, he pulled the reins and halted the skeleton horse. This place was mainly composed of rugged terrain, surrounded by mountains, forming a kind of depression in the landscape. From afar, he could see the ogre base. Chaotic buildings, and huge figures moving around. Fang Hao needed information, so he used God's presence again to change targets. He transferred to the skeleton giant bat on the horse's back. He launched into the air, flying towards the ogre's base. From a bird's eye view, he could get a clear picture of the entire base. The base was built against a mountainside, and lacked any form of defensive facilities like walls. Apart from the crude and decaying tents, there were bones strewn on the ground and various skulls impaled on stakes. Ogre, Tier 7. Ogres, with their corpulent and enormous figure, stood about 3 meters tall. They only wore a piece of loincloth and wielded a giant mace. They were Tier 7 troops. Perched on the mountain ridge, the skeleton giant bat counted the number of enemies. The head count was not small, there were around 50 ogres. Once he had finished tallying the count, Fang Hao didn't linger. He flew back to the side of the skeleton cavalryman and ordered him to return to the territory. Chapter 70, Battle Ogre. Fang Hao deactivated his God's Presence mode and sat up in bed. He walked straight out of the Lord's cabin. The existence of more than 57th tier troops was unexpected for Fang Hao. No wonder there were no tribes near the ogre base. They must have either been annihilated long ago, ending up as food in the bellies of the ogres. Even Fang Hao felt some hesitation at this point. Destroying the ogre base would result in heavy casualties. It was uncertain whether this was worthwhile. Just as Fang Hao was deep in thought, a worker skeleton walked by him, carrying in its hands newly finished iron castings. Seeing the iron castings, a light bulb seemed to go off in his head. That's right, he still had the newly acquired equipment blueprint. Once all the troops upgrade their equipment and increase their defense, heavy losses may not necessarily be incurred. With this thought in mind, Fang Hao's confidence surged once again, and he decided to face off against these ogres. He checked the manufacturing column. He had received 3 types of new equipment blueprints. Plate armor, green; arm bracers, green; small iron round shield, green. A total of 3 green level blueprints. The blueprints for the plate armor and arm bracers were obtained from the bronze bull. Since he previously did not have any iron plate blueprints, he didn't upgrade the equipment. In the chest he obtained from attacking the mine yesterday, he got blueprints for a small iron round shield and ferrous metal production. Plate armor, 12 leather, 6 iron, 4 iron plates. Arm bracers, 5 leather, 3 iron, 2 iron plates. Small iron round shield, 12 wood, 5 metal parts, 2 iron plates. The skeleton soldiers responsible for territorial security numbered 54,000, and were assigned to patrol the area around the territory. Moreover, Fang Hao still had 18,867 wriggling spines unused. If Fang Hao desired, he could summon a sea of undead to wipe out all enemies. Of course, up to now, there hasn't been a need to use all the wriggling spines. For the time being, he would equip the 54,000 skeleton soldiers. He would produce 60,000 sets of equipment, including for the troops stationed at Pigman Village and Shadowwind Castle. There were 174 iron casts in the warehouse. He would start by producing iron plates. Iron plate, 2 iron casts. All were made, totaling 87. Hundredfold enlargement triggered, obtained 8,787 iron plates. Materials were sufficient, so he proceeded with equipment production. He set the production number for plate armor, arm bracers, and small iron round shield to 600 each. Hundredfold enlargement triggered, obtained 60,600 plate armors. Hundredfold enlargement triggered, obtained 60,600 arm bracers. Hundredfold enlargement triggered, obtained 60,600 small iron round shields. In an instant, numerous green lights appeared in the territory, making it appear as if the sky was falling. Piles of equipment filled every corner around Fang Hao. The quantities were much larger than those obtained from any prior enlargement. Even Ira, who was in the cabin, heard the sound of iron armor clashing, and she peekily looked out to investigate. Fang Hao casually picked up some of the equipment to inspect it. The plate armor and arm bracers were leather armor wrapped in iron plating to improve their defensive properties. The small iron round shield was a wooden shield covered with iron plating. In short, the addition of these 3 pieces of equipment increased the overall defense of the soldiers by more than double. This would allow them to exert greater combat power in battle. Once equipment production was complete, Fang Hao activated God's presence again, took possession of a skeleton cavalry, and gathered all the soldiers nearby to upgrade their equipment. After all the soldiers had changed their equipment, Fang Hao immediately set out an army of 30,000 infantry, and 2,000 skeleton warriors armed with light crossbows, for a total force of 32,000. Fang Hao returned to his room and used God's presence to possess a skeleton soldier. Leading an army of 10,000, they marched imposingly away from their territory, heading for the ogre stronghold. 3 hours later. As the troops approached the stronghold, the frequently appearing nomadic animals were nowhere to be seen. Aside from the rustling of the leaves when the breeze blew, not a hint of birdsong or insect chirp could be heard. These ogres really are not to be trifled with. Even the birds dare not to approach. Fang Hao looked around and muttered softly. Indeed it was so. Rank 7, was the highest rank of soldier Fang Hao had encountered since crossing over. Neither the orc tribe nor the common Tauran warriors at Manam Market had reached this level. Add to this the brutal and gluttonous nature of the ogres, turning the surrounding area into an isolated zone without any beasts or villages. The team continued to advance quickly, the iron armor of the soldiers clinking with friction. Soon, they had advanced to a position not far from the stronghold. The scale of the army, tens of thousands strong, also drew the attention of the ogres. They rose from the ground one by one, huge clubs in hand. Amidst their roars, more than 50 colossal ogres launched an attack. The earth shook, leaves scattered in all directions. Archers, fire at will! Fang Hao commanded loudly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dense iron arrows whistled out, yet the ogres blocked their heads with their massive arms, their footsteps never hesitating for a moment. Several ogres were promptly riddled with arrowheads, and blood flowed from their bodies and arms. When the ogres were still 500 meters away, Fang Hao issued the command for a full attack. Everyone attack, kill them all. At the same time, Fang Hao blew the war horn. Circle after circle of faint ripples enveloped all the skeleton soldiers, amplifying their movement speed and attacks. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 30,000-strong skeleton corps mobilized. Their footsteps gradually quickened, and finally, they were running full tilt, charging towards the oncoming ogres. Boom! A loud crash. The skeleton soldier in the lead was hit by the ogre's massive club. Like a kite with its string cut, it flew backwards, landing beside Fang Hao. Fang Hao looked at the skeleton in front of him, which was still wobbling in an attempt to stand up again. Its plate armor, however, had already caved in, forming an eye-catching dent. The skeleton soldier seemed to have not suffered much damage. He shook his head, paused for 2 seconds, and then continued to attack the ogre. It seemed that the plate armor played a significant role. If it was still wearing the previous simple leather armor, this skeleton, when hit, would definitely be crushed to pieces. Boom, boom, boom. With each swing of their clubs, a number of skeleton soldiers were sent flying, crushed to pieces. But the number of skeleton soldiers was like a swarm of locusts in a plague, fearlessly charging and attacking the target in front of them. Fang Hao didn't just watch the battle, he unsheathed his iron sword and joined the melee. Splat, splat! The skeleton soldiers desperately swung their weapons, but the ogres had thick skin and dense flesh. Although they were only wearing a covering cloth, it was difficult to inflict lethal damage on them. In contrast, with each swing of the ogre's wooden club, several skeletons were sent flying and crushed into piles of broken bones. Fang Hao slid forward, dodging to the side of an ogre. With 2 quick slashes, he left 2 cut marks on the ogre's sturdy, hairy thigh. This won't work, going on like this. Seeing that the battle turning into a tug-of-war, Fang Hao began to consider other strategies. At that moment, the ogre's covering cloth caught Fang Hao's attention. Then, he revealed a cold smirk. You may have thick skin, but I don't believe it is as thick. Before his words fell, Fang Hao thrust his sword towards the ogre's groin. Chapter 71, Troll Brewing Barrel. Splat! The sound of a blade piercing through flesh resounded. The ogre that was previously in a frenzy, roaring and wielding a massive club, suddenly stiffened. It collapsed to the ground, emitting a painful howl. Its heart-wrenching screams filled the sky, attracting the attention of all the ogres. The skeletons naturally wouldn't pass up this perfect opportunity. They launched an attack at the collapsed ogre. A barrage of shield strikes, like an intense rain, continuously battered the ogre's head. The small chance of causing dizziness, due to the frequent attacks, occurred more often, causing the howls to sound intermittently. Fang Hao flicked the blood off his sword, glanced at the weak points of all the ogres, and said solemnly, "Aim for their groin." The ogres may not understand Fang Hao's language, but they could feel the focus of Fang Hao's gaze. Coupled with seeing the ogre whose groin was gushing blood, their faces turned ashen, and their legs clenched tightly together. The skeletons heard Fang Hao's command. They stopped hacking wildly, and whether they had a sword or spear, they aimed from all angles, attacking the ogre's groin. Even if the ogres tried to defend, they could not cover all fronts. For a moment, all the ogres had suffered attacks on their lower bodies, their howls filled the atmosphere. The battle between the two sides lasted for more than an hour. In the end, it was the skeleton army who relied on their sheer numbers to secure final victory. They killed all the ogres. Fang Hao looked at the scene before him and shook his head slightly. The ogres' bodies lay scattered about, and each one had sustained varying degrees of damage to their groin, blood flowing everywhere. The skeletons' losses were even more severe, with shattered craniums and broken limbs littered across the ground. Some skeletons' bodies were even flattened into an iron pancake along with their armor, pasted to the ground. Fang Hao let out a sigh. In this battle, about 8,000 skeletons had died. In addition, many of the surviving skeletons were badly damaged. 2,000 of you follow me, the rest clean up the battlefield. Fang Hao gave his orders loudly. All the skeletons began to move again, starting to clean up the battlefield. Fang Hao, accompanied by a few skeletons, strode straight into the ogre's lair. The ogre's dwelling place was akin to a massive garbage dump. The entire campsite was littered with foul and murky water, skulls of various species hoisted high on wooden stakes, hanging like grandiose banners in mid-air. Dismantle all the tents and gather up the beast skins. After looking at several tents, besides the beast skins on the ground, there was nothing but beds. Of course, there was nothing else to collect. Following Fang Hao's orders, the skeletons began to tear down these crude shelters, bringing out all manner of beast skins. Fang Hao continued the search. Such a stronghold, with powerful 7th order ogres, surely wouldn't be without a treasure chest. With the skeletons searching and dismantling tents along the way, they finally found a golden treasure chest in a tent by a broken wall. Fang Hao took a deep breath and opened the golden chest. Acquired, construction blueprint for stone processing factory, green, blueprint for trolls brewing barrel, blue, 11 troll stones, 120 warfire coins. The gold chest from the ogres was quite rewarding. A green construction blueprint and a blue crafting blueprint were found. Stone processing factory, wood 2,200, stone 1,800, thatch 550, leather 320, rope 400. Description: through processing, the excavated stone can be made into squared bricks. Yet, upon seeing this description, Fang Hao couldn't help but rejoice. The halt in all construction works was due to the dearth of stone bricks. Consequently, aside from special positions, all the laboring skeletons were assigned to dismantle the buildings in Shadowwind Castle for their stone bricks. The progress of this work was extremely slow. Now that he had obtained the blueprint for the stone processing factory, he could arrange for workers to start producing squared bricks upon returning. He continued to examine the second blueprint. This was the first blue blueprint that he had acquired from opening a treasure chest. Troll brewing barrel, wood 120, hardwood planks 50, metal parts 22, iron 5, iron plates 12, essence of wine 2. Description: a gigantic wine barrel crafted by alcohol-loving trolls. Simply add ingredients and clean water into the barrel, and you can enjoy pure wine. Holy moly! With this barrel, couldn't I open a tavern? Just add the ingredients and clean water, and it will automatically transform into wine. That's way too convenient. Currently within my territory, Ira is responsible for preparing food, and she does a pretty good job. But all we have to drink every day is boiled clean water. I have missed the taste of beverages more than once. With this barrel, it could solve the problem of drinks. I just don't know how the wine tastes. Does it cater to human taste? After reading the information of the blueprint, I continue to check the troll stone. Troll stone. Category: ore. Description: a rare ore containing the wild beliefs of trolls. Yet another unique ore. I'd better stash it away for now, who cares if it's useful later. After checking the awarded items, the skeletons have also completed their tasks. The battlefield was cleaned up, and this foothold was completely flattened. The scattered bones were buried by the skeletons who dug a pit. Load the wagon, bring back all the spoils, especially the bodies of the ogres. Fang Hao shouted loud. Upon death, the ogres dropped 12 wriggling spines. But more importantly, Fang Hao desired the ogres' bodies. By throwing the ogres' bodies into the skeleton conversion field, he could have his own 3-meter-tall troops. He could summon them by using up the wriggling spines. Swiftly the skeletons loaded the wagon and tied up everything with hemp ropes. The main force took all the spoils and began to return to the territory. Unimpeded along the way, the large group made it back to the territory. Fang Hao withdrew from the god's present state and left the lord's hut. He first incorporated the 2 blueprints and tossed 120 warfire coins into his own money box. He then coordinated the skeletons to categorize the spoils. The bodies of the 50 ogres were dumped into the skeleton conversion pool for transformation. Whether it's because the ogre's level is high or they just have tough hides, each body required 10 minutes to transform. While waiting for the transformation to complete, Fang Hao went to check on the brick production. Thanks to the relentless efforts of the skeletons, 127 units of bricks were available. Things that have been built are really not that easy to dismantle. Fortunate for Fang Hao, he obtained the blueprint of a stone processing factory. In the previously designated industrial area, he chose a piece of vacant land to build the factory. As the light faded, the building was completed after 10 minutes. Stone Processing Factory. Place, 0/5 workers. Raw material, stone 2. Production, bricks. Description: through processing, mined stone can be made into regular bricks. Fang Hao immediately selected 5 skeletons. 3 spontaneous skeletons entered the factory while the other 2 went to the warehouse to bring stone materials to the factory. The setup of the factory was completed. The first ogre body was also successfully converted in the skeleton conversion field. Fang Hao immediately stepped forward and checked the attributes. Skeleton Troll, Tier 5. Chapter 72, Skeleton Troll. Skeleton Troll, Tiers. Faction, Undead. Racial characteristics, Undead, hollow skeleton, vulnerable to light. Skills, fleshless body, brutal cleave. Innate abilities, intermediate mastery in combat, intermediate mastery in defense. Fleshless body, passive skill, it reduces physical damage received by 35%. Brutal cleave, active skill, strikes the target, increasing damage by 15% and has a knockback effect on smaller targets. Note: the skeletal soldier transformed from a corpse still retains its characteristics and attack methods from when it was alive. The transformed skeleton troll dropped from a Tier 7 creature to Tier 5. Still being almost 3 meters tall with a towering physique, its snow-white skeleton is now exposed without any covering cloth. It has become the highest tiered and best attribute soldier in Fang Hao's hands. While the fleshless body skill seems to be an undead skill, it is also related to the troll's abilities when it was alive. Fang Hao remembers clearly, the impact of physical attacks was minimal when facing the siege of the skeletal army. If not for some underhanded tricks employed by Fang Hao, his side might have suffered even greater losses. So the fleshless body skill, which reduces physical damage by 35%, plays an important role in close combat. No need to elaborate on the brutal cleave, Fang Hao witnessed it personally. Skeletal soldiers were sent flying or smashed into fragments. It can be said that this skeleton troll is a powerful soldier. Opening the conversion field manual page. Unlocked entries: Skeleton Orc Warrior, Tier 1, Skeleton Wolf Cavalry, Tier 2, Skeleton Giant Bat, Tier 3, Skeleton Troll, Tier 5. The 4 types of unlocked troops can all be recruited by Fang Hao via consuming wriggling spines. When thousands of skeleton trolls appear on the battlefield, what kind of scene would that be on the battlefield? Thinking of this, Fang Hao couldn't wait to find a target to test the combat power of the troll army. While Fang Hao was thinking, the second skeleton troll was also successfully transformed. The 2 enormous bodies stood before Fang Hao, waiting for his instructions on the spot. Fang Hao slapped his forehead, right, weapons, weapons. In the previous battle, the trolls' weapons were just large wooden clubs. Because of their huge size, even a wooden club could be very destructive. Since those were just ordinary wooden clubs, they were not counted as spoils of war and brought back. So, what kind of weapons should he arrange for them now? Suddenly, Fang Hao thought of battle axes. He had received a battle axe order from the Bronze Bull. The Tauren are nearly 2.5 meters tall. Although they are not as tall as trolls, they are quite close. The battle axes that the Tauren used should be suitable for the trolls. You, go to the warehouse and bring an axe. Fang Hao pointed at one of the skeleton trolls and said. Last time, Fang Hao used a hundredfold amplification to make 3030 axes. He gave 3000 axes to the Bronze Bull and left 30 axes in the warehouse. These massive and heavy axes couldn't be used by the previous skeletal soldiers and had been left unused in the warehouse. Now it was time to see if the skeleton trolls could use them. Hearing Fang Hao's command, the skeleton troll went to the warehouse, brought back an axe, and returned. It needs to be said, the size of the axe matches the physique of the troll perfectly. Especially since this is an official weapon, it is definitely far more destructive than a wooden club. Battle Axe, Green. Category, Battle Axe. Damage, Tier 3 damage. Description: iron and blood, pain and roars, always dominate the battlefield. Alright, you two, pick up the axes and patrol the territory, said Fang Hao. Transforming ogres takes a decent amount of time, so waiting for all 50 ogres to appear is quite time consuming. Once that's done, tasks need to be assigned en masse. Just finished handling that. Ira then moved her snow-white legs, walked over, and said, Master, it's time for dinner. Since I woke up pretty late today, most of my time was wasted on the road back and forth. After annihilating the ogre hideouts, I returned to my territory at dusk. I settled down at the dining table, and Ira served dinner. Today's main course is steamed fish and oatmeal with sheep's milk. The spiritual field on my territory has already produced several mature crops. I also never stop trading for new crop seeds on the area channel and assign the skeleton workers to plant them. Similarly, the unicorns in the pasture have started to produce milk, allowing me to taste the long-anticipated sheep's milk. Ever since Ira arrived at my territory, I no longer have to worry about meals. Ira's cooking skills are quite decent. She tries different things every day. Even though the food is simple, she can always make a variety of flavors. Master, try the steamed fish. Ira picked up a piece of fish and fed it to me. Her cute face was full of anticipation, and her bunny ears trembled slightly. The fish was traded from someone else on the channel. Ira learned how to use chopsticks from me. I opened my mouth and allowed Ira to feed me. After chewing gently, I complimented, Not bad, the taste is very good. Hearing my praise, Ira's face blossomed into a smile, Master, eat more, it won't be good tomorrow if it's left. Okay, let's eat. I smiled and said. After dinner, Ira began to clean up the dishes, and I, leaning on the bench, lightly patted my swollen belly. Yikes, I accidentally ate too much again. While resting, I opened the Book of Lords. It's not just to pass the time. I'm planning to sell all the replaced equipment. I listed 54,000 pieces of simple leather armor and hardwood shield directly. I plan to exchange them for various resources and materials. As soon as 100,000 pieces of equipment were listed, the channel erupted. Holy shit! I'm dumbfounded. Lord Fang Hao listed 100,000 pieces of equipment, I'm flabbergasted. How is this possible? Even with blueprints, who has the raw materials for 100,000 sets of armor? This is impossible. What's impossible about it? Can the Lord be the same as you? I grabbed 20 sets. All my militia have them now. They are used, but the price is fair. I also bought some. They clearly show signs of use. Do you think Lord Fang Hao's army has already reached tens of thousands? Otherwise, why are there so many used armors? The one above me is smart, but how much food would you need for an army of tens of thousands? Even if you have enough soul crystals, you wouldn't have enough food. No, you're the one without a brain, then explain why all the armors are used. Okay, stop arguing. When I marry Lord Fang Hao, I'll tell you the answer. The sale of my armor caused quite a stir in the channel. The squabble between those two subsided after they ran out of their 10 free chat opportunities and got replaced by other chat content. The 50,000 sets of armor and 50,000 shields I listed also rapidly dwindled amidst the chatter. Even though these are vanilla armors, not everyone has them. I closed the Book of Lords and returned to my room. As I lay in bed, I used God's presence again. The next second, I was directly in the body of the skeleton stationed at the Pigman village. Chapter 73, Bathroom. Fang Hao left 1,000 skeleton soldiers in the Pigman village. They were to assist in the defense of the village. Fang Hao controlled the skeleton soldiers to descend from the city wall, coming face to face with the Pigman clan leader, Petty. Petty, how is the progress? Fang Hao walked up to him and softly asked. A skeleton approached head-on, suddenly speaking, startling Petty and making him tremble, his big ears rising. Then, he quickly realized that Fang Hao was once again using a spell to control the skeletons. My lord! Petty hurriedly saluted, and the group of pig-headed humans behind him followed suit. All right, take me to see your progress. Fang Hao directly said. Yes, my lord, please follow me. Petty led Fang Hao out of the village. After a 20-minute walk across the forest, they reached the mining area. Outside the mine, the construction of the wall has already started, along with simple wooden houses and pigmen left on watch. Following your instructions, my lord, the defense wall has begun construction, and the roads are also being worked on. Petty explained on the side. After officially becoming a subject of Fang Hao, the Pigman village experienced a significant development. The basic structures within the village were upgraded by Fang Hao. You could say that it boosted the village's development by several years. But these changes did not bring joy to the pigmen. Instead, their hearts were filled with apprehension as they carefully carried out the tasks assigned by Fang Hao. This fear towards Fang Hao wasn't just because he was their lord, but more so because of his ability to control the undead army, and his various peculiar abilities. The pig-headed human hierarchy had private discussions about this matter. Was Fang Hao a human with special abilities, or was he an undead disguised as a human? No one could figure it out. But they all agreed on one thing: they couldn't afford to provoke Fang Hao and give him an opportunity to dispose of their village. Therefore, they didn't dare slack off on the tasks assigned by Fang Hao. All of the men, women, and children in the village were mobilized to construct defense walls and roads. Seeing Fang Hao silent, the pig-headed humans close by immediately became nervous. Their manners showing their fearfulness. Good, the progress isn't bad. After a slight pause, Fang Hao softly spoke. Wu. Suddenly, there were several relieved sighs from behind him. As long as my lord is pleased, we are just doing our jobs. Petty stood by, speaking softly. Okay, arrange for people to go to the main territory tomorrow and bring back some household items for the residents. Fang Hao spoke again. The standard of living in the pigman village wasn't high, given its nature as a small village. After Fang Hao obliterated the Fireblade tribe, he garnered thousands of sets of wooden beds and various furniture pieces. He sold some in the regional channel but still had leftovers. He planned to give these items to Pigman Village, which could improve their living environment. Upon hearing Fang Hao's words, Petty and the others looked bewildered. They quickly responded, "Ah? Oh, okay. I'll arrange for people to go first thing in the morning. Alright, that's it for now. I'm leaving." After saying this, Fang Hao immediately dropped the god's presence state. The uncontrolled skeleton's soul fire in its pupils was extinguished. After standing still for 2 seconds, it walked straight toward the direction of the Pigman village, returning to its original position. "Clan leader, what does the Lord mean by this?" An older pig-headed human asked, puzzled. Petty hurriedly waved his hand in dismissal and softly called, "Bolton." Bolton immediately stepped forward, "Clan leader." "Right, Bolton. You will take people to the main territory first thing tomorrow morning to collect the household items that the Lord mentioned." "Yes, clan leader." Bolton nodded in understanding. "All right, let's go back then," Petty quietly said, leading the rest of the pigmen back to the village. After dropping the god's presence state, Fang Hao woke up from bed. He opened the window and looked at the sky outside. It was gradually getting darker. In a world without computers and smartphones, it was about the right time to go to bed. He wasn't sure whether or not it was a result of consuming the magic potion. In his original world, he was popular amongst mosquitoes. But in this world, he no longer had that concern. Even if mosquitoes appeared, he showed no signs of being bitten. Knock. 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 The door was tapped lightly. "Master, you're up. It's hot today, would you like me to prepare bath water for you?" Ira's voice rang out from outside the door. This was due to her hearing Fang Hao's movements and coming to remind him. Fang Hao thought a little, a bath sounded rather good. "All right, go ahead. As you wish, master. Please wait a moment." The sound of Ira's footsteps faded away. Soon after, when Fang Hao descended the stairs and arrived at the bathroom, warm water had already been prepared in the bathtub. Fang Hao shed his clothes and comfortably sank into the tub. "Ah, this is great." Indeed, it must be said, Ira was very thoughtful, the water temperature was perfect. The bathroom filled with a faint steam. Creak. The bathroom door opened, and Ira, wearing a simple tube top and shorts, walked in. Her snow-white skin, beaded with droplets of mist, appeared even more translucent and lustrous. "Master, let me help you cleanse your body." As she said this, she stood by the tub, scrubbing Fang Hao's back. Fang Hao didn't utter a word, just enjoyed the gentle motions of the young girl. Both of them were clear about it, the relationship between a master and a servant in this era. The intimate atmosphere continued for quite a while. After Fang Hao had finished bathing, Ira served him by helping him dress, her face flushed. Early the next day, Fang Hao was awakened by a knock on the door. "Come in." Ira opened the door and said, "Master, Mr. Bolton has arrived with his people." "Oh, they've come so early," Fang Hao said, yawning and stretching. Ira walked into the room where she helped Fang Hao to dress properly. Master, what would you like for breakfast? Ira asked softly. Something simple would do. Fang Hao replied. All right. With what had transpired the previous night, Ira attended to Fang Hao without the previous restraint and shyness. Their relationship had become much closer. After getting dressed and finishing his washing, Fang Hao walked directly into the manor house. From a distance, he saw Bolton leading a group of pig-headed humans, all waiting on a bench. Upon seeing Fang Hao, they hurriedly stood and bowed. Good morning, Lord. Ira invited Bolton and his men to wait in the hall. However, the pigmen chose to wait outside, for the Lord to awaken from his slumber. All right, let's go to the warehouse and see what you all need. Fang Hao yawned and led the group towards the warehouse. Bolton nodded and led the other pigmen to follow closely behind Fang Hao. Thanks to Fang Hao's favorable impression of Bolton, his status in the pigmen village had risen significantly. Outside of the village's clan leader and several elders, Bolton had the highest prestige. Plus, Fang Hao's domain was truly intimidating. Outside and within his domain, barring the bunny girl they'd just seen, all that moved were well-equipped skeleton bones. This made the pigmen, who were already terrified of Fang Hao, even more apprehensive and cautious. After passing through several buildings, they arrived at a large open space enclosed by a fence. The open space was stacked with a variety of scavenged items as well as a massive amount of basic resources. Those beds and furniture there, I believe they're better than yours. Load them up, and you can take them later. Fang Hao pointed out. Bolton and the others stared at the scene before them, their eyes wide. To collect so much furniture, how many tribes had their lord annihilated? Upon further thought, their decision to surrender and pledge allegiance was indeed a wise one. Thank you, Lord. Bolton and the others expressed their gratitude and started to load the items onto the cart. By the way, have you guys already had breakfast? Would you like me to have breakfast prepared for you? Fang Hao continued to ask. We've already eaten, thank you for your concern, Lord. Bolton promptly answered. They hadn't slept until now like Fang Hao. The journey from the pigmen village to Fang Hao's domain took a few hours' travel. They'd already eaten breakfast and set out from the village at the crack of dawn. Fang Hao nodded, allowing them to load the items onto their carts themselves. Chapter 74, Recruiting Trolls. After Fang Hao finished his breakfast, Bolton came over again. First he gave a small nod to Ira, then walked over to Fang Hao's side. Sir, the clan leader asked me to share some intel with you. Bolton began standing by Fang Hao's side. What kind of intel? Let's have it. Fang Hao started to feel curious. He just contacted Petty the day before, but didn't hear anything about any intel. Yet in the morning, a message was delivered. This is it, to the west of the village, there's a site held by a group of powerful elemental creatures, Bolton said and then carefully observed Fang Hao, checking to see whether he was interested. Surely enough, upon hearing the news, a gleam shot through Fang Hao's pupils. The news of the site was quite tempting for Fang Hao as he viewed it as a unique wilderness location. Keep talking, Fang Hao said. There's nothing more. Nothing more? How many monsters are there and what kind are they? Fang Hao proceeded to ask more questions. Bolton stroked his fat chin and continued, the creatures are all elemental beings, ranging from Tier 4 to Tier 5, and quite a handful in number. Fang Hao fell into contemplation. Elemental creatures were scarce in this world. Up to now, Fang Hao had only encountered a lost wood servant spirit, which was a type of wood element creature. But wood servant spirits were summoned creatures that would completely lose their way upon the death of their masters and start attacking any nearby creatures that came by at random. Fang Hao eventually triumphed over them with his skeleton army and wiped them out. Do you have a map? Fang Hao inquired. Bolton still shook his head, no, but I can find the way. Very well, once you're done loading, we will set off together. We will first visit the village, and then the site as you've mentioned. Fang Hao immediately made up his mind. Gradually expanding his territory was his plan from the very beginning. As he heard about the site from Bolton, he decided to explore it first and see if there were any special artifacts to be discovered. Are we heading out today? Bolton was somewhat surprised. Don't they need to prepare for the creatures in the site? Is there any issue? Fang Hao responded with a question. Oh, no, none at all. I will urge them to speed up, Bolton said and ran over to the warehouse again. He urged the pigmen who were loading the furniture to speed up their work. After Bolton's departure, Fang Hao started to prepare for the upcoming fight. As there have been no major battles recently, he had not employed the Hundredfold Amplification to expand his forces. This time, he had to be ready. He first arrived at the skeleton conversion field to recruit skeleton trolls. He had unlocked Tier 5 forces the previous day and planned to test their might today. Due to the increase to Tier 5, the resources spent on raising the number of forces also increased proportionally. Recruitment of skeleton trolls, Wriggling Spine 5, Death Trace 2, Troll Stone 1, the system notified. Fang Hao increased the number of recruitment to 11. The Hundredfold Amplification was activated, recruiting 1,111 skeleton trolls. With a sudden glow, 1,111 tall skeleton trolls appeared before Fang Hao. Even when his territory had expanded significantly, the appearance of these 3-meter-tall trolls still made his territory seem much more crowded. Skeleton trolls were Tier 5 forces, and also the strongest close combat forces Fang Hao had on hand. Next, Fang Hao crafted 1,111 axes for the skeleton trolls. The only pity was that the plate armor provided by the Torrens didn't fit the massive bodies of the trolls. Otherwise, after equipping the metal armor, their combat power would have increased exponentially. "Sir, we're done. We can set off now." Bolton and the others approached and saw the thousands of giant axe-wielding skeletons, their mouths agape. He was unsure how so many gigantic skeleton soldiers appeared while he was away from Fang Hao for just a while. The sense of oppression and death these tall and robust skeletons exuded was several times that of ordinary skeletons. Just by looking at them, the feeling of being engulfed by the aura of death was overwhelming. "All right, let's set off," Fang Hao said. "Yes, sir," Bolton said and then quickly led the troops, leaving the territory ahead of everyone else. Fang Hao let the soldiers go ahead while he stayed behind to briefly arrange the situation with Ira. He would leave 20,000 soldiers with Ira. To protect the territory, they should suffice. Within the nearby regions, there was no power that posed a threat to his territory. Fang Hao was confident about this. After reminding them of the measures, Fang Hao then followed the main army out of the city, heading towards Pigman village. This time, Fang Hao brought along 1,100 skeleton trolls, 20,000 skeleton soldiers, and pikemen. His mighty army left the territory in great pomp. All the beasts they encountered along the way scattered and fled. 3 hours later, the army reached Pigman village. Seeing trucks of furniture being unloaded, the pigmen all wore joyous expressions on their faces. These furniture pieces were far superior to what they owned in their homes. "Sir, you came in person." Petty came out to greet Fang Hao. "I'm planning to visit the site. I kept the main army away from the village to avoid causing panic," Fang Hao said softly. Bolton quickly leaned into Petty's ear and whispered something. "That many?" Petty exclaimed in surprise. Apparently, Bolton had shared with Petty about the forces Fang Hao brought along, leaving her utterly shocked. After her shock, Petty quickly composed herself. Looking at Fang Hao, she asked, "Sir, what do you need me to do?" "I don't need the pigmen's help for the battle, but I do need a quiet room where I am not disturbed by anyone," Fang Hao replied. Upon hearing that the pigmen were not needed for the battle, both Petty and Bolton breathed a sigh of relief. They were truly afraid of Fang Hao using them as cannon fodder. Fortunately, all he needed was a room. "There's a vacant room in the clan leader's office, it's quiet and no one will disturb you," Petty told him. "Good, lead me there, Bolton. Get ready to lead the way once I return." "As you command, sir." Fang Hao followed Petty into a vacant room. The room was squeaky clean, but it had been a while since anyone had lived there. "Sir, this is my old room. It's been empty for a while. Do you need anything else?" Petty explained. This was her previous room. When she took over as clan leader, she moved into the main bedroom and left this room vacant. "No need, go and inform the villagers that anyone approaching here will face attack from the skeleton soldiers," Fang Hao gave another reminder. "Oh, I'll go and tell them right away," Petty, sensing the severity in Fang Hao's voice, quickly nodded to show she understood. Petty left to tell the villagers not to approach the clan leader's office. The skeleton soldiers who were stationed in Pigman village, split into groups of 500, and surrounded the entire building of the clan leader's office. In case of a battle, the skeletons could hold them off for a while, allowing Fang Hao to awaken instantly. Everything was handled properly. Fang Hao then laid down on the bed and entered the state of God's presence. God's presence target, skeleton soldier, compatibility 88%. After possessing a skeleton soldier, Fang Hao strode out of the hall. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Bolton patiently waiting. "Bolton, we can set off now." Chapter 75, Mist Wrap. Bolton had a strong talent for leading the way. Without needing to look at any map, he could remember every location clearly. He remembered clearly where detours were needed and where monster strongholds were located. After leaving Pigman Village, the large team headed west. They crossed through forests and mountain valleys. The disturbed wild beasts let out a few roars of anger, then left. They avoided this army composed of bones. Finally, in the long march, the team entered the ruins. A clear isolation zone was formed between the city ruins and the forest. Behind them was a lush forest. In front, however, was a barren waste where nothing grew. In the distance, they could see a city ruin. Most of the city wall had collapsed, and among the rubble and rotting wood, a few weeds were growing, adding some green to the pale grey scene. "Sir, we have entered the ruins," one Bolton said. Fang Hao also knew that this was the ruins. After all, he was not blind. He could see the difference between here and the outside world. "Where are the elemental creatures you mentioned?" Fang Hao asked curiously. He looked around, but didn't see any elemental creatures. He didn't even see a single mouse. "Sir, when we get closer, they will appear," one Bolton quickly replied. Fang Hao nodded. He pointed at a lucky skeleton soldier and ordered, "Go, scout ahead." The skeleton soldier walked out of the team and strode forward. About 200 meters in, a layer of mist suddenly rose from the ground. The mist wrapped around the scouting skeleton. Fang Hao narrowed his eyes, closely observing the mist. Just then, zzz! In the mist, several flashes of lightning, like electric currents, struck the scouting skeleton. Its body flew backward and by the time it landed, it had become a scattering of bones. Killed in one hit. A sense of heaviness immediately filled Fang Hao's heart. Even when they encountered a level 7 ogre, a skeleton soldier wearing plate armor could withstand a strike. However, it was killed instantly by the creature in the mist. "Attack, kill them!" Fang Hao immediately ordered. The creatures in the mist were powerful, but their numbers were not high. Fang Hao's battle style was quite straightforward. For him, the strong prey upon the weak, and the many terrorize the few. As for tactics and ingenious strategies, he did not need them at the moment. Tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers and 1,100 skeleton ogres ran past Fang Hao and Bolton. With the sound of crunching bones and clashing armor filling the battlefield, a sea of gleaming skeletons charged at the mist. Zzz! Brilliant arcs of lighting shot from the mist, constantly striking the skeletons. Fortunately, the skeleton ogres were enormous and only suffered some impacts, not being killed instantly. On the contrary, the normal skeleton soldiers could not withstand such impacts, they were killed with a single strike. Soon, the skeleton army charged into the mist. The tide of the army pushed out the creatures inside the mist. They appeared in Fang Hao's line of sight. Air Elemental, 5th Order. Description: the remnants of the magic dust settled and agglomerated to produce an air elemental. In a favorable environment, it will display extraordinary and frightful power. The air elemental looked as though it was made of collected clouds. The upper half of its body had a human-like silhouette, while the lower half looked like floating mist. It resembled the scene of Aladdin's genie in its entrance in a cartoon series. "It's an air elemental." This wasn't something Fang Hao had expected. He had assumed that elemental creatures, based on his use of the wood spirits, would follow the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The occurring of an air elemental, it made him reconsider his original beliefs. Perhaps this world doesn't conform to conventional notions. Boom! 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 The air elementals engaged in fierce combat with the skeleton ogres. Fortunately, air elementals were also living entities, not an elusive mist. When attacked by a giant axe, they too would get hurt and cry out in painful roars. Sizzle! Off in the distance, an air elemental is relentlessly forced out of the fog by 5 skeleton trolls. Its gaseous arm points, and a lightning bolt hits one of them before immediately spreading to 2 others, like a serpent made of electricity. The 3 struck skeleton ogres stiffened slightly, and from where they were hit, white smoke began to rise. However, the skeleton ogres only sustained some damage, raising their war axes, striking at the body of the air elemental overhead. The 5 war axes repeatedly fell, completely annihilating the air elemental. It turned into a plume of smoke which gradually dissipated in the air. The battle was still ongoing. Roar! When the last air elemental was completely destroyed, the fog obscuring the view around them also gradually cleared. Are there any other creatures? Fang Hao asked Bolton, who stood beside him. Ah? I don't know, we've been blocked out by these air elementals. Bolton immediately answered. They couldn't even eliminate these air elementals, so naturally, they had no idea whether there were any other monsters inside. Fang Hao nodded and ordered the skeleton soldiers to search the surrounding area for any treasure chests or other spoils of war. Before long, a skeleton soldier came striding over, carrying a silver treasure chest. With a bang, it was tossed in front of Fang Hao. Seeing the treasure chest, Fang Hao's mood improved somewhat. He hasn't even entered the ruined city and already he has acquired a treasure chest. Opening the treasure chest. Obtain, Mist and Shrouded Skill Scroll, Air Elemental Summoning Skill Scroll, Trace of the Sky 2, 87 Warfire Coins. There were a total of 3 rewards. 2 of them were Air Elemental Magic. This almost caused Fang Hao to jump up in excitement. Since he had taken the Magic Revelation Potion, he was able to learn various magic skills. This time, he acquired 2 more kinds of magic, which enhanced his ability to defend himself. Currently speaking, with the Hundredfold enhancement, the strength of his territory is not weak. As long as Fang Hao had time to gather his forces, he could compete with all the forces around his territory. But the weakness is also very obvious. His personal strength was too weak. In the face of assassination or other targeted tactics, he would struggle to respond. Therefore, strengthening himself, enhancing his skill to increase his survival rate, was equally crucial to the development of his territory. These 2 skills happened to be what he needed. He suppressed his excitement and began to check the rewards he acquired. Mist Wrap. Category, Air Elemental Magic. Level 3 Magic. Ability, the mist will cover the battlefield, reducing the enemy's field of vision by 75% and morale by 15%. Description, ready for a game of hide and seek? Toy with your opponent in the mist, unable to distinguish friend from foe within 3 meters. This skill is identical to the mist that Fang Hao had just witnessed. It doesn't seem to have the same effect as before. In the previous situation, the density of the cloud and fog was such that only when the air elemental was forced out could the creatures inside the fog be seen. But this skill scroll seems to have greatly reduced that ability. He continued to the next skill scroll. Elemental Guard, Air. Chapter 76, Deceased Mage. Elemental Guard, Air. Category, Skills, with no elemental physique, this skill cannot be learned. Ability, summons 2 air elemental attendants to fight in tandem for a duration of 30 minutes. Description, war is never fought alone. Use the natural energy around you, summon attendants to launch attacks on the enemy. This was Fang Hao's second summoning skill. The first one summoned wood attendants, this time it is air attendants. He wonders whether all of them can be summoned at the same time. He secured all the loot. Fang Hao turned to Bolton again. Bolton, wait for us here. As you command, sir. Bolton immediately responded. He didn't want to enter into the ruins, and now that Fang Hao asked him to stay behind, he felt a sense of relief. Of course, Fang Hao has his own motives. He himself has secrets he doesn't want others to know, and Bolton wasn't exactly helpful moving forward either. Better to have him wait here, making both parties feel more at ease. Okay, let's continue to move forward. Fang Hao waved his hand, and the skeleton army marched on in unison, stepping towards the ruined city. Traveling along the mud-covered road, they crossed the desolate city gate and entered the city. The city was in ruins, with the remaining towering stone walls teetering, and the eye could only see debris and rotten beams. Looking at the scene in front of him, Fang Hao has the feeling that the city has been bombed. Whoosh! Just then, a fireball flies in from a distance. Bang! The fireball hit a skeleton, the explosion flung its body into the air. Its metal armor was dented, leaving black burn marks behind. Fang Hao got startled, and immediately looked in the direction of the attack. There can be seen elemental creatures engulfed with flames roaming in abundance amidst the rubble in the distance. Fire Elemental, Tier 6. Description, aggressive fire elementals, born from the fury of elemental magic, if you anger them, be prepared to endure a scorching inferno. Whoosh! 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 More and more fire elementals emerge, occupying the entire city. One after another, searing fireballs flew towards the skeleton army. Kill! Fang Hao coldly ordered, and the entire skeleton army immediately fanned out, attacking the continually appearing fire elementals. Fang Hao himself also drew his iron sword. After dodging a rapidly shot fireball, he charged directly at the fire elemental. Approaching, he immediately unleashed a shield strike. The iron-wrapped shield directly struck the fire elemental on its head. Flames fluttered from the elemental's body, but it didn't seem to be stunned. Fang Hao dodged the elemental's counterattack by lowering his head, and swiftly swung his sword twice in succession. 2 sword marks appeared on the fiery body. Simultaneously, the skeletons by Fang Hao's side continuously wielded their weapons, inflicting persistent damage on the fire elemental. Boom! Another fireball flies. Fang Hao immediately raised his shield to block. The fireball hit the shield, its immense force caused him to stumble back a few steps before regaining his balance. He quickly moved forward, continuing to engage with the fire elemental in front of him. Having understood the attack method of the fire elemental, a cold laugh flashed in Fang Hao's heart, thinking it was no big deal. The second he thought that, Fang Hao suddenly discovered a ring of fire suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Just as he wanted to move. From the center of the ring, a pillar of flame surged upward, swallowing him. And other 2 skeleton soldiers. Fang Hao sat up on the bed. Taking a look at his surroundings, he confirmed that the skeleton he had been controlling is deceased. Taking a deep breath, he immediately reinitiated the God's Presence ritual. Once again possessing the body of a skeleton soldier, he rejoined the battlefield. The recent ring of fire was apparently a fire elemental's ability. Occasionally appearing, it burned the only Tier 1 skeleton soldiers directly into ashes. However, this circle of fire ability didn't inflict as much damage to the skeleton trolls. On the contrary, these trolls, adept at fighting, made the enemy constantly retreat. Bang! With a single stroke of his sword, Fang Hao completely annihilated the fire elemental before him. The rest of the battles were also gradually coming to an end. With the numerical advantage of the skeleton army, and the existence of a 5th-tier skeleton troll, several hundred fire elementals were quickly annihilated. Fang Hao was just about to give the order to clear the battlefield. Swoosh! A magic arrow engulfed in flames was aimed directly at him. Bang! Fang Hao instinctively raised his shield, blocking the fireball. The magic arrow shattered before him, turning into scattered sparks. Suddenly looking to the side, he saw a mummified corpse wrapped in tattered robes, quietly chanting a spell. Restless Mage, Tier 7. Description: Natural mages are the world's top scholars. Their spiritual power, far exceeding that of ordinary people, prevents them from resting even in death, their fragmented souls trapped in their bodies, wandering aimlessly. This long-dead mage hadn't undergone a professional or traditional mummification process. With every movement, dried and wrinkled skin fell off his face like sand. The state of decay of his body was hindering his movements. Despite his powerful magic power or ability to delay body decomposition, in a few decades, this body would be completely decayed. Seeing him chant another spell, Fang Hao immediately ordered, "Quick, kill him." These deceased mages were merely undead. Who knew what major attack the next spell might incite? The closest skeleton soldiers charged towards the undead mage. It seemed the mage had sensed this, his chanting faltered slightly and he promptly summoned 4 fire elemental souls in an attempt to block the advancing skeleton soldiers. But the 4 fire elementals weren't nearly enough to oppose the numerous skeleton army. Within moments of coming into contact, before they could unleash a simple fireball, they were either killed by a flurry of swords or chopped by a chaotic axe. The undead mage, upon seeing the abrupt annihilation of his summoned souls, began to retreat while ceasing his spell chants. "Kill him," Fang Hao urged once more. There could be a potential danger here. The skeleton soldiers lunged towards the retreating undead mage. Apparently, both the close combat ability and defense of this mage weren't too high. Each iron sword stabbed into his body, completely killing him. When the already decaying body was violently filled with sharp swords, it bang burst into a cloud of dust and decayed particles, not even leaving a corpse behind. "Damn it! Where's the corpse?" Fang Hao cursed. "I just wanted your bodies, dying without leaving a corpse behind, isn't that a bit too much?" With a sigh, he gave another order, "Search for the loot, avoid approaching the building up ahead." While there seemed to be no immediate danger, a reasonably intact stone tower up ahead gave Fang Hao a feeling of unease. Sure enough, the loot was quickly scavenged. The slain fire elementals had dropped some materials. Violent Marks 3, Red Flame Essence 12. Besides these, there was also a silver treasure chest. He opened the chest directly. Obtained, Fire Arrow Skill Scroll, Beast Taming Contract, Green, Tailor Shop Blueprint, Warfire Coins plus 72. A skill scroll should be quite valuable. Every time a skill scroll appeared, it would automatically raise the level of the loot chest. Chapter 77, Starfire. After opening the treasure chest, Fang Hao ordered the skeleton soldiers to perform a thorough search. But the city had been abandoned for too long, and all sorts of items had already been worn away by time, leaving nothing behind. Finding nothing, Fang Hao began to regroup the troops. The damaged equipment in the skeletons' hands was replaced with that of their dead comrades. After 2 fights in a row, the skeleton army had achieved significant victories, but the casualties were also substantial. From this, Fang Hao saw the shortcomings within the team. They lacked ranged units. Although he could force the skeleton soldiers to switch to light crossbows, their stiff and slow actions required Fang Hao's personal command on the sideline. It was a desperate measure in a desperate situation. After regrouping, the team continued to push forward. Ahead was a well-preserved building, a towering stone tower, only the top of which had collapsed, littered with grey tiles and decayed timber. The mottled stone walls still towered, appearing solid as ever. The stone tower was located in the center of the city, and combined with its unique design, it should have been a lord's mansion or some sort of administrative building. Upon reaching the stone tower, Fang Hao exhaled, "You guys, and you others, come in with me." There was not enough room inside the stone tower to accommodate the entire skeleton army. So, Fang Hao selected 5 skeleton trolls and 10 skeleton soldiers. Considering the large size of the skeleton trolls, they were asked to wait at the entrance of the stone tower, where the space was relatively cramped. The outer door of the stone tower was already decayed and cracked, and it collapsed with the rotting wood as it was pushed open. Despite the countless years that have passed, the interior of the stone tower still depicted its past magnificence and splendor. The carvings on the stone bricks, the rotten desks, carpets, and the rusty, teetering nightstone chandelier overhead. This city must have once had its own glory. It is unknown what caused it to become a ruin. Clang! As Fang Hao was investigating the room and looking for anything he could take, several undead mages walked out of the other rooms of the tower, knocking over the lampstand on the table and making a clear sound. As soon as they came out, they targeted Fang Hao and the others, converging various magics and attacking them. Boom! A thud! A water magic arrow hit hard against the shield in hand. Fang Hao felt a tremendous force and involuntarily tilted backward. Boom! 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 The rest of the skeleton soldiers were also subjected to attacks. For a moment, the already decayed furniture was in complete chaos, wood chips flying everywhere, and chairs shattering. "Kill them," said Fang Hao, his gaze slightly cold as he gave his direct order. The skeleton soldiers launched an attack, raising their shields and charging at the undead mages. Boom! 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 Magic spells were released one after another, summoning one magic servant after another. A fierce battle ensued with the rushing skeletons. The intense battle attracted the hidden undead mages from upstairs. The skeleton army did likewise. Only a part of the skeleton soldiers who could enter the tower formed the army, and there were constantly skeletons rushing in from the outside, joining the battle incessantly. Fang Hao held his iron sword, cutting down a summoning ghost, and rushed to the undead mage. The iron sword turned into a flash of cold light, slashing down the opponent's raised arm. The arm's muscles were rotten, exposing the white bones. With one slash of the sword, the entire arm was cut off, disrupting the casting of the magic. The cut end exposed dried, greyish-white flesh, without a drop of blood. The undead mage looked a bit puzzled at his severed arm, then again raised his left hand to start casting. Crack! Fang Hao swung his sword twice more, cutting off the left hand again. Having lost both arms, the undead mage fell into a brief state of confusion. Unable to cast spells calmly, the undead mage struggled to retaliate effectively. Ultimately, Fang Hao and the skeleton soldiers managed to slay the undead mage with their overwhelming attacks. The mage's magic was highly damaging, but when enemies got close, they proved powerless. This was especially true against the skeleton army, who were experts in group combat and nearly impossible to defend against. Once they closed in, they would surround and attack. One man, one sword, could reduce an undead mage to a bloodied mess. By the second round of attacks, it would be eliminated. The skeleton army battled their way up the stairs. Until, they had completely annihilated all the undead mages. Some of you check the upper floors for any remaining enemies, everyone else, put out the fire. After the battle ended, Fang Hao commanded loudly. Among the mages, were a handful of fire elemental mages, who had set fire to anything combustible in the room with their repeated fire magic spells. Much of the furniture within the stone tower had been constructed from decaying wood that instantly ignited upon contact with fire magic, causing red flames to cable up quickly. The fire spread rapidly. These mages were dead, unable to feel the threat of the flames. Yet Fang Hao and the skeletons were the same, unafraid of death. They had fought through the fire until now. Only after the conflict had been resolved did they start to put out the fire. Unignited combustibles were thrown outside, preventing the fire from spreading further. Luckily, the ground floor was a large hall, and there wasn't much combustible material to begin with. After burning for a while, combined with the effort to extinguish it, the fire was finally brought under control. That's when the skeletons that had gone up to check for enemies came down, proving that there were no enemies left on the upper floors. If there were any enemies left, they would have already started fighting. Bring down the chandelier and take the nightstone. We're going to grift every room, commanded Fang Hao, proceeding leisurely. He ordered the skeletons to move anything useful to the outside, directing them as he walked. Without a stop, he quickly made his way to the third level. Upon entering the largest room, he saw a set of white bones draped in a robe, seated on a wicker recliner. Its body sprawled weakly on the chair, resembling a long dead corpse. Another boss. Fang Hao instinctively took a step backward. However, a second later, he dismissed his initial thought. Elder Mage's skeleton. Type, remains. Description, internal strife led the city towards destruction. Former allies turned into enemies. The elderly leader, powerless to change things, heard the cries from outside the window and slowly ended his own life. When the target was displayed as a skeleton, it indicated the opponent was already deceased. According to the description, it seemed the city hadn't been invaded from the outside, but instead had experienced infighting. After confirming there was no danger, Fang Hao walked right into the room. Behind the reclining chair was a dilapidated desk, its books long rotted and torn. Only a long, tawny leather box was still intact. He dusted off the box, unlocked the latch, and slowly lifted the lid. Suddenly, a surge of red energy burst forth, flooded the entire room. Upon examining the item in the box, Fang Hao's eyes lit up. It was a magic wand. Holy shit, it's beautiful! Fang Hao whispered in awe. The wand was exquisitely crafted. The wooden handle was engraved with intricate patterns, and a giant red gemstone was nestled at the top. If one looked closely at the gemstone, it seemed as if there was a flame burning within. Starfire, purple. Category, wand. Ability, Starfire. Description, life is fragile, it can't withstand even a hint of starfire. Starfire, summons a meteor to fall, triggering an explosion where it lands. Chapter 78, Mage Tower. Fang Hao held the magic wand, elation filling his heart. This trip was indeed not in vain, yielding a fine piece of purple equipment. Having drank the magic revelation potion, Fang Hao's body began to accept and sense magic elements more easily. If there were no other circumstances, Fang Hao might well embark on the path of a magic summoner. And this purple magic wand would be perfect for him. After the excitement, Fang Hao turned his attention to the bones lying nearby. Move the skeleton outside. Two skeletons approached to lift the bone remains from the vine chair. But just as the surface contact started, the body crumbled like powder, leaving only the skull leaning against the back of the vine chair, now integrated with it. Alas! Fang Hao sighed faintly. There are requirements for transformation, and the most important is the integrity of the body. It is not enough to just retrieve a part, or a piece of a limb, to carry out transformation. Bury the skeleton along with the vine chair in the courtyard. At the back of the stone tower, there is a rather large courtyard. Since the deceased had been obsessed with this city in life, it should be their wish to remain here. The two skeletons didn't attempt to touch the remaining skull this time, but moved it out together with the vine chair. All right, search each room to see if there are any valuable items, Fang Hao commanded his other skeletons. The skeletons quickly scattered, conducting a room-by-room search. Soon, a gold treasure chest was tossed in front of Fang Hao. Could it be another mage skill? Thinking this, he directly opened the treasure chest. With a flash of light, the reward appeared. Received, blueprints for Mage Tower, Timber Processing Plant, Root Magic Wand, pages from the Elemental Codex, 50 Mithril, and 142 Warfire coins. One flash of light after another invited astonishment from Fang Hao. Him receiving the Starfire Wand had already given him a huge surprise. The emergence of so many blueprints now was like icing on the cake. He had received gold chests before. But compared with these rewards, whatever was inside those chests was far less superior, whether in terms of grade or practicality. One could say that this relic exploration was more than worth it. He started inspecting the rewards from the chest. Mage Tower Blueprints, Blue. Category, Building Blueprints. Construction Materials, 3,500 wood, 2,200 stones, 320 leather, 400 hemp ropes, 120 mithril, 20 perfect essence. Description: consume faction items to recruit a ranged mage class. Upon seeing this blueprint, the soul fire in Fang Hao's pupils flickered slightly. This was exactly what he needed. A building that could recruit long-range troops. After recruiting mages, he could remedy the absence of long-range units in his army, making it more diversified. He then looked at the second blueprint. Timber Processing Factory Blueprint, Green. Category, Building Blueprints. Required materials, 2,800 wood, 800 stones, 550 straw, 320 leather, 400 hemp ropes, 85 metal parts. Description: through synthesis and processing, the wood that has been mined can be made into harder and sturdier tough wood. Good gracious! There it was, the last required material for upgrading the Lord's territory had finally appeared. For the 5th level Lord's Hall, not only are stone bricks required but also tough wood. Prior to this, Fang Hao had always assumed that tough wood was also made from a blueprint, and could be produced once he had the blueprint. Now it seems that tough wood requires factory processing, and isn't as simple as just using the Book of Lords to make it. But that's fine, after returning Fang Hao can arrange for people to get down to processing, there should be ample manpower in his territory. Wooden Wand Blueprint, Green. Category, Wand. Materials required, sturdy wood 1, iron 1, essence of magic 2, mithril 2. Description: a general-purpose magic wand made from a variety of materials. It is effective in amplifying magic. Not bad at all. But it's far less impressive compared to his own wand. In terms of both properties and appearance, the Starfire excels. That shimmering flame gem, as big as half a fist, exudes an aura of wealth wherever it goes. Elemental Scripture Fragment. Category: torn pages of the scripture. Ability: damage plus 1% for air, earth, water, fire elemental magic, number of summoned spirits plus 1. Description: ancient scripture fragment, collecting all fragments will yield the complete scripture's magic. Peculiar treasures are plentiful. Another chapter fragment of the scripture popped up. Why are the people of this world so shaky, tearing up good stuff into pieces? Fang Hao sorted everything and then walked down from the stone tower directly. He looked at the sky. It was probably around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. He had been busy since the morning when he set off from his territory. The other skeletons located in the stone tower and various corners of the city also found numerous resources. Iron, copper, and other durable materials, as well as rare materials such as mithril and essence of magic, were collected. These mages seemed to have collected these rare materials. All of them were moved out. Additional nightstones disassembled from the stone tower and assorted silver and copper items were also collected. Only after everything was sorted did Fang Hao wave his hand, letting everyone return with the loot. Bolton, who seemed half asleep, looked completely surprised when he saw them return loaded with goods. After identifying the skeleton possessed by Fang Hao, he immediately stepped forward. "Sir, you've returned." "Yes, let's go back to the Pigman village." Fang Hao then led the large group towards the Pigman village. They all hurried along with their heads down, moving faster than when they came. Soon, the Pigman village was in sight. Outside the village, a few pigmen were gathering resources. As soon as the village was in sight, Fang Hao issued a forward command to all of the skeleton soldiers. He himself then deactivated the god's presence and woke up in his room. After stepping outside, he directed the 500 skeleton soldiers guarding the door to return to their respective posts. "Lord, you have come out." Seeing Fang Hao, Petty walked over. "Yes, this time's loot, I have reserved a nightstone chandelier for you." Fang Hao replied as he walked outside. Nightstone is not any ordinary stone. As per the market price, it's quite expensive. Most forces prefer to use candles, as natural ores like nightstone are difficult to purchase. "Oh, thank you, sir." Petty immediately thanked him. The two of them then arrived at the entrance of the village. From a distance, they saw the densely packed skeleton army rapidly approaching. "Prepare the cart," Fang Hao ordered. "Oh, all right." In no time, the skeleton army arrived at the village entrance. The skeletons carrying the loot deposited their goods in the village warehouse, while the rest of the skeletons were stationed outside the village. Fang Hao picked up the obtained skill scrolls and blueprints for his personal study and also for the Book of Lords collection. Successfully learned skills: Mist Wrap, Elemental Guardian, Air, Fire Arrow. Book of Lords included blueprints: Tailor Shop Construction Blueprint, Mage. Tower Construction Blueprint, Timber Processing Factory Construction Blueprint, Wooden Wand Crafting Blueprint. Book of Lords Special Collection, Taming Contract, Green, Elemental Scripture Fragment. Beams of light flickered and merged with his body in the Book of Lords. Chapter 79, Undead Mage. He collected all the blueprints. Apart from a few items kept for the Pigman village, all the loot was loaded onto the cart, ready to be taken back to his territory. Meanwhile, Fang Hao, accompanied by Petty, headed towards the interior of the Pigman village. He planned to construct a stone processing factory and a wood processing factory here. In this way, the production speed of bricks and hardy wood could be increased. Stone processing factory: wood 2,200, stone 1,800, thatch 550, leather 320, hemp rope 400. He discussed the construction site with Petty, and then began the construction in a vacant area at the corner of the village. 10 minutes later, the stone processing factory was completed. Then Fang Hao continued to build the wood processing factory. Wood processing factory: wood 2,800, stone 800, thatch 550, leather 320, hemp rope 400, metal parts 85. Another 10 minutes of construction time. A wood processing factory was completed. Wood processing factory. Placement: workers 0/5-1. Raw materials: wood 2, wood enhancer 1. Production: hardy wood. Description: through synthesis processing, the harvested wood can be made into tougher and firmer hardy wood. The wood processing factory was also completed. The production of hardy wood required an additional raw material: wood enhancer. The name seemed familiar, it seemed like he had the blueprint. He immediately opened the Book of Lords to look it up. Indeed, after flipping through several pages, he found the wood enhancer. Wood enhancer: bone powder 5, tree sap 4, water 1. Description: a material that makes the wood board tougher. Bone powder can be made by grinding beast bones. Tree sap is a resource that occasionally appears when harvesting trees. There is also a certain amount of stock in the warehouse. Enough for him to manufacture a lot. He set the production quantity to 50. Make. Multiplier triggered, gained wood enhancer 50/50. A large amount of wood enhancer appeared on the vacant ground. Assign people to process them. The village will need a lot of bricks and hardy wood when upgrading in the future. Fang Hao instructed softly. Fang Hao's territory needed these materials. The Pigman village will also need these materials for future upgrades. Increasing the production speed was also good for the development of the Pigman village. Okay, thank you, sir, I will arrange the manpower immediately. Happiness appeared on Petty's face. The Pigman village was relatively backward. Before Fang Hao came, the village had not been upgraded or expanded. This was not because they didn't want to expand but because they lacked the ability and resources. Now that there is an opportunity to continue upgrading and developing, Petty was naturally overjoyed. Fang Hao nodded and didn't say much more. After taking another round in the village, Fang Hao led the team back to his territory. A few hours later, the large group finally returned to the territory, and the spoils of war were sorted and sent to the warehouse. Master, you're back. Ira came out to greet him. Put this in my room. Fang Hao handed the magic wand to Ira. Wow! It's so beautiful. Ira exclaimed as she took it with both hands. Her small hand caressed the red gem at the top, which was barely wrapped in her hand. The gemstone is still warm. Fang Hao gave a slight smile, coughed lightly. It's called Starfire. It's a fire attribute magic wand. When he first saw the magic wand, his expression and thoughts were almost the same as Ira's. After all, he had been tinkering with it for half a day and wasn't as surprised as he was at the beginning. Master, you're really impressive. This magic wand must be very expensive, Ira said, still with a look of shock on her face. It should be quite valuable. Oh. Ira held the magic wand, observing it as she took it upstairs to Fang Hao's room. After Ira left, Fang Hao continued on to the military zone. He wanted to build the newly acquired blueprint in the military zone, the Mage Tower. After the blueprint was recorded in Fang Hao's Book of Lords, it became the Undead Mage Tower. Undead Mage Tower, wood 3,500, stone 2,200, leather 320, hemp rope 400, mithril 120, perfect essence 20. Description: consumes camp items, can recruit long-range mage units. He chose a location and directly started the construction. A flicker of blue light appeared, and the outline of a tall tower slowly took shape in front of him. The construction countdown of 20 minutes had passed, and the light faded away. A gloomy tall tower stood before Fang Hao. Undead Mage Tower. Recruit, Undead Mage. Sacrifices, Wriggling Spine 3. Note: the corresponding camp units can be recruited in this building. The higher the building level, the more types of soldiers in higher tiers can be unlocked. Upgrade prerequisites: Lord Stone Tower upgrade materials, solid wood 4,200, stone brick 2,500, metal parts 850, mithril 240, perfect essence 50, shadow stone 20. The building properties were clear at a glance. However, recruiting the undead mage requires 3 wriggling spines. The rarity and rank of the recruited units likely determine the amount of materials consumed during recruitment. Fang Hao didn't hesitate, consuming 3 wriggling spines to start recruiting. Recruit, Undead Mage. Cost, wriggling spine 3. Do you wish to recruit? Yes. 100 times amplification triggered, recruiting 101 undead mages. A flash of light flickered. 101 undead mages appeared before Fang Hao. They still had the appearance of skeletons, but they held their heads high, dressed in long robes. They were somewhat reminiscent of the skeleton traders. Undead Mage, Tier 3. Camp, Undead. Racial traits: Undead, Hollow Skeleton, weak to light. Skills: Dark Missile. Innate skills: Intermediate Magic Mastery. Dark Missile, unleashes a dark magic missile, causing massive magic damage and triggers an explosion on hitting the target. The morale of the affected enemies rapidly declines. Note: when life surpasses the years that its body can tolerate, death is inevitable and all that remains is the continuous passage of time. A Tier 3 unit. Not bad, Fang Hao was very satisfied in his heart. Not only did it fill the gap of long-range units in his army, but its rank was relatively high. The skill was Dark Missile. After causing an explosion, the morale of the affected targets drops. Morale is an important potential attribute in battle. Low morale can reduce combat power, and in severe cases, it can even lead to desertion. Therefore, morale can severely affect the course of a battle. The recruited undead mages stood dumbstruck, silently looking at themselves. Fang Hao once again opened the Book of Lords and created a page. He had also obtained a green blueprint for a magic wand from the ruins of the Mage City, perfect for the undead mages to equip. Rootwood Magic Wand, green solid wood 1, iron 1, essence of magic 2, mithril 2. He checked the warehouse. In the few hours he took to return from Pigman Village to his territory, the wood processing factory of Pigman Village had produced solid wood, so he could start making the magic wands. Create. 100-fold increase triggered, obtained 101 rootwood magic wands. A large number of rootwood magic wands appeared before Fang Hao. Chapter 80, Skeleton Tailor. Wooden Magic Wand, green. Category: Magic Wand. Damage: amplification of Tier 2 spells. Description: a versatile magic wand made from a variety of materials, effectively amplifying magic spells. 101 wooden magic wands are scattered on both sides. Fang Hao tells the undead mages, pick up the wands, your task is to go to the city walls and stand guard. The undead mages aren't as rigid as the skeleton foot soldiers. They orderly pick up the wands and give a slight bow to Fang Hao before leaving. Even though they're still unable to speak, they show higher intelligence than the skeleton foot soldiers. The mages silently climb the city wall and carry out their patrol duties. Fang Hao heads to the industrial area once again. After the completion of the wood processing plant, he continues to construct a tailor shop. Tailor shop, wood 750, stone 400, leather 220, hemp rope 120, metal parts 50. Confirm construction. Swiftly, the tailor shop comes into view. Tier 1 tailor shop. Recruitable, tailors. Tailor, wriggling spine 1. Note, you can recruit troops belonging to the same camp in this building and carry out tasks related to spinning raw materials into yarn and weaving fabric. Upgrade requirements: wood 1050, stone 750, leather 340, hemp rope 220, metal parts 2. What the heck? He originally thought that the tailor shop was just a simple building. Unexpectedly, it also serves as a place to recruit troops. Well, it's too late to think more now that the building is already constructed. Recruitable, skeleton tailor. Consumes, 1 wriggling spine. Recruit. Confirm recruitment. Triggered 100-fold amplification, recruited 101 skeleton tailors. Bursts of light flash, and 101 skeleton tailors, wearing linen robes and leather measuring tapes around their necks, appear before Fang Hao. Though they're skeletons as well, their hollow eye sockets are ignited with blue flames. Skeleton tailor, Tier 1. Faction, Undead. Racial traits, Undead, hollow skeleton, weak to light. Skill, raw material processing. Raw material processing, can turn raw materials into yarn, including but not limited to linen, wool, silk. Note, from fiber to thread, from thread to fabric, from fabric to clothes, tailors can make ordinary clothing look dazzling. 101 skeleton tailors gather in front of Fang Hao and respectfully bow. They speak in unison, "Honorable Lord, we are willing to serve you." They can speak? The undead mages he'd just recruited with the wriggling spines didn't talk. But these skeleton tailors can. Fang Hao's eyes narrow, but he quickly relaxes. Being able to recruit talking skeletons doesn't seem strange to him. The skeleton merchant, although not a high-ranking combat unit, is also able to speak. Therefore, it seems reasonable that his tailors can talk. "Well, welcome to my territory," Fang Hao says with a smile. Hearing Fang Hao's words, the skeleton tailors straighten up. "Right, are you guys able to use spinners?" Fang Hao suddenly remembers the blueprint for a spinner he received not long ago. The spinner certainly has something to do with fabric weaving, and should be within these tailors' range of work. The leading tailor steps forward and says softly, "Sir, we can use the spinner to turn yarn into fabric, and then make various clothes from the fabric." "Oh, please wait a moment." Fang Hao opens the Book of Lords and uses the 100-fold amplification to make 101 spinners instantly. Hand it over to the group of tailors. The unicorns raised in the ranch also provided some wool, although not much. It was enough to keep these fellows busy for a while. "What's your name?" Fang Hao asked the lead tailor. "Sir, my name is Soy." "All right, Soy, from now on you're the head of the tailors. You will distribute tasks to everyone from here on out," Fang Hao commanded. The soul fire in Soy flickered as he immediately bowed again. "Thank you for your trust, sir." From the conversation, it was clear that Soy was highly intelligent, no less than the skeleton merchant. Perhaps those with special occupations like merchants and tailors all possess normal intelligence. Too dull, and one can't sell items like the skeleton merchant. The development of the domain still relies on everyone's collective efforts, Fang Hao gently patted his shoulder. Soy nodded in agreement. While they were chatting casually, Ira ran over. Seeing the oddly dressed skeleton tailors with tape measures hanging around their necks, she almost turned and ran. Only when she saw Fang Hao standing among them did she stop her getaway, yelling, "Master, it's time to eat." All the skeleton tailors turned to look at her in unison, startling Ira once again. "Come here, Ira," Fang Hao called softly. This was not Ira's first encounter with skeletons. She suppressed her worry, hiding behind Fang Hao. Her large ears drooped down. "This is my maid, Ira." Fang Hao introduced, and then spoke to Ira. "Ira, this is Captain Soy and the rest of them are our territory's tailors." "Oh. "Hello, Captain Soy," Ira greeted quietly. Soy responded, "Nice to meet you, Miss Ira." Seeing that the skeleton in front of her was courteous, Ira was a bit less nervous. "All right, you go about your business. We'll go eat," Fang Hao said, leading Ira away. After sending Fang Hao off, Soy also assigned tasks to his folks. They began making thread from cotton and started processing cloth using spinning wheels. On their way back, Fang Hao looked at Ira. Ira was still wearing the clothes she had on when she was brought over from the slave trader. Her coarse hemp garment, although clean, was still somewhat tattered. "Ira. Master, what's wrong?" Ira's large eyes asked curiously. "Let Soy make a couple of dresses for you when he has time. You've been wearing these for too long." Ira was slightly startled, and when she looked up at Fang Hao again, her eyes welled up slightly. Indeed, she had been wearing this dress for a long time. Since she became a slave, she hadn't changed it. Because of numerous washes, the fabric had broken into countless pieces. She used straw to make rope, and simply sewed up the worn parts to continue wearing it. Even so, this had been the best and most free period of her life since becoming a slave. She never thought she would have the privilege of such a life now. Everything in front of her felt like a dream she had while locked in a cage. As soon as the tailors arrived at the territory, Fang Hao wanted to make clothes for her. She was moved deeply. Her big watery eyes looked at her master, full of emotion. "Rabbit girl, Ira's loyalty to you increases by 2 points. Current loyalty, 100. Underneath you, Ira, whose loyalty to you has reached 100 points, will not show any negative emotions such as betrayal." The sudden appearance of the prompt made Fang Hao slightly startled. Looking at her watery eyes, he felt that the rabbit girl in front of him was extremely cute. He gently stroked her big ears, causing Ira's face to flush. Fang Hao suddenly had an idea. Should he ask Soy and the others to make a bunny girl outfit for Ira to try on? Chapter 81, Pre-order a pair of underwear. Sitting down at the dinner table, Ira served the prepared dinner. While tasting Ira's cooking, he opened up the Book of Lords and turned to the regional chat. "Buying natural gem, resources for gemstones, anyone willing to trade?" "Damn it, I opened treasure chest today and got city wall blueprints, but the material requirement is too high, have to save up for half a month. Damn. I'm still building with wood, I'm so envious. Sigh. I don't even have a change of clothes, my stockings are so smelly. Ahem. I would trade 10 units of resources for a pair of ladies' stockings. 20 units. It's been over 10 days since Fang Hao came to this world. Aside from the clothes he was wearing, he also had an outfit stripped off of Zhuanghong. He had clothes for a change. But most other people had only one set on them. Especially the one with leather shorts on. What a tough guy. Meanwhile, Fang Hao started to consider whether to have the tailor make some clothes for his people and sell them to other lords. During a clothing shortage, they could make some quick money. Once everyone's territory had tailors, it would be much harder to profit from this. On second thought, it seemed quite feasible. He'd ask Soy about it tomorrow. Closing down the regional chat, he continued eating while chatting with Ira. On the other side, the Skull Crusher tribe, Cold Wind Mountain Range. Great Chief Shah, sitting on the leader's position, looked at the tributes presented by the affiliated tribes. The gold and silver tribute session had ended. Now was the presentation of orc girls from each tribe. "Great Chief, this time 4.0 orc girls have been brought, all of them are here." An old orc reported softly. As soon as he finished, several female orcs walked into the hall from outside, lining up below, waiting for the Great Chief's selection. Some of these orc women were huge, with muscles bulging all over their bodies, and sharp teeth and tusk. Others were of average height, but hairy all over. "Greetings, Great Chief." The 40 female orcs spoke in unison, their voices ringing out like thunder in the hall. "Ha ha ha. Good, very good." Shah laughed heartily looking at the women below. He walked down the steps, close to a female orc almost 2 meters tall whose body was covered in muscles. His big hand reached directly into her clothes. He nodded in satisfaction. "You stay, the others can leave for now." The chosen female orc had a happy expression. The rest seemed disappointed and left. When the hall was empty, Shah pushed the female orc onto a chair, her buttocks protruding. Just as he was about to have a good time, a voice suddenly reported from outside the door, "Great Chief, the scout team has returned and is waiting outside." Sha frowned and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. His large hand was still stroking the female orc's body. But eventually, he suppressed his lust, whispering, "Go to my quarters and wait for me." The woman nodded and entered Sha's bedroom. Sha returned to his seat and said loudly, "Let them in." The door opened and a orc team leader strode in. "Great Chief." The orc saluted. "Speak, what's the news?" Sha's voice betrayed his impatience. "Great Chief, we have found the other side's city. They have city walls, arrow towers and all troops are lower-tier skeletons." The orc team leader reported loudly. Sha narrowed his eyes, thinking for a moment, continued to ask, "Is the other side a human lord? Any news about divine artifacts or treasures?" The Skull Crusher tribe was not particularly close to this lord's territory. The purpose of this long-distance scouting trip was to investigate the divine artifact and treasures mentioned by Fireblade. Of course, he was most concerned about the treasures. "As there are too many of them and they patrolled a large area, we didn't see the other side's lord. But from the smoke rising from their city every day, we inferred that it should be the human lord mentioned by Kent." The orc team leader continued. When he had led the scouting, Fang Hao was exploring the mine with his soldiers. Half of the troops were taken away to fight with the iron-eating worm in the mine. He only saw a small part of the force. As for Fang Hao, except under special circumstances, he hardly ever left the city. These orcs had no idea about the effect of God's presence. The only thing they saw was the skeletons coming in and out of the city. Upon hearing that the scouting team hadn't even seen the other lord, Sha's face darkened even more. Add to that the disruption of his pleasure, a spark of fury ignited in his heart. He huffed heavily, like a bellows. "Attendants!" Sha called out in a low voice. 2 orc soldiers immediately entered the room from outside. "Great Chief." The scouting team was inefficient this time, "Send them to the punishment ground, and have them lashed," Sha said coldly. The orc team leader trembled, not knowing where he had failed. He pleaded loudly, "Great Chief, please spare us, Great Chief." The 2 orc soldiers stepped forward, took him away, dragged him out of the room among his cries. Lashing was not as simple as just a few lashes. One lash down was strong enough to kill a cow, and it would follow with several days of exposure under the sun. Every time after a lashing, half of the orcs couldn't survive and would die on the punishment ground. The team leader was taken away, and the hall quieted down again. Sha squinted slightly, beginning to consider his options. The just punished team leader had gathered comprehensive intelligence, including the scale of the city and strength of its forces. Whether the other side was a human was no longer of importance. Next, all they would have to do was send troops to take over the city. Not only would they acquire the other's treasures, they could also use the city as a base to re-implement the plan of domain migration. And thereby, leave this barren land. At this thought, Sha's eyes lit up again. After uniting the entire Cold Wind mountain range, he found a new target, a new journey. "Attendant." The orc guard waiting outside came in again. "Great Chief. Notify all leaders, convene a meeting." The next morning, dawn. Fang Hao was having the breakfast Ira prepared. He watched everyone chatting in the channel. Then he posted a message in the chat too. "Buying wool, flax, silk, private chat me for a price if you have any." The second Fang Hao's message went out. The previously lively chat suddenly stopped scrolling. Only this message remained inside the chat box. It took 3 seconds before messages started flooding in like an explosion. "OMG! Lord Fang Hao is still alive? I thought. You thought shit, everyone's living better than you. Wait. Let me butt in, is Lord Fang Hao planning to move into the textile industry? Why is he buying all textile-related items? Let me butt in too, Lord Fang Hao, I want to pre-order a pair of underwear." Chapter 82, Measuring 3 Sizes. Even though trades are conducted via the channel, and there's no concept of a shop one. The various goods that Fang Hao sells all convey a feeling of a shop. Items ranging from bathtubs, iron pots, and even iron axes and boundary markers are all selling out, indicating that they are very popular. He was selling all sorts of things. Whether it's iron axes, iron boundary markers, iron pots or bathtubs. The truth is, all of them have a durability, and when the durability reaches 0, they can no longer be used. When there are no suitable craftsmen to repair them, they need to be repurchased. So, everyone turns out to be Fang Hao's repeat customers. Now Fang Hao suddenly started purchasing all sorts of textile products without a limit. Everyone was more and more amazed at the development of Fang Hao's territory. Fang Hao looked at everyone's clamor and spoke again. Indeed, our territory has been studying textile products, and if successful, we will sell them to everyone via the regional channel. Anyone who has cotton, flax, silk can chat privately with me about the prices. Damn! I just mentioned it casually, and you really started operating in the textile industry. Do we live in the same world? Boss man, recognize me. Hey mister, I want to put in a tailor order for some dresses. The person above, I know you, you're a man, why do you want to tailor a dress? None of your business, everyone has the right to pursue freedom, so what? One after another, the messages were continuously scrolling. Soon after, someone immediately sent him private messages. Boss Fang Hao, I have some flax here, how much do you want? Fang Hao was startled, it seems like the other party has quite a decent quantity of flax. Minus 500 units, is that enough? Fang Hao roughly burst out with a number. Enough? Oh? Fang Hao's mind stirred, he specifically looked at the other party's name Deng Bin. Could it be that this person has already started planting flax? Otherwise, how could he have such a large stock of flax? That's not right. If he can use flax, then there's no way he would sell it to me so eagerly. What do you need in return? Fang Hao continued to ask. The other party kept quiet for a moment, then replied, 20 iron boundary markers, 30 iron spears. Seeing what the other party wanted, he knew that the other party's territory was developing slower, and definitely hadn't reached the stage where it could use flax. At the same time, he couldn't accept this kind of exchange. He replied, iron is popular currently, this amount of flax cannot be exchanged for it. Iron boundary markers and iron spears are all hot-selling products in the market, and their selling prices are not low either. With 500 units of flax, Fang Hao really didn't want to make the trade. Because even if Fang Hao does not want it, the flax still can't be sold, but iron boundary markers and iron spears can still be sold smoothly. The other party was a straightforward person and continued to speak, boss man, you develop fast, you propose a price, as long as it is acceptable to me, I will sell it, and then you take care of us who develop slower. This person is smart, selling things as they should, and plans to cling on to Fang Hao for future advancement. Fang Hao made a rough calculation in his head and said, 111 buy your 500 units of flax for an equivalent of 2 units of iron, I'll restock every 7 days, you can sell to me anytime. Alright, I want 25 iron spears, we can trade right now, the other party replied quickly. The initial asking price seemed more like a bargaining strategy. Iron spears can be exchanged for 4 units of iron in the trading area. According to the price Fang Hao set, 2 units of iron equates to 25 iron spears. Of course, in Fang Hao's place, there is a 100 times increment, 25 iron spears just cost 2 units of iron. Sure, list them for sale first. Soon, the two reached a deal, and each got what they needed. Fang Hao continued to ask, can you tell me how you got so much flax? This made Fang Hao curious. Sure. Deng Bin discovered this type of flax plant very early. He didn't identify it at first, it was only when the villagers brought it back he found out it was flax by looking at its properties. Later, he followed the place where he found the flax and discovered a large area densely grown in a grassland. Since he had no use for it, he didn't arrange for anyone to harvest it. This time, partnering with Fang Hao, he guaranteed that he would provide a sufficient quantity of flax when trading. After the trade completed and the chat ended, Fang Hao once again obtained some cotton and flax, but he didn't get any silk. When no one else sent him private messages, he closed the Book of Lords. After breakfast, Fang Hao carried out his usual patrol around his territory. When he arrived at the tailor shop, he saw many skeleton tailors operating spinning wheels, processing the cotton threads they made last night into cloth. Now the raw materials in the warehouse are sufficient, enough for them to produce for a while. Good morning, Lord. Soy strode over, respectfully greeted. Soy was appointed as the team captain by Fang Hao, and acquired the authority to command all tailors. She assigned some workers to process cotton into cotton thread, and some workers were making cloth from cotton thread. It seemed that she's allocated the work clearly. Morning, Soy. Fang Hao greeted her with a smile. What can I do for you, Lord? Soy continued to ask. Ira, come here. Soy, make some daily wear for her. Fang Hao continued to speak when Ira came over. In a private room. Ira, wearing underclothes, stood straight in the middle of the room. Fang Hao held a measuring tape, measuring her body dimensions. This matter should not be Fang Hao's responsibility, but under Ira's teary eyes, Fang Hao had to step in and do it himself. Ira, lift your arms. Ira lifted her white arms. Fang Hao wrapped the tape from her back, around her chest, creating an indentation in the middle. Master, loosen it, it's too tight. Ira said softly. Oh. Fang Hao loosened the measuring tape and noted a number. Then, Fang Hao continued to measure, recording her waist and hip dimensions one by one. Ira, your legs are disproportionate to the rest of your body. Fang Hao wrapped the tape around her thigh again. Ira's thighs were smooth and delicate, especially when compared to her height, they were long and slender. If she represented in the modern world, she would definitely overshadow most actresses. Master, do you like short legs? Ira opened her eyes wide and asked softly. Ah? No, I like long ones. Of course he likes longer ones. Oh, that's good. Ira breathed a sigh of relief, a strange joy surged in her heart. Soon, Fang Hao finished all the measurements. Then it was Ira's turn, who learned by imitation, and measured all of Fang Hao's dimensions from head to toe. Only after they finished all the measurements did they return to the tailor shop and pass the data to Soy. They let Soy make clothes for them first, with the needs of the people on the channel being pushed back. After patrolling the territory, Fang Hao walked back to the Lord's cabin. He was just about to lie back onto the bed, to explore the map through God's presence mode. Suddenly, the door was knocked again. Master, Scholar Nelson is out and wants to see you. Ira's voice came from behind the door. Nelson is out? Since Nelson entered the Viscera Museum, it had been 4 to 5 days. According to him, it's about time he came out. Stepping out of the cabin, he saw Nelson leaning on his magic wand with a large skeleton hero standing beside him. Chapter 83, Hero Fireblade. Nelson hunched his back, leaning on his magic wand. Although he was an immortal golden hero, his staggering steps looked quite like those of a battle-weary elder. Next to him stood a tall skeleton warrior, his back straight and strong like an erected blade. The contrast between the two was striking. "Milord," Nelson bowed slightly. Scholar Nelson, Fang Hao welcomed with a smile. The more contact he had with the undead, the more puzzled Fang Hao was. Why are all living creatures so opposed to the undead clan? Compared to the savage beast clan, skeleton traders and Nelson were both affable, like gentlemen. "Milord, allow me to introduce Fireblade." The skeleton warrior with a strong physique knelt down on one knee and said loudly, "Fireblade pledges loyalty unto death to you, my lord." Fang Hao's brow furrowed as he turned to look at Nelson. Nelson nodded in affirmation. Fireblade Kent. The orc hero who died at his hands. After being transformed by Nelson, his status had become one of the heroes under Fang Hao's command. Fireblade, Level 3 hero. Faction, Undead. Template, Blue. Racial traits, Undead, Hollow Skeleton, Weakness to Light. Army talent, Berserk, Infantry Commander, Chariot Commander. Skills, Blood Rage, Flame Slash, Killing Intent, Cruelty. Innate abilities, Advanced Tactical Mastery, Advanced Equestrian Mastery, Advanced Command Mastery, Advanced Two-Handed Weapon Mastery. Berserk, troops under his command gain a 1% increase in strength after killing or assisting in killing an enemy. This effect lasts for 5 seconds and can stack up to 15 times. Infantry Commander, infantry troops get an 8% increase in attack power. Chariot Commander, chariot troops get a 5% increase in attack power. Blood Rage, active, enters a rage in battle, all attributes increase by 10%. Flame Slash, active, swings the sword once, burning the air, inflicting 100% fire damage. Killing Intent, passive, when injured, attack increases by 15%. Cruelty, passive, inflicts greater damage on seriously wounded enemies. Description, product of the immortal corpse witch, not recognized by the god of undead. This hero cannot progress or advance. Fireblade's attributes were quite good. During his battle with the Beast Clan, Fang Hao had relied on overwhelming numbers of his undead army to bring down Fireblade. The area around Fireblade was piled high with the skeletons of his victims. Now that he has been transformed by Nelson, he had become one of the undead heroes under Fang Hao. However, while Fireblade may be a hero, he could no longer progress or advance, remaining as is perpetually. That is to say, Fireblade's potential has peaked, he could no longer improve. Of course, it's too early to consider the issue of hero advancement at this point. Adding one more hero brought a significant improvement to the fief. He proceeded to check Fireblade's loyalty. Fireblade's loyalty to you has reached 2. Your subordinate, Fireblade's loyalty has reached 2 points, negative emotions such as treachery and betrayal will not appear. The soul of Fireblade Kent had been bound and modified by Nelson. Although he retained his intellect, he lacked independent emotions. He had no memory of the past and would only be loyal to the fiefdom and to Fang Hao. This was a relief to Fang Hao. In this way, Fireblade would harbor no further thoughts of revenge against him. Good, Fireblade, I welcome your addition. Fang Hao declared loudly. Fireblade rose to his feet. Thank you, my lord. After a moment of consideration, Fang Hao instructed 2 of his skeleton guards, go fetch the bloodthirsty set. The 2 skeleton warriors went into the room and brought out the 4 pieces of the bloodthirsty set, and the bloodthirsty blade. This set of equipment had been obtained from the Fireblade tribe. Because it was too heavy, neither he nor any other soldiers could wear it, so it was kept in the Lord's Hall. Fireblade, I entrust this set of gear to you. I hope in the future you will make a great contribution to our land. After all the twists and turns, it ended up back in Fireblade's hands. Thank you, my lord. Fireblade donned the bloodthirsty set, holding the bloodthirsty blade in his hand, and his aura became instantly fierce. All right, wait for me outside the territory, later we will explore the nearby map together. Yes, my lord. Fireblade responded and waited outside the territory. Fang Hao had a brief chat with Nelson and then went straight back to the lord's cabin. In his god's presence state, he took Fireblade and his troops to explore unknown areas. Dusk was approaching. The large troop returned with a full load. Although they didn't come across any special strongholds or forces, they hunted numerous beasts and found several wooden treasure chests. Animals were butchered, providing food and hides, increasing the storage in the warehouse. And the chests contained a good number of items. Blueprint for iron hoe, blueprint for stone bowl, natural gem 12, mithril 10, springs trace 3, magic power trace 2. It was quite a rewarding excursion. Wooden treasure chests usually contained limited items, besides materials, blueprints were generally basic ones. As Fang Hao collected all the blueprints, the skeleton crew returning from Shadowwind Castle just happened to be unloading. He had allocated a large amount of skeletons to demolish in Shadowwind Castle. During his map exploration, he had checked the progress at Shadowwind Castle. The once towering Shadowwind Castle had been reduced to ruins, and after consecutive work by thousands of skeletons, there was nothing left but rubble and broken walls. The stone brick reserves in the territory were now enough for current upgrades. And the speed of producing stone bricks at the stone processing factory was faster than regular mining, so he immediately issued the command for a full retreat. All the working skeletons were called back to the territory. Fang Hao, with 1,200 skeleton laborers in front of the territory gate, started assigning tasks. Firstly, he established 3 stone quarries and 3 logging sites outside the territory. Then he upgraded all the quarries and logging sites to level 4. Level 4 quarry. Category: Building. Description: Quarry area, stone collection efficiency plus 15%. Level 4 logging site. Category: Building. Description: Logging site area, wood collection efficiency plus 15%. Once established, it could significantly improve the efficiency of basic resource extraction. The laborer skeletons began their work. Fang Hao then returned to the territory and upgraded the other buildings. He upgraded the underground cemetery, warehouse, burial grounds, castle wall, arrow tower and corridor of the dead all to level 4. When all the upgrades were complete, the storage area for resources in the territory became instantly spacious. All was done. It was also time for dinner. Perhaps because of the new clothes on the way, Ira was clearly in a good mood. She introduced the ingredients for dinner to Fang Hao and fed him actively. As the two enjoyed their meal, the long-lost system prompt sounded again in everyone's ears. Congratulations on surviving 13 days. In 10 hours, all surviving lords' territories will enter the compulsory task Nature's Revenge, where all territories will be attacked by nature's guardians. The number of nature's guardians will be adjusted according to the total amount of resources collected within 14 days. Good luck. The sudden task leaves Fang Hao slightly stunned. He immediately turned to look at the wooden board recording the time next to him. Today was his 13th day after the crossing. In 10 hours, it would be the 14th day. Could it be that there's a compulsory task every 7 days? Chapter 84, the second round of compulsory task. Fang Hao didn't get much time to think, the system prompt resounded again. Challenge mission, Nature's Revenge. Accepted, mission content, prevent the advancing nature guardians. Mission description, your reckless deforestation and exploited the angered nature guardians, they will retaliate for your actions, with a troop deployment of 120,000. Good luck. Staring at the mission, Fang Hao frowned slightly. An unknown force had brought them to this world. Forcing everyone to participate in this inexplicable military competition, those lagging behind will be mercilessly eliminated. Everyone was struggling to survive, constantly mining resources, and developing their territories. And now they were telling him this was environmental destruction, being punished by nature. If you don't mine, you die, and if you do, they say you're destroying the environment. Either way, they were behind it. It was hard to figure out how to survive. Fang Hao directly opened the Book of Lords to see if anyone else had also received the mission. Sure enough, as soon as he opened it, they were discussing this matter. It's over, I'm going to die, tomorrow I'll be attacked by 12 of those guardian things, how am I supposed to survive? WTF, the guy above isn't content, I have over 50 guardians. Stop arguing, didn't the prompt say it? It's based on territory mining quantity, the allocation of monsters, the more resources you mine, the more guardian comes to attack your territory. Why though, I traded my resources with boss Fang Hao for food and equipment, why are they after me? Right. We should trade for weapons with boss Fang Hao, my territory is just starting to develop, I don't wanna die. Boss, I want to trade equipment with you too. No sooner had they wrapped up their discussion was the Book of Lords bombarded with numerous messages. Countless people were exchanging weapons, armor, and food privately. Right now, the equipment that Fang Hao sold externally was fairly basic. The weapons were iron spears, the armors were complete sets of leather armor. As for the more advanced equipment, such as the green plate armor, Fang Hao did not sell them. He remained cautious. In this world, even the weapons sold had to maintain superiority over his own equipment. During the recent period of peace, both the equipment and meat food sales slowed down considerably. Seizing the opportunity, they could amass a significant amount of war wealth. Trader, Fang Hao. Items registered, iron spear. Quantity, 10,000. Required for 1,4. Iron ore or any rare resource. Note, if there are special items, you can private chat to increase the weapon quantity. Next, he listed 10,000 sets of leather armor and 5,000 units of meat food, exchanging for various scarce resources. Fang Hao did not lack ordinary resources, what he wanted were those scarce resources. His ability was naturally limited, but with many people in the region, obtaining these resources was not difficult. The moment the weapons, armor, and food trade links were displayed, public discussions resumed. Holy crap! Listing 10,000 weapons and equipment right off the bat, is boss Fang Hao running an armory? At the crucial moment, still have to rely on boss Fang Hao, others just can't do it. Stop wasting time, the quantity is quickly running out. Damn, you animals, you guys are all too quick. At the same time, Fang Hao received many private messages. Ignoring those planning on buying on credit and the resources Fang Hao didn't need. Finally, he filtered out two content with the blueprints. Boss Fang Hao, I have a blueprint here, take a look at how many iron spears can it be exchanged for, civilian house building blueprint. House building blueprint. Category, building blueprint. Description, can construct standard civilian houses, no special features. This type of house is different from the human factions built-in civilian house. The built-in civilian houses are functional buildings that provide the function of recruiting farmers in addition to living. And house buildings are just standard houses, providing shelter from wind and rain, but do not possess special features. I'll give you 5 iron spears. Fang Hao replied. Opposite party was silent for a while, ultimately still agreed. The battle of tomorrow is imminent and they have no resources to exchange, he had no choice but to exchange the blueprint. Even if 5 spears were a bit of loss for him, he had to persist in trading. Only people who survive can talk about the future. The two completed the trade. Fang Hao successfully got the blueprint he wanted. After that, Fang Hao successively traded for many blueprints from other lords. Bedside table making blueprint, white, wooden barricade making blueprint, white, wool carpet making blueprint, white, beast skin backpack making blueprint, white, sturdy fishing rod making blueprint, green. One blueprint after another, Fang Hao reaped a lot. This trade was equivalent to him cleaning out 2 or 3 small bases. Master, would you like some fruit? After the dinner, Ira was cleaning up the dishes and politely asking. Sometimes when Fang Hao was too busy, he would leave hurriedly after eating. Yeah, sure, oh, and first call Nelson and Fireblade over, I have something to tell them. Fang Hao quietly said. Oh, all right. Ira bounded off to find Nelson and Fireblade. The territory was not crowded, but it was quite large. Sometimes Fang Hao would wonder why the channel always had people saying they have recruited some refugees in their territories, and they even had some with special skills. Why nothing happened in his territory? If a couple of refugees came here, it could also bring a little bit of vitality to the territory. In a short while, Nelson and Fireblade swiftly came over. Upon seeing Fang Hao, they courteously greeted. My lord, you asked for us. Yeah, I have something to tell you. I just got news that the territory will be under attack tomorrow, you two should be prepared. Fang Hao quietly said. Hearing this news, whether it was Nelson or Fireblade, they looked at each other. My lord, where did you get this news, is it accurate? Nelson curiously asked. Absolutely accurate, the attack will start tomorrow morning, with a force of 120,000. Fang Hao affirmed confidently. What is the plan, my lord? Nelson continued to ask. Fang Hao rubbed his temples, quietly said, there are ample sacrifices in the territory, tomorrow morning I will increase the force within the territory, then Nelson you command the ranged troops, and Fireblade commands the infantry. In fact, there wasn't any special plan. They didn't even know what the enemy looked like right now. However, as the hero within the territory, Fang Hao needed to inform the two in advance so that they can be psychologically prepared. So it won't be in a mess during the war. Rest assured, my lord, Fireblade will defend the territory to death, to protect your safety. Fireblade immediately stood up and loudly declared. Fireblade was created with 100% loyalty. His loyalty was absolute to Fang Hao and the territory. Even if Fang Hao told him to die, he would immediately execute the order. Not to mention leading an army into battle. Hearing Fireblade's words, Fang Hao gave a small smile, reassuringly said, it's not to that extent, the territory can handle a battle of this scale. Chapter 85, Nature's Revenge. The next day, at dawn. Ira was kneeling by the bed, her fair little hand lightly nudging a sleeping Fang Hao. Master, wake up! Didn't you mention having important matters to attend to today? Hearing her voice, Fang Hao snapped his eyes open. His brain was in standby mode for quite a while before it began to operate normally. Yes, today was the day of the forced task. He had asked Ira to wake him up early. He sat up from the bed and whispered, Ira, how did you get in? Usually, Ira knocked from outside the door and would not directly enter Fang Hao's room. Master, I knocked on the door, but you didn't get up. I was worried that it would delay your schedule for today, so I came in, Ira said in a pitiful tone. He had fallen asleep rather late last night, probably why he didn't hear the knock. Right, I have something to do today. Fang Hao stretched his body to wake himself up quickly. Ira immediately helped Fang Hao dress up and after a simple washing up, they immediately walked out of the Lord's wooden house. It was still early, probably around 5 in the morning. The Guardian's attack was approximately 3 hours away. At that moment, Fireblade, dressed in the bloodthirsty set walked over holding the bloodthirsty blade in his hand. He declared loudly, My lord, a strange cave was found in the forest 1 kilometer outside the territory, but it is protected by a shield that prevents us from dismantling or attacking it. The map around his territory was engraved in Fang Hao's mind. These sudden appearance of mysterious caves protected by shields, were most likely where the Guardians would appear. All right, I understand. Fang Hao nodded. The number of enemies in this mission depended on the amount of resources gathered. Fang Hao's thousands of undead laborers, working tirelessly day and night, had successfully increased the number of enemies to 120,000. Let alone the regional channel, even in the World Channel, nobody probably had more than Fang Hao. After reporting, Fireblade returned to his post. Meanwhile, Fang Hao headed to the barracks to increase the number of soldiers. First, he went to the Undead Mage Tower. Do you want to consume the wriggling spine to recruit undead mages? He set the recruitment number to 100 and clicked recruit. Hundredfold Amplification triggered, successfully recruited 10,100 undead mages. In a blink of an eye, 10,000 proud undead mages appeared before Fang Hao. A dense sea of white bones. Fang Hao continued to craft 10,100 pieces of the wooden root magic wand, 10,100 suits of leather armor, and equipped all the undead mages. Combining with the mages recruited last time, the territory now had a total of 10,201 undead mages. Pick up the equipment and all ascend the city wall, Fang Hao said loudly. All the undead mages silently put on the equipment and directly went up the city wall. Next, Fang Hao continued to recruit infantry. The skeleton spearmen and skeleton foot soldiers were expanded to 200,000 each. As for the skeleton trolls, because the recruitment process required troll stones, he only recruited 5,000. These 50 troll stones were exchanged from the channel in the past few days. In an instant, the whole city was crowded. Even the roof of the buildings was covered with skeleton soldiers. This was why Fang Hao recruited early in the morning, instead of last night. Otherwise, arranging so many soldiers late at night would be difficult. Fireblade! Fang Hao called out loudly. My lord! Fireblade made his way through the crowd and came over. You will be in command of these soldiers. Station them outside the territory. Yes, my lord. Fireblade led the skeletons away with a wave of his big hand. Once all the skeletons had left the territory, Fang Hao continued to make weapons and armor. He had the skeletons transport them outside using carts so they could equip the soldiers. With the troops and equipment sorted out, Fang Hao proceeded to make defenses. Yesterday, he had traded his iron spears for the blueprint for the defenses. Seeing that a big battle was imminent, he decided to craft them all. Wooden barricade, wood 12, hemp rope 8. The materials were not very expensive and were all basic materials. He set the production quantity to 100. Hundredfold Amplification triggered, obtained 10,100 wooden barricades. In an instant, a large number of wooden barricades appeared again. Wooden barricade. Category, obstacle equipment. Description, sharpen the top of the wooden post, fix it crosswise to hinder the movement of enemies and horses. Fang Hao had seen this type of obstacle in movies. In some films, bandits set up such roadblocks on the roads, hindering passage for anyone who did not pay tolls or blocking cavalry. This was considered a simple and effective tool. He arranged for hands to transport all the wooden barricades outside the city and set them up on the inevitable path of the enemies. My lord, everything has been arranged, Fireblade reported again. There are no problems here either with the mages. Nelson also came forward. Fang Hao nodded, and continued, Fireblade, scout around the territory again to see if there are any other caves. If there are, notify me immediately. There was still some time left before the start. Yes, my lord, I will go immediately. Fireblade quickly left. Fang Hao also went back into his room and entered God's presence state. The next second, he possessed a skeleton foot soldier in Pigman village. At this time, Petty was leading the pig-headed humans and had just returned to the village from outside. Petty! Fang Hao called out. Petty, who was in the middle of a conversation, paused, and immediately realized that it was Fang Hao. He hurried forward, Great Lord! Are there any strange caves or special buildings that suddenly appeared around the village? Fang Hao asked. This had just occurred to him. The compulsory task was clearly targeted at the lords and would not affect their native villages. But since the Pigman village had become a subordinate village of Fang Hao, it was unclear whether it might be affected. Ah! I'm not sure about that. What kind of cave does the Great Lord want to find? I will immediately arrange for someone to start searching. Petty thought that Fang Hao wanted to find a certain cave. It seemed that the people of the Pigman village, whether patrolling or working outside, had not noticed anything unusual. No, it's all right. If there is any danger, abandon the village and flee towards the main territory, Fang Hao instructed. Oh. Although Petty was still somewhat confused, he nodded in agreement instinctively. The next second, without waiting for Petty to ask in detail, Fang Hao deactivated his possession. The soul fire in the pupils of the skeleton foot soldier gradually extinguished. In the territory, Fang Hao walked out of the wooden house again and ascended the city wall on the west side. On the city wall were 10,000 undead mages holding wooden root magic wands. Below the city wall were over 200,000 skeleton soldiers await orders in perfect order. Moving forward, densely connected wooden barricades could be seen, while others used barricades as roadblocks to stop approaching teams or block cavalry. Fang Hao used them as if they were free. Looking down from the city wall, it looked like the Great Wall made of mahjong tiles out of boredom when he was a child. When everything was ready, the system prompt appeared again. The task officially starts, good luck to you. At the same time, a long-sounding horn suddenly echoed in the sky. Fang Hao sat on his chair, immediately activated God's presence, and possessed a skeleton giant bat. He controlled the giant bat to fly into the sky, heading towards the direction of the cave. Chapter 86, Complete Victory. The view from up in the air was more expansive. To Fang Hao's relief, enemies only appeared from the west, with no signs of enemies from other directions. This allowed him to focus all his attention on the west, while minimally deploying troops for defense in other directions. Fang Hao led the giant bat swiftly forward. He finally caught sight of the strange cave mentioned by Fireblade. Rather than a cave, it was more appropriate to call it a giant teleportation gate. At this moment, a large curtain of light formed in the teleportation gate, and a massive number of monsters walked out of it. Marbled Giant Lizard Guardian, Tier 2. Nature Warrior Guardian, Tier 3. Nature Archer Guardian, Tier 3. Nature Mage Guardian, Tier 4. An enormous crowd trickled out of the curtain of light. They were not made of flesh, but rather were humanoid creatures woven from vines. They held various weapons in their hands, stubbornly advancing towards the territory. Whoosh! Just then, an arrow was shot at him. Immediately after, countless arrows came shooting towards him. The skeleton giant bat, which Fang Hao was controlling, was turned into a pincushion of arrows in a moment. Awakening from his seat, Fang Hao glared coldly towards the west. "Milord, how are things?" Nelson asked quietly from the side. "They're here." No sooner had the words left his mouth, a horde of nature guardians emerged from the forest at the end of his line of sight. From a few, they became hundreds and then tens of thousands until his entire view was filled with enemies. There wasn't much formation or lining up. The next second, all the advancing guardians roared, lifting their weapons and launching their attack. Tens of thousands of forest guardians, like a surging wave, came charging crazily forward, hacking down the barriers before them, clearing all obstacles. For a moment, the entire area outside the territory was filled with the figures of enemies. So many! Nelson's face also changed. Even though he already knew the numbers, his heart still filled with some worry when he saw so many enemies with his own eyes. "It's all right, get ready, they can't win," Fang Hao said coldly. Nelson took a serious look at Fang Hao, firmly planting his magic wand into the ground, and said in a hoarse voice, "Mage Corps, prepare for battle." Tens of thousands of undead mages raised their wands, beginning to accumulate magic. Following this, streaks of dark magic orbs flew out, exploding within the attacking guardians. In an instant, a large number of guardians were blasted away, suffering heavy casualties. The enemy's long-range troops also began to retaliate. The archer guardians and mage guardians aimed at the city wall, shooting arrows and magic missiles. In a moment, magic and arrows were whisking through the sky above the battlefield. Of course, Fang Hao wasn't idle either. Identifying an enemy concentration area, he immediately released the Starfire skill carried by the Starfire wand. The next second, fiery red meteors rained down from the sky above everyone, smashing into the ground. With the earth-shaking impact, all enemies within the range were almost completely annihilated. The magic had a fire attribute, and proved particularly effective against wooden species. The spread of fire killed a large number of enemies. Below the city walls, melee guardians, having cleared all the roadblocks along the way, finally charged to the foot of the city. The skeleton spearmen tightened their formation, their shields forming an unbreakable iron wall. Long spearheads emanating a cold aura emerged from behind this shield wall, pointing directly forward. Facing the sharp spears, the melee guardians showed no fear, relentlessly ramming their way forward. Their weapons hacked on the shield wall, but their bodies had already been pierced by the spears. For a moment, light green blood soaked the ground beneath their feet. Woo! At this moment, Fang Hao, standing atop the city wall, sounded the war horn. A faint ripple enveloped all the skeleton soldiers, enhancing their mobility and attack power. At the same time, he executed the mist wrap skill. The battlefield below the city walls was instantly shrouded in a thick mist, engulfing the entire battlefield. Mist wrap was a skill that Fang Hao had recently learned. He hadn't found a use for it until today, when he realized how useful it really was. The fog covered the entire battlefield, reducing the enemy's visible range by 75% and their morale. However, his soldiers were unaffected. This greatly increased the advantages of his army. "Advance!" shouted Fireblade, the leader below the city. Under the cover of the mist, the spear and shield wall began to resist the enemy's attack, pushing forward bit by bit. The spears cleared the path ahead, and the enemies who broke into the ranks were slain by the sword and shield soldiers behind them. Like a meat grinder, they were killing enemies far superior to themselves. Boom! 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 Dense magic bullets exploded at the foot of the city wall. After assessing the entire situation, Fang Hao immediately descended the city wall, found a quiet place, and cast God's presence. The next second, a ghostly blue soul fire rose in the pupils of the skeleton giant bats. There were 10,000 skeleton giant bats, which Fang Hao had arranged in the jungle outside the battlefield before the battle began. Now, he cast God's presence and ascended into the sky with 11 skeleton giant bats. After circling around, they flew to the enemy rear. Diving down, their massive, sharp claws directly struck a mage. Behind them, 10,000 giant bats did the same, diving down and fighting with the mages. Skeleton giant bats are simplified versions of skeleton bat wolves, they weren't as formidable. Otherwise, Fang Hao would have preferred to drag them into the air, before tearing them to pieces. Mages have high attack power but their defense isn't prominent. Against the attack of the skeleton giant bats, they suffered severe casualties quickly. Once the mage defenders were wiped out, the flock of skeleton giant bats immediately changed direction and charged towards the archer defenders who were still attacking the city wall. Below the city wall, the melee troops. The melee defenders launched an even more frenzied charge. The giant lizard defenders ran quickly, their bodies slamming fiercely against the shield wall like battering rams, indifferent to the spears piercing their bodies, as long as they could break the shield wall. Fireblade moved forward with the troops. He casually slaughtered 2 charging giant lizards. After a fresh assessment of the battlefield, the soul flame in his pupils flickered non-stop. Kill! Fireblade's low roar resounded from the formation. The next second, the shields in the first row opened like gates, and a red flame blade light flew out, shattering hundreds of enemies in front. Then, Fireblade, with his long knife, rushed out of the formation to kill the enemies. Behind him, 5,000 skeleton trolls followed closely. Under Fireblade's lead, they were like a sharp blade, piercing straight into the formation, starting a massacre. The moment the shield wall opened, the entire troop was like a lion that had been lying dormant for years, fiercely pouncing on the enemy. And the spear formation behind was advancing rapidly, cleaning up in their wake. By the time most of the enemies were killed or injured, the battle was nearing its end. These defenders felt no fear, they knew not of retreat. This accelerated the progress of the battle. When Fireblade pierced the last defender with his sword, the battle ended entirely. Lord, all the enemies have been eliminated. Fang Hao nodded slightly. Very good, Fireblade, you've worked hard. Organize the cleanup of the battlefield, collect all the spoils. Yes, sir. Under Fireblade's command, all of the skeleton soldiers spread out to collect the spoils of the battlefield. Chapter 87, Harvesting Resources. After the death of the natural guardian, its corpse, along with its weaponry and equipment, visibly withered and dispersed at a rapid speed, like a dying plant. There were no remnants of a wriggling spine, nor any weapons or equipment left behind. What dropped instead was a variety of rare materials. Natural gems, mithril, essence of magic, and so on. The cleanup of the battlefield proceeded swiftly, and all sorts of resources were promptly sorted and presented before Fang Hao. My lord, all the spoils of war have been collected, please review them. Fang Hao descended the city wall, taking stock of the loot lying before him. Acquired, tough wood 13,552, mithril 2,424, trace of the earth 1,345, trace of the forest 5,422, natural gem 721, trace of divinity 12, natural essence 572, rich essence 451, Essence of Magic 220, Perfect Essence 32. These 120,000 enemies, they sure didn't drop too little. The materials that have always been difficult to gather were acquired in such large quantities all at once. The material resources dropped by the enemy, these scarce resources, are even more valuable than their equipment. They significantly hasten the improvement and development of territorial strength. Just that the drop rate is a bit low. From 120,000 enemies, only these few were dropped. Perfect Essence and Trace of Divinity are only in double digits. The highest amount, 13,000, is for the basic production materials. Transport all to the warehouse. Fang Hao gave another order. The skeletons obeyed, hauling all the spoils of war to the warehouse. Just as Fang Hao was about to return to the city and use the resources to upgrade the buildings, sudden turmoil arose on the eastern side of his territory. Thick black smoke billowed up into the sky, snaking into the heavens like a giant black serpent. This thick smoke was a sight Fang Hao had seen during the last compulsory mission. It was Zhang Bin calling for reinforcements, a way to alert nearby lords of his location. It seems that Zhang Bin is once again struggling to fend off his mission adversaries. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and, as expected, saw numerous calls for help. I can't hold them off anymore. Can anyone nearby come to my aid? These guardians are too savage. Damn it! My soldiers are all dead, I'm buying soul crystals. Anyone selling, please hurry. Phew! I managed to complete the mission, although I lost a few soldiers, thankfully my territory remains intact. Big shot, can you see the smoke signals I've ignited? Could you possibly help me? The number of natural guardians was determined by the amount of resources gathered within the Lord's territory over a period of 14 days. The faster the territory develops and the quicker resources are harvested, the more enemies appear in the territory. The number of your enemies, in some sense, corresponds with your comprehensive strength. Even so, many lords simply couldn't defeat their adversaries and cried for help incessantly in the channel. Among them, one particular call for help via smoke signal was from Zhang Bin. Fang Hao considered for a moment, then decided to visit Zhang Bin's territory and harvest another batch of rare resources. No, he was going to lend a hand to a fellow transmigrator and help him through this difficult situation. Nelson, I'm leaving Fireblade in your charge, I need to step out for a while, said Fang Hao. Very well, my lord. Following Nelson's response, skeleton soldiers were immediately deployed to clean up the outskirts of the territory. Destroyed barricades were cleared out while those unscathed were repositioned on the roads surrounding the territory. Once everything was arranged, Fang Hao returned to his room to cast God's presence and embody a skeletal soldier. Accompanied by Fireblade and 20,000 skeletal soldiers, he headed towards Zhang Bin's territory. At Zhang Bin's territory, the level 2 city wall was still made of raw wood. Zhang Bin and his militia were resisting the attack of the natural guardians. Accepting a rock passed to him by a peasant, Zhang Bin heaved it down at the attackers below the wall, swearing loudly, "Take this, you bastards! My development has been miserable enough, and you still choose to retaliate." Below the city wall, more than 100 natural guardians were attempting to burst open the city gates and invade the city. The weapon in hand reduced the city gate to a sorry state. It was only a matter of time before it would be breached. Zhang Bin was frustrated in his heart. He wished he had used all his resources to upgrade the city wall if he had known about the compulsory challenge. Right now, the city wall was only at level 2, mainly constructed from raw wood logs. Whoosh! 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 Just as Zhang Bin continued to hurl stones at the enemies below the city wall, several arrows whistled towards him. Thud! A sound of an arrow penetrating flesh. An arrow had run right through Zhang Bin's shoulder, and due to inertia, he fell from the city wall in an extremely embarrassing fashion. "My lord, are you all right?" The farmer quickly helped Zhang Bin up, his face full of anxiety. "Ah, damn it!" Zhang Bin roared in pain, clutching his wound tightly with his other hand. Blood seeped through his fingers, staining the ground a dark red. "Forget about me, keep defending." Zhang Bin barked through gritted teeth. The situation was too critical for any distractions. The farmers held the city gates with all their might, while the militia on the city wall were both trying to evade the ranged attacks from the enemies while throwing all kinds of objects down at them. Even so, it wasn't long before the militia were getting hit by arrows and the city gate was on the verge of collapse. Zhang Bin once again made an appeal in the channel, but his 10 posts had already been used up. All his messages were drowned out by the sea of information. Sigh, if only those skeletons could come again. At this moment, he remembered the compulsory task from last time. When he and the militia could no longer hold out, a group of skeletons suddenly appeared and killed off the attacking beast horde. If only that skeleton army could appear again and fight these nature guardians. My lord, the city gate can't hold any longer. The farmer shouted loudly. Prepare for a fight to death. Zhang Bin said as he picked his iron spear with his one good hand. Everyone gathered together, preparing for a last-ditch effort. Fang Hao and Fireblade, leading a large squad, sprang out from the forest. In the distance, Zhang Bin's territory was still under attack by the nature's guardians. Facing an attack from nearly 100 nature guardians, Zhang Bin's soldiers could only continuously defend, relying on the city wall to execute simple counterattacks. Fireblade, kill all the nature guardians under the city walls. Fang Hao said. Yes, my lord. Fireblade nodded and led 10,000 skeleton soldiers in a direct frontal attack. Fireblade took the lead, the bloodthirsty blade in his hand acting like the scythe of the death god, shattering all enemies before him. The skeleton sea was even more overwhelming, drowning the enemies. The battle was over at the first encounter. It took 2 hours to get here, but the battle lasted no more than 5 minutes. My lord, they are all destroyed. There are some humans in the city. Do you want all of them killed? Fireblade stepped forward and asked loudly. On the city wall, the whole body of Zhang Bin and his soldiers shook upon hearing these words. They nearly collapsed. First, clean up the battlefield. Gather all the dropped resources, said Fang Hao, glancing at the people on the city walls and giving out orders. The skeletons immediately scattered and began to collect the loot dropped on the ground. Unfortunately, the enemies on Zhang Bin's territory were too few, and only 42 rare resources were collected. For this, the 2-hour journey seemed not worth it. Fang Hao was not satisfied. Open the gate, Fang Hao said in a low voice. Zhang Bin remained silent, not knowing whether he should open the gate or not. Boom! Fireblade didn't give Zhang Bin time to think. With a slash of his blade, the city gate split into 2 and crashed down. Zhang Bin was shocked and quickly snapped out of his stupor. He led the villagers to rush down the city wall and shouted, Honorable sir, please don't kill us. We are willing to follow your orders. Chapter 88, Rejuvenation Spring Well. Zhang Bin was not a fool, knowing the other party possessed the strength to kill them all. Yet there was a clear difference between the skeletons before him and the nature guardians who had just attacked. These skeletons could communicate, they could negotiate, giving him a chance for negotiation. If he wanted to survive, he had to show an attitude of willful submission. In other words, this world was too dangerous, and relying on a powerful being might not be a bad thing. Fang Hao strode into the city, glancing at Zhang Bin who was cautiously nearby. He walked straight towards the warehouse. It was not his first time visiting Zhang Bin's territory, and he was very familiar with the locations of the warehouse and the Lord's wooden house. Upon arriving at the warehouse, he gathered up all the gemstone materials. Then he rummaged through the Lord's wooden house. After finding nothing worth scouring, he went straight out of the other party's territory and left. Zhang Bin stayed kneeling on the spot, with a group of militiamen watching the skeleton army gradually leave. He was a bit bewildered. What was the meaning of this? Did they just leave? Lord, your injuries, a militiaman whispered a reminder. Ah, right. Damn, my hand. The oppressive force of the skeleton army was so immense that the moment the city gate was broken open, he thought he was about to die. The fear of death made his arrow-pierced arm feel less painful. But when he was reminded, Zhang Bin immediately felt a heart-wrenching pain. The villagers immediately helped Zhang Bin towards the Lord's wooden house. The others began repairing the city gate. Having left Zhang Bin's territory, Fang Hao dismissed his disguise. With Fireblade leading, he didn't need to constantly use God's presence to navigate. As he left the room, he saw Ira preparing dinner. After a busy day, and not eating lunch, dinner was served early. Master, please wait a moment, dinner will be ready soon. Ira whispered from the kitchen. Fang Hao walked out to the empty area on the right side of the wooden house. Today, he had obtained a large amount of rare materials, and the buildings that could not be built due to insufficient materials in the past now met the construction conditions. Rejuvenation Spring Well, Purple. Category, Special Building. Construction required, hardened wood 1000, stone bricks 2200, natural gem 22, Trace of the forest 12, trace of spring water 10, essence of magic 8. Description: life is nurtured in nature, the spring of life, reminiscent of the taste of mother's milk. The rejuvenation spring was the reward for the first person in the world to upgrade the Lord's wooden house when Fang Hao first crossed over. Today, all those complicated building materials have finally been gathered. The construction conditions were met. He chose a location closer to the Lord's hall and began construction. A light purple glow slowly rose, gradually forming the shape of a small pool. Plants began to emerge from the ground, leaves spreading and flowers blooming. Flowers hovered above the pool, condensing dewdrops which fell into the center of the pool. It took a full 20 minutes. The well was finally completed, the whole building looked like a flower garden pool. A green glow rose, emitting a faint vitality, full of beautiful flowers. Rejuvenation spring well. Effect: rejuvenation spring. Water production, 1 unit/hour. Well water capacity, 50 units. Rejuvenation spring, the blessed spring water of nature, drinking it can heal certain injuries, restore spiritual power, and long-term consumption can enhance physical constitution. Description: life is nurtured in nature, the spring of life, reminiscent of the taste of mother's milk. Mother's milk? This description is beginning to sound more and more like an advertisement for baby formula. And it's the kind of formula that's sweetened with saccharin. The phosphorescent pool is so clear, it's like a mirror reflecting the surroundings. The nearby flowers form dewdrops like pearls, which fall into the pool and create exquisite water splashes. The rejuvenation spring in the pool is not the pool water. Rather, it is formed by the dewdrops that have accumulated from the hovering flowers above. The most important part is the healing effect of this rejuvenation spring. This spring water is a simplified version of a healing potion. Drinking a cup can treat certain injuries. Fang Hao had a bottle of healing potion in his hand before, but he later gave it to Dong Jie for emergency use. Now that his territory has a rejuvenation spring, it serves as a form of security for him. Moreover, consuming this regularly can enhance one's physique. This is truly a great thing. Curing diseases when sick and strengthening the body when healthy, isn't this better than health supplements? Wow, it's so beautiful. It would be even better if we raise a couple of fish in this pool, Ira excitedly said after seeing the rejuvenation spring. Fang Hao was startled and quickly said, "This is the rejuvenation spring. We'll need it to cure us when we're sick in the future. We cannot mess around with the water in it." He feared that Ira would put a couple of fish into it the next day. By that time, who could drink the water if it smelled fishy? "Oh, right, master. I have prepared the dinner. It's ready." Ira suddenly remembered what she came to do. To ask Fang Hao to have dinner. "Let's go. From now on, we'll drink the water from here. It's also beneficial to our health," they said as they walked towards the wooden cabin. "Is the spring water that amazing?" Ira asked somewhat doubtfully. She came from a small orc village and had never heard of water that could strengthen the body. "Of course, you'll know in the future." The pair arrived at the dining table and Ira began serving today's delicacies. Since Fang Hao won big today and obtained a lot of rare resources, today's dinner was rather sumptuous. Vegetable soup, steamed fish, and ribs. While Fang Hao was enjoying his meal, he once again opened the channel. At this point, most lords had finished their tasks. Finally, it's over. God, I almost died. This world is so fucking messed up. The soldiers I recruited painstakingly died by half, with the remaining all injured. It feels like I'm back to square one. Stop complaining. At noon, there were calls for help everywhere on the screen. It's good enough to survive. Trading special resources for healing items. DM if you have any. Urgent. Stop dreaming. Where can we find healing items now? I've already laid down, waiting to die slowly. Fang Hao's eyes lit up. Many lords or their soldiers were injured in today's trial mission. Yet till now, no healing potions had been seen for sale. There were some medicinal herbs, but the healing effects of these herbs were really poor. Wouldn't his rejuvenation spring present a big business opportunity? With this thought in mind, Fang Hao immediately posted his rejuvenation spring for sale. Trader, Fang Hao. Registered item, rejuvenation spring. Quantity, 30 units. Requirement per unit, 30 rare resources. Remark, for special items/blueprints, please PM. Oddly enough, you can take a sip or even a half sip for a normal drink. But for trading, it must be listed based on one unit as the basis. It can't be sold by the sip or by the cup. The trading requirement is also very clear. This time, everyone got a certain number of rare resources. Even Zhang Bin's territory had 40 units of resources for sale. He didn't want any other resources but the rare ones held by others. Though 30 units is not a small amount, the majority of the lords can afford it. Besides, those who need it are the seriously injured ones. When life itself is hanging by a thread, would you still care about the cost? Chapter 89, Building Houses. Fang Hao checked the listing information once again and sent out the trade details. In the regional channel, the chatter instantly decreased. The listed rejuvenation springs were quickly being bought off. Within less than 2 minutes, all 30 units of rejuvenation springs were sold. Then the regional channel began to buzz again. Damn, that's badass, he has healing items already. 30 units of rare resources, this is outright robbery, after all the hard work today, it's all gone to him. Damn. If you think it's expensive, sell yours to me. I'll give you 30 units of resources, everyone buying is injured, almost on the brink of death, who would care about the price? What are you talking about? What healing item, what resources, what is Lord Fang Hao selling now? Stop looking. It's a kind of spring water for healing, but it's already sold out. I just private messaged Lord Fang Hao, the supply of this spring water is limited, he can only sell about 30 units a day. Which spring water, where did you get this spring water? This time's mandatory task. Almost every lord had suffered some degree of injury. Everyone was well aware that in this world, struggling to survive every second, an injury could indicate a catastrophe. Though the injury wouldn't worsen, it would certainly slow down their activities. The spring water, capable of restoring health, played an irreplaceable role. Nevertheless, the rejuvenation spring well could only produce so much water, he couldn't afford to sell all at once in case he and Ira faced special situations. Therefore, when facing those who wanted to trade privately, he could only tell them. The quantity is limited, you'll have to wait until tomorrow if you want to purchase. Most of them were disappointed, cursing themselves for being slow and not being able to acquire the spring water. After dinner, it was still early. Ira was washing the dishes and Fang Hao went straight to the tailor's shop. From afar, he could see the skeleton tailors busily at work. Seeing Fang Hao approach, the tailor Soi greeted him, "Good evening, my lord." "Good evening, when will the batch of clothes we talked about yesterday be finished?" Fang Hao asked. "My lord, we're rushing for it, it's estimated to take another 2 days, Soi replied. Fang Hao wasn't in a hurry, he just asked casually as he was here. "All right, I plan to build some houses for you for rest and work, what are your thoughts on this?" Fang Hao voiced his intentions. These skull tailors were somewhat different from ordinary skeleton soldiers. Skeleton soldiers only mechanically execute tasks, they don't have independent thinking. Although these tailors were recruited, they clearly had their own independent thinking. They couldn't be treated as ordinary skeletons, and needed to provide some places for rest and work. Having over 100 people weaving under the open sun wasn't the ideal scenario. "Thank you for your kindness, my lord. It would be best if you could create a place for us to work and rest," Soi spoke frankly. The current environment indeed needed some improvement. "All right." Fang Hao took out the Book of Lords and switched to the construction page. He had received the blueprints for civilian houses yesterday, which could be used to build houses for the skeleton tailors. After discussing with Soi, they decided to build 30 houses in a large factory. Level 1 house, wood 300, stone 180, thatch 120, hemp rope 80. Description: it can be used to build ordinary civilian houses, with no special features. Having completed the building, he upgraded all the houses to level 4. Houses were transformed from ordinary log cabins into 2-story wooden buildings. They also changed from providing shelter to 2 people to housing 4. However, it exceeded the number of log cabins needed by the skeleton tailors. But that doesn't matter, the territory is vast, and everyone can live more comfortably. Soi of the Undead clan's loyalty to you increased by 5 points, current loyalty 85. Har, the tailor of the Undead clan's loyalty to you increased by 5 points, current loyalty 75. Undead tailor. Having the houses built, the loyalty of the tailors all increased. Soi as the captain, inherently had higher loyalty, now reaching 85 points. The loyalty of other skeleton tailors also reached 75. Loyalty is the bond between a lord and his troops. The higher the loyalty, the faster they work, and the less likely they are to rebel. If their loyalty is low, not only will the troops be demotivated and slack off, in severe cases, they might desert or even act against you. By then, it won't be a problem of work efficiency, but a matter of life and death. Thinking about how Fang Hao became a lord, one can understand the severity. Soy! Fang Hao called out. Soy was distributing houses to the skeleton tailors. Hearing Fang Hao's call, he ran over immediately. My lord, what are your orders? I don't have the blueprint for the factory right now, I'll arrange for someone to build one for you, it might take a few days, Fang Hao said softly. Without blueprint, if you want to build something, you need to do it manually. Many lords don't have the blueprint for city walls, so they let the peasants build simple log walls. This type of construction has no difference from the blueprint ones. However, blueprint constructions can be completed in minutes and can be upgraded. But manual constructions can take several days, or even months, and cannot be upgraded. Thank you, my lord, we can wait, we are not in a hurry, Soy replied with a respectful attitude. The undead are the least afraid of waiting. They have plenty of time to waste. Good. After discussing the factory's requirements with Soy, Fang Hao arranged for the labor skeleton to build the factory next to the tailor shop. Although the two had mentioned it as a factory, it was actually a sizable warehouse. It was capable of providing shelter from the wind and rain and wasn't a difficult construction. If it were complex, they might not be able to design it or the labor skeleton wouldn't be able to build it. Seeing the start of the construction of the factory, Fang Hao gave a few instructions and then returned to the front of the Lord's wooden house. He sat down on the bench and opened the Book of Lords again. There were new blueprints, including the bedside cabinet blueprint, wool carpet blueprint, beastskin backpack blueprint, and sturdy fishing rod blueprint. The first two didn't need to be made. They weren't lacking them and they weren't of much value. The fishing rod was also temporarily unnecessary as the pressing time didn't allow him to waste it fishing. In contrast, the beastskin backpack was useful to him. In this world, they didn't have system spaces, or space rings or spatial gadgets, to store items. Every time he went out, he would bring a wooden cart. He also had a simple homemade backpack. It was made of beastskin and hemp rope. Now he could use the Book of Lords to make a professional beastskin backpack. Beastskin backpack, leather 5, spun thread 2. Description: a finely crafted backpack, which can carry more items and reduce the load of the user. Chapter 90, Throne of White Bones. The spinning warehouse was full of the fruits of the skeleton tailor's labor. Perfect for making backpacks. Producing quantity, 1. Produce. A hundredfold enhancement is triggered, a beastskin backpack 101 was obtained. Leather backpacks appeared beside Fang Hao and fell to the ground one by one. Fang Hao picked one up and looked it over carefully. The backpack was brown, treated on the surface, and felt good to touch. Where the leather was stitched, string was used to sew it together, sturdy and detailed. All in all, it was countless times better than his previous backpack. Master, do you need me to prepare bath water? Ira walked out of the cabin and asked softly. Fang Hao assessed himself. He had indeed sweated a lot from today's challenge task. Prepare it, Fang Hao said. Ira, take one of these backpacks, it might come in handy. Really? Thank you, Master. Ira joyfully picked up a backpack and carefully inspected it. Coming from a small tribe and having been a slave for a while, Ira had known hardship. She was always a little excited whenever she received anything. Put the rest in the warehouse, and whoever needs one can take it. Fang Hao slung his backpack over his back. Yes, Master. Ira took her bag back to her room and began preparing the bath. Congratulations, Lord, you have completed the Nature's Revenge task. Reward: all faction influence plus 50, own faction influence plus 100, a faction treasure, a special building blueprint, warfire coins plus 100. The system's voice suddenly sounded, indicating that the compulsory task was complete. Fang Hao remembered that when he completed his first trial task, there was a global announcement, and the rewards were more generous than today. At that time, the chat channel was buzzing. Now it was just a general announcement, and only he could see his reward. Fang Hao, who was about to stand up and leave, sat down again. He checked the rewards he had received. The faction's treasure, the Whitebone Throne. Whitebone Throne, purple. Category: Throne. Ability, increase the effects of Lord's undead skills by plus 5%, all undead troop attributes plus 12%, natural disaster damage within territory -10%. Description, the confused undead need a leader, one with a smart mind and great ambition, to cast darkness over the land. The white bone throne appeared in front of him. The white bones gleamed like jade, smooth and shiny. Several gemstones were embedded in the tall backrest, and at the top was a grey, half-spherical gemstone that looked like a grey sun, spreading darkness and death across the land. Fang Hao stood up and touched it gently. It felt smooth and warm to the touch, just like jade, not bony at all. Sitting on it, it felt rather comfortable and not cold at all. Otherwise, he would really worry about getting a cold stomach. You guys, carry the throne into the hall. Fang Hao called over a few skeleton guards on patrol. The white bone throne was much larger than a regular chair. 6 guards had to work together to lift it and slowly carry it into the cabin, placing it in the first floor meeting hall. There had always been very few people in the territory. Usually, Fang Hao would just casually give instructions to Nelson and the others. The purpose of the meeting hall was seldom realized. The skeleton guards carried the throne inside little by little. Ira, who was preparing Fang Hao's bath water, poked her head out to watch the excitement. When the white bone throne replaced the orc wooden chair and Fang Hao sat on it, a faint ripple spread out instantly, covering their entire territory. This indicated that the attributes of the throne were now in effect. Wow, Master, this chair looks so cool. It must be worth a lot due to its gemstones, right? Ira also came over and looked at the white bone throne with her white eyes. The bones of the throne had been treated specially, making them look more like bones made of jade. Besides, living with the undead all the time had made her less fearful of the white bones. Undersell, we will be richer in the future. Fang Hao also turned and touched the largest gemstone at the top of the seat back. Although he didn't know what kind of gem it was, he was certain it must be quite valuable. Especially since it was so large. Oh! Speaking, Ira also stepped forward and touched the gemstone on the back of the chair. Fang Hao sat on the throne and continued to look at the rewards he had received. Next up was the building blueprint. Magic Defense Tower. Type, Special Building. Placement, Mage 0/3, requires Mage of the identical attribute. Ability, can cause magic damage to enemies within range. Description, dangerously ferocious, always synonymous with magic, when released through a magic tower, will have greater killing power. Construction required, hardwood 500, stone bricks 720, metal parts 220, essence of magic 30. It was indeed a magic tower. There was already an arrow tower within the territory, which could accommodate archers for long-range attacks on enemies. But the primary function of the arrow tower was acting as a watchtower, guarding against enemies approaching the city. In reality, the attack caused by the arrow tower was quite limited. The addition of the magic defense tower, on the other hand, helped fill the region's lack in attack power. The damage of a mage itself was strong, coupled with 3 mages operating the magic tower, the power was undoubtedly huge. After reading the description, he went outside to build the magic tower before going to bed. Master, your bath is ready. Aren't you going to take a bath? Ira asked again. I'll be right back. Fang Hao replied, and then he directly walked out. Once at the city wall, he constructed a magic defense tower on every side of the wall. Without the compulsory task this time, there wouldn't have been enough materials. 4 rays of light rose simultaneously, slowly forming a tower-like structure. 5 minutes later, when the lights faded, the magic tower was successfully built. Compared to the towering arrow tower, the magic tower was a lot shorter. It seemed more like a magic fortress sitting on top of the defensive fortification, with faint flashes of lightning at the top. 3 people per magic tower. Fang Hao arrived among the undead mages and ordered. Several mages with pale skeletal fingers gripping magic wands walked into the magic tower. As they entered, the attributes of the magic tower also changed accordingly. The lightning at the top turned black, with black electric sparks flickering. The attack attribute of the magic tower would change according to the attributes of the mages who were operating it. After completing everything he could think of, Fang Hao finally returned to the woodhouse, took a bath under Ira's service, and then went back to his room to rest. Late into the night. Shadowwind Castle. The quiet sky was suddenly illuminated by a beam of light. The light disappeared, revealing a man in a black robe, appearing in the sky above Shadowwind Castle. Finally back, the man's words stopped when he saw the scene before him, showing an incredulous look. He quickly closed his eyes and murmured to himself, "No, I just had a vision, it must be the after effect of the teleportation scroll." After mumbling those words for a while, he slowly opened his eyes. However, what he saw was still a scene of ruins, broken stones, and rubble. "Who was it, who destroyed my castle? I'll kill you!" the man roared, displaying his sharp fangs. Chapter 91, Blood Hunter. Deep in the night. The territory is still brightly lit. The collected nightstones had been turned into street lamps, set up on both sides of the street, and in important places like the tailor shop, and the Viscera Museum. The bright nightstones shrouded this burgeoning city in a faint glow. The Lord's wooden house. Fang Hao was sound asleep. Bang! Suddenly, a deep bell sound reverberated through the entire territory. Fang Hao jolted awake, his heart pounding. Bang! The bell rang again. The copper bell in the territory had been struck. Fang Hao rolled out of bed, not bothering to dress properly. He hastily put on his armor, grabbed the starfire wand from the weapon rack next to his bed, and left the room. When the territory's bell was rung, it meant there were enemies. Just after leaving the Lord's wooden house, he saw a figure flying above the territory, massive bat wings spread wide, obscuring the bright moon in the sky. "Batman!" Fang Hao subconsciously uttered. He almost thought he had time traveled again, but Nelson walked towards him, confirming he was still within the territory. However, the figure's appearance highly resembled Batman's entrance. "Sir, this should be a vampire from the Eternal Night clan." Nelson approached. "Vampire?" Fang Hao immediately thought of Shadowwind Castle. In Shadowwind Castle, he had gotten a lot of information about vampires. He also understood that the Eternal Night clan represented vampires. Could this vampire be linked to Shadowwind Castle? As Fang Hao thought, he checked the properties of the stranger. Blood Hunter Giovanni Hamilton, Blue Tier Level 5. A Blue Tier Level 5 hero. No wonder, he dared to invade the territory on his own. At this moment, the undead mages in the territory and the mage towers were already engaged in battle with him. Magic missiles filled the sky, with black lightning from the defense towers. The scene was incredibly shocking. The Blood Hunter, Giovanni, relying on his flexible flying ability, was exchanging blows evenly with the defense of the territory. "Seems like he's more of a tough nut to crack," Fang Hao commented quietly. To prepare for the forced mission, Fang Hao had recruited 10,000s of undead mages. With such a number of mages attacking at the same time, the density of the magic missiles was like a giant net flying towards the vampire. However, the intruder, relying on his flying ability and high mobility, could always evade with ease. Then, he would look for the opportunity to counterattack. The undead mage team had difficulty dealing with the vampire, and neither could the vampire harm the undead mages and magic towers on the ground. Plus, there was a skeleton hero wielding a long blade and a swarm of skeleton melee soldiers on the ground. The vampire didn't dare to descend and engage in close combat. Both parties continued to exchange blows, neither able to get the upper hand. After dodging a scorching blade light in the sky, Giovanni's peripheral vision caught sight of two figures in the territory, engaged in conversation. A human and a seemingly hunched-over skeleton. Standing in front of the main hall signifying the pair had special identities, they might even be the administrators of this city. Killing these low-grade, vast number of skeletons was pointless. It would be better to directly kill the leaders, then use his flight advantage to escape. With this thought in mind, after dodging some magic, Giovanni retracted his bat wings, dove from the sky, and attacked the location where the two were standing. Seeing the vampire rushing towards him, Fang Hao felt a tinge of anxiety inside his heart. Fang Hao raised his magic wand, ready to summon his guardian spirits to protect him. At this moment, Nelson reached out to stop Fang Hao, saying, "Master, it's better for you to stand aside and observe the battle." With that said, the magic wand in his hand was struck heavily on the ground. Bang! The next moment, Nelson's whole body underwent a sudden change in momentum. Fang Hao, who had some foundation in magic, could perceive that Nelson's hunched body had exploded with terrifying fluctuation in magic power. The magic elements in the surrounding space were converging rapidly towards his body. The ground beneath him began to transform, the leveled surface was boiling and roaring like boiling water. Nelson's bony finger pointed towards the approaching vampire. Suddenly, the ground rose like a tsunami, surging towards the sky. When Blood Hunter Giovanni, who was rushing over, saw the earth rushing towards him like a tidal wave, his face instantly changed. He opened his bat wings again and tried to slow down and turn to escape. But it was already too late. The soil had wrapped around his ankles and was rapidly spreading across his entire body. Like a spider wrapping up its prey in a cocoon, his entire body was wrapped up. This was Nelson's skill-heavy burial. Bang! The soil clod fell down and landed in front of Fang Hao and Nelson. The soil at the top slithered to both sides, revealing a pale human face. When Giovanni saw Fang Hao and Nelson, his face instantly turned extremely ugly. He never expected that such a powerful undead hero would be living in this undead territory. Two blood-red eyes surveyed the surroundings. Looking at the humans suspiciously, and also looking at the undead corpse witch. When did humans start mixing with the undead? Why would such a powerful corpse witch that could kill him in a second appear in this small city? All of this was contrary to logic. At the same time, he regretted even more why he came alone. But now, it was already too late for any words, he could only think of a way to intimidate the other party. No matter who you are, undead or human, I am Giovanni Hamilton, a pure-blooded noble of Hamilton clan. Release me immediately if you don't want to die. Giovanni shouted as he ineffectively tried to break free. Fang Hao was slightly startled, giving Nelson a puzzled look. Listening to the other party's tone, and the fact that he exposed his clan, seemed like his background was not ordinary. Unfortunately, his opponent was Fang Hao, a new lord to this place, who would neither know about nor care about any family or even a king. Stop talking nonsense, I don't care what family you are from or how pure you are, why did you forcibly invade my territory? Fang Hao said loudly. Whether one's lineage is pure or not, it doesn't matter. Where he came from, the only time it mattered was during breeding. So that notion would not work here. Giovanni snorted coldly, gave Fang Hao a sidelong glance and said, "Kid, mind your status, you don't have the right to question me." He was very clear. The powerful existence in this territory was the corpse witch standing next to him, not this frail human in front of him. He assumed that this human was merely a vassal or a servant of the undead. Fang Hao frowned. "Nelson, teach him a lesson." "Yes, master." After Nelson answered, once again, a surge of magic power emanated from his body. The next second, the soil wrapped around Giovanni began to tighten bit by bit, putting out cracking sounds as bones were forcibly broken. "Ah! Have you gone mad, you undead? Why are you listening to the orders of a human?" Giovanni screamed in pain, while shooting an angry look at the corpse witch. Compared to undead and humans, vampires were closer to the undead in nature. He couldn't understand why a potent corpse witch would take orders from a weak human. "I'm asking you one last time, why did you attack my territory?" Fang Hao's eyes narrowed, his voice was gloomy. Giovanni suddenly felt a chill down his spine and a wave of fear arose in his heart. He was sure if he continued his defiance, the opponent would silence him permanently, even if he had revealed his family background. "Hey! Stop acting dumb, did you or didn't you take the things from my castle? How can you guys be so shameless? You stole my things and even stripped the castle." Giovanni became increasingly furious as he spoke, unconsciously raising his voice. Chapter 92, Revival. Saying this, Giovanni's anger flared up again. Vampires have a long life. Giovanni, who shares Hamilton's lineage, has caused a lot of trouble due to his rebellious nature. His greed for blood, looting, and stealing, has earned Giovanni a bad reputation amongst all clans. Anything that Neville is interested in, be it an object or a life, he will find a way to acquire it. That's where the Blood Hunter came from. Vampire life is extravagant, and Shadowwind Castle is one of Giovanni's mansions. Many objects inside, whether part of the architecture or otherwise, were accumulated over many years. And the location of Shadowwind Castle was carefully selected by him. The forces that were pursuing him would have difficulty finding this place, not interfering with his regular life. But who could have expected? He was just gone for a while. When he returned, not only were the items in the castle gone, even the castle itself was stripped bare. Who could endure such a thing? When he discovered Fang Hao's territory, and that it was populated by low-level undead, his anger initiated an attack. He wanted to rip apart everyone here, whether humans or undead. But he didn't expect there to be a powerful undead hero present within the territory. They defeated him in an instant. Fang Hao looked at the furious Giovanni with an unchanging expression, but felt somewhat awkward. He thought Shadowwind Castle was just a deserted dungeon, and the dust inside the castle showed that nobody had lived there for a long time. Fang initially thought that no one had lived there for such a long time, and probably nobody would be coming back soon. By the time the castle's owner returned in a few years, his own territory would have developed, and he wouldn't be afraid of the owner. But just a few days later, the owner already showed up at his doorstep. And he left nothing of the castle for the owner, not even a strand of hair. Fang Hao fell into silence, while Giovanni, feeling more confident, shouted, "Release me at once, and compensate for all my losses, or brace yourself for the wrath of the Hamilton family." Giovanni was very confident in his family. The Hamilton family could easily destroy this small city in front of them. Once released, Giovanni would find a way to capture this man and make him his blood slave. Each day he would drain his blood and torment him bit by bit. Hearing Giovanni's threat, Fang Hao shook his head with a bitter smile. Not to mention that the items he had scavenged from inside the castle were already almost sold. He had no means to compensate for the losses. Even if he did, he would not compensate. The rule which this world adheres to isn't about reasoning. The only rule here, might is right, every reasoning is built on the power to intimidate the other party. Given Giovanni's nature, had he found Fang's territory first, he would not only have plundered the land, but Fang wouldn't have survived either. Fang was also grateful that he obtained a golden hero like Nelson. "Are there more of your kind nearby?" Fang Hao leaned in, asking in a low voice. Hearing Fang Hao's words, Giovanni felt a tightening in his heart, sensing that something wasn't right. He quickly changed his tone and said, "Don't do anything rash, we can resolve this peacefully. It's just a castle. I won't pursue this matter anymore. Consider those items as gifts to a friend." Giovanni was not stupid, he naturally noticed Fang's intentions. He backed down immediately to try and ease the tension between them. Fang Hao was not stupid either, he wasn't going to believe Giovanni's words. Release Giovanni so he can go gather his family's power? Don't be ridiculous. Fang would sooner believe that he could grow another 5 centimeters than he'd believe Giovanni would swallow his pride. "Don't worry, it shouldn't be too quick and painful. Welcome to the undead camp." Fang Hao extended a warm smile once again. "Have you gone mad? Your small city can't withstand the wrath of my family. I advise you not to do anything stupid." Fear was now evident on Giovanni's face. Vampires have long lives. They can enjoy life over countless years. All of them, when faced with death, exhibit even greater fear. Fang Hao didn't say anything. Nelson slightly waved his hand, and the soil wriggled, covering Giovanni's nose and mouth once more. "I leave it to you," Fang Hao said in a low voice. Nelson nodded slightly and continued, "A pure-blood clan member might yield some unexpected gains." With a gentle wave of his hand, 2 skeleton soldiers came over. They hoisted Giovanni, bound by the soil, and carried him into the Viscera Museum. Converting Fireblade into an undead hero last time consumed 5 days of Nelson's time. This time, who knows how many days it would take to transform Giovanni into a skeleton hero. Nelson left, and Fang Hao, yawning, returned to his lord's cottage to rest. The next morning, Fang Hao woke up from his dream. He rubbed his eyes and walked downstairs. Just as he reached the staircase, he collided with Ira, who was coming up the stairs. Ira's body lost balance momentarily, and she clung tightly to Fang Hao. The intimate contact allowed him to feel the softness of Ira's body. "Master, Sir Nelson is waiting for you at the door," Ira quickly said, stabilizing herself. Fang Hao replied, heading downstairs. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw Nelson sitting on a bench, with a viscera jar giving off a faint blue glow next to him. "Good morning, Nelson," Fang Hao greeted with a smile as he walked over. Upon seeing Fang Hao, Nelson stood up and said, "Good morning, my lord." Nelson held a special status in the territory, not just as the first hero under Fang Hao's command. His knowledge and abilities were extremely powerful. Especially his ability to transform enemy heroes into skeleton heroes affiliated with him. This was nothing short of a divine skill. "Did you need something?" Fang Hao asked. "Yes, my lord, please look at this." Nelson handed over the viscera jar in his hand. Fang Hao had encountered viscera jars before. He had bought one from the skeleton merchant. Even though he knew they were used to hold human organs, he had never used one before and didn't know how to use it. But the viscera jar before him was different. The one he had bought was empty, but this viscera jar was already in use. Viscera jar. Category, container. Ability, revival. Revival, a viscera jar with the revival feature, refills the life value of combat personnel. Description, you can place the viscera jar with special abilities in the Viscera Museum, giving troops special abilities. This, looking at the attributes of the viscera jar, Fang Hao furrowed his brow. The 2 viscera jars in the warehouse were both empty. How come he now held a heavy one in his hand that also possessed attributes? Could it be one of his own? Lord, the viscera jar contains the organs of the vampire we captured. It has now gained special abilities, Nelson explained softly. Fang Hao felt a jolt in his heart. Could it be that the corpses of heroes could be preserved in viscera jars? Thinking about it, it didn't seem right. Fireblade, as the first one to be converted into a skeleton hero, didn't have his organs preserved as such. Fang Hao couldn't figure it out and decided to ask directly, what are the requirements for preserving organs in a jar? Or is there some kind of rule? Nelson just made a gesture of please, my lord, please. I will explain it to you on the way. Chapter 93, Trading Suspension. The 2 of them walked side by side towards the Viscera Museum. Along the way, Nelson provided some answers. My lord, the viscera jar is a magnificent invention of the undead clan. It uses curses to seal away powerful forces and bestow this strength onto the soldiers, he said. Fang Hao nodded his head in half understanding. He asked again, does this sealing process have any requirements? What I mean is, can a viscera jar be used after anyone dies? This point piqued Fang Hao's curiosity. A viscera jar was a tool that could tap into limitless potential. It was like a skill card in a game, bestowing unique effects when paired with different soldiers. It could bring about various changes to ordinary soldiers. Fang Hao recognized the significance of these jars and treated them very seriously. Not exactly. Only those possessing ancient bloodlines or special talents can be sealed, Nelson continued to explain. This reminded Fang Hao of Giovanni from last night. The man had continuously boasted about his family and lineage. It seemed that his family indeed possessed a special bloodline. The pair chatted as they arrived at the Viscera Museum. Upon entering the hall, they immediately felt a chilling sensation that caused an involuntary shiver. Various microstructures were displayed in the Viscera Museum. There were burial grounds, underground cemeteries, halls of the dead, mage towers of the undead, and magic defense towers. All of these structures belonged to the undead faction, excluding any special buildings. In front of each structure was a circular indentation, the same size as a viscera jar. Nelson continued, my lord, by placing a viscera jar in the corresponding area, the power of the jar will be bestowed on the soldiers. With that, he handed the viscera jar back to Fang Hao. After considering for a moment, Fang Hao placed the viscera jar of revival in the indentation of the burial grounds. Clank! As if triggering a mechanism, the viscera jar sank into the indentation, leaving only the skeletal lid visible. A faint glow spread instantly, and the attributes of the burial ground soldiers also changed. Skeleton Soldier, Tier 1. Faction, Undead. Racial traits, Undead, Hollow Skeleton, Vulnerable to Light. Skill, Shield Bash. Enhanced Skill, Revival. Innate Abilities, Basic Combat Mastery, Basic Sword Mastery, Basic Shield Mastery. Note, skeleton soldiers wielding weapons raise their jagged bone arms. They have only basic combat ability, but their fragility makes them unable to withstand sustained attacks. The burial grounds served as the barracks for the undead faction. Although it could currently only recruit Tier 1 soldiers, it was the building best suited for the revival skill. Revival could allow soldiers to recover their health continuously during battle. Compared to cavalry and mages, infantry on the front line needed this skill more. Okay, the power of the viscera jar has been bestowed upon the soldiers, and I must now continue with my work. I'll remain here for the next few days, continued Nelson. A skeleton hero took time to create. The previous Fireblade had taken 5 days, and this one was unlikely to be done any faster. Your efforts are appreciated, sir. It is my duty, my lord. Upon leaving the Viscera Museum, Ira had prepared breakfast. Just as Fang Hao was enjoying his food, the pig-headed human with a carriage entered the city. According to the plan, today was the day to deliver goods to the bronze bull at the Manam market. The pig-headed human, together with a caravan and 120 helpers, had set off early to reach Lord Fang's territory. Greetings, Lord Fang, Bolton saluted along with everyone else. Yes, why don't you all take a seat and I'll have someone prepare the goods, Fang Hao said. Having said that, he dispatched a skeleton soldier to lead the carriage directly to the warehouse. The pig-headed human stayed behind to wait. Bolton was no stranger to this place, but for most of the other pig-headed humans, it was their first time here. Facing an army of skeleton soldiers, they sat in their chairs, uncontrollably shaking their legs. From a great distance from the city, skeleton soldiers were already patrolling. The closer one got to the city, the more skeleton soldiers there were. Layer upon layer, it had now reached a terrifying level. At this time, Ira brought over some fruits. Bolton got up again, his attitude still respectful. Miss Ira. Good morning, Bolton. Ira also greeted cheerfully. They had seen each other a few times and were somewhat familiar with each other. She placed the fruits in front of the pig-headed human, then continued back to the wooden house to clean the room. Outside the warehouse, 30 carts are parked next to the warehouse. 20 of them were brought by the pig-headed humans, 10 were bred in the territory's stables. Of course, the warehouse didn't have much equipment, he just wanted to avoid so many people and use the Book of Lords to create. He opened the Book of Lords and turned to the production page. Plate armor, leather 12, iron 6, iron plate 4. Arm guards, leather 5, iron 3, iron plate 2. The quantity of these two types was adjusted to 30. Triggered Hundredfold Amplification, obtained plate armor 30-30. Triggered Hundredfold Amplification, obtained arm guards 30-30. Clang, clang. One piece of equipment after another appeared, completely stacking up the surrounding open space. The plate armor rolled and collided, making a crashing sound. Load the carts. Fang Hao commanded. The accompanying skeletons took action, loading the plate armor and arm guards on the carts. After loading everything onto the carts, he led the convoy out. Bolton and the others were still sitting and waiting. Seeing Fang Hao come out, they immediately stepped forward. All right, let's go. Yes, master. The pig-headed humans took over the position of the cart driver. After putting the rejuvenation springs produced overnight on the carts, the convoy drove out of the territory in a grand manner, heading towards Manam Market. This time, Fang Hao brought 30,000 skeleton soldiers and 120 pig-headed humans. Ira and Fireblade of the territory stayed to guard the house and did not leave with him. After several hours of travel, Manam Market could be seen from a distance. All the skeleton soldiers were stationed in the distance, and he continued to move forward with the pig-headed humans. After the previous few visits, the Torrens had become familiar with Fang Hao, they simply inspected the goods and let him pass directly. He came to the chieftain's hall and handed all the goods to the Torrens. Chieftain Talok, it's been a few days since we last met. Fang Hao smiled and greeted. Bronze Bull Talok also laughed and said, Indeed, it has been several days, Fang Hao. A pair of bull's eyes once again carefully looked at Fang Hao. Just a few days, and 6,000 pieces of equipment were delivered? This is simply unbelievable, even somewhat incomprehensible. The two chatted casually. Not long after, a Tauren guard walked in, whispered a few words in Bronze Bull's ear, and the guard retreated again. Haha, friend Fang Hao, I am very satisfied with this trade, please wait a moment, my people are bringing your reward. The Bronze Bull said in a booming voice. I'm glad Chief Talok is satisfied, I still look forward to our future cooperation. Fang Hao continued. His two trades with Bronze Bull have made great use of Fang Hao's abilities. With the help of the Hundredfold Amplification, he easily earns Warfire coins. Therefore, he hopes to continue working with Bronze Bull to earn more Warfire coins. Hearing Fang Hao's words, Bronze Bull's face became serious. He said in a deep voice, Friend Fang Hao, perhaps our cooperation will have to be suspended for a while. Why? Fang Hao frowned. Bronze Bull thought for a moment, then decided to reveal some information. You come from the west, have you seen an undead city there? Chapter 94, Slave Trader. Bronze Bull's face was serious, and Fang Hao's brow furrowed instantly. He never expected Bronze Bull to mention the city of undead in the west of the Manam Market. No need to say more, he was talking about his own territory. Could it be that something is happening, which is related to his own territory? Guided by his curiosity, Fang Hao responded, Yes, there is a city of undead. Is there an issue with that? It seems like your territory is quite close to the city of undead. It would be wise to relocate further away during this period, or else there might be consequences, Bronze Bull continued. Fang Hao furrowed his brows deeper, a sense of anxiety rose within him. Consequences? This was making him think about the possibility of a war. He started to wonder if anything had recently happened within his territory that could spark a war. He even worried whether the mana market would be affected and might have to suspend cooperation temporarily. Could it be because the news of him killing the vampire last night was leaked? Did that Hamilton family want to give him trouble? That shouldn't be the case. Given the circumstances, the vampire had been captured by Nelson and taken to the Viscera Museum before it could even fart. There was no chance for the news to spread. This was baffling. An unfamiliar sense of threat surrounded Fang Hao. It made him uneasy. Chieftain Teluk, relocating a city is no small matter. Could you at least tell me why so I can explain it to my people? Fang Hao pressed on. Bronze Bull fell silent. Apparently, there was something he wasn't able to elaborate on. After an extended pause in the quiet hall, Bronze Bull looked at Fang Hao earnestly and continued, "All right, in the land of Frostwind, there is a tribe known as the Skull Crusher tribe. It is rumored that they are preparing to attack the city of Undead." "An orc tribe?" questioned Fang Hao. "In general, tribes are composed of orcs, not vampires." "Yes, a powerful and brutal tribe." Bronze Bull shook his head slightly. It seemed that even a powerful hero like Bronze Bull was deeply wary of this Skull Crusher tribe. So how many soldiers will this Skull Crusher tribe send and what's the situation with their heroes? Fang Hao asked further. Bronze Bull looked at Fang Hao curiously and shook his head slightly. "I'm unclear on those details, but the Skull Crusher tribe is notoriously brutal. As a human, you might be in greater danger." Bronze Bull did not have much information. He felt compelled to warn Fang Hao due to their successful collaborations thus far. He didn't want Fang Hao to be affected by the upcoming battle and risk his life. But what Bronze Bull did not realize was that the city of Undead he was talking about was actually Fang Hao's territory. There was no way Fang Hao could avoid this. Fang Hao took a deep breath and continued, "All right, when I return, I will consider it carefully." The two kept talking. After completing the inventory check for the equipment, a large box of Warfire coins was brought in. With a loud thud, it was placed in front of Fang Hao. Received, 180,000 Warfire coins. A large box of glittering coins laid in front of Fang Hao. The mana market, serving as the trading hub for all the tribes in the area, had accumulated a vast amount of wealth. The reserves of Warfire coins had reached a shocking level. Possibly, even the larger tribes were unable to compete with the amount of coins that Bronze Bull had saved. This made Fang Hao realize that if he was able to establish his own market, a similar result might be achieved. He received this final payment, and as Bronze Bull has no new orders. They exchanged casual words before each went their ways. Fang Hao beckoned for Bolton to help load the box filled with Warfire coins onto the carriage. As they exited the chieftain's hall, a tall and robust demon orc wearing a large robe approached them. His thick fingers were adorned with gemstone rings. He sported a golden chain around his neck, its thickness compared to a thumb, it glimmered under the sunlight, almost blinding people. He looked like the embodiment of a nouveau riche, flaunting his wealth. "Good afternoon, human friend, I didn't expect to see you again," the orc greeted warmly as he approached. Fang Hao examined the orc carefully. He found it hard to distinguish the differences between orc appearances. Unless they had distinct features, it was challenging to differentiate who was who amongst the orc race. But he had just walked out of the chieftain's hall when he saw the orc coming directly towards him. Rather than encountering him by chance, it felt like the orc had been waiting for him. "Good afternoon, can I assist you with something?" Fang Hao curiously asked. The orc cleared his throat softly, twirled the large ring on his finger, leaned closer, and whispered, "My friend, how was the taste of the rabbitman?" "Quite nice, right?" Fang Hao's brows furrowed, and he instantly recognized the orc. He was the slave trader who had exchanged Ira for his iron sword. "What do you want from me?" Fang Hao took a step back, avoiding the orc's breath. "Hehe, my friend, I have a new batch of goods here. Everything is in order, would you like to have a look?" The orc stepped forth. "You are so strong, one rabbit man would hardly suffice." Compared to the orcs, Fang Hao was rather thin. His apparent suggestive smirk indicated what he was trying to say. Fang Hao pondered over it. His territory was indeed short of manpower. He quietly said, "Bolton, have a few people follow me. Let's go and take a look with him." "Yes, master," Bolton respectfully replied. He immediately selected 20 people to follow Fang Hao. The rest were left behind to guard the money box. Upon hearing Fang Hao's approval, the slave trader's face instantly lit up with joy. My friend, please follow me. Saying this, he led the group towards the market. My friend, perhaps you are not aware. In this area, our goods are highly praised. Many tribes trade with us all year round. If you need anything, we can also deliver the goods directly to your territory, the orc continuously blabbered as he led the way. He emphasized the abundance of his goods and even offered home delivery service. These slave traders were never small-scale forces of mere 3 to 5 people. Those able to capture slaves everywhere they went always had a fairly significant force behind them. Some were even part of the larger tribe's businesses. Do you also do business with humans? Fang Hao asked while trailing behind. Since coming to this world, he had encountered orcs, vampires, and the undead, but he had yet to encounter any of the local humans. We do, of course, the orc glanced at Fang Hao and quickly added, but rest assured, we don't sell humans, haha. So you can relax. It seemed like he thought of something causing him to spontaneously clarify. Soon, they arrived at the place where the slaves were kept. An old warehouse, filled with a pungent odor, like walking into a sewer. Everyone couldn't help but cover their noses. The warehouse was massive, filled with black iron cages. Dirty hemp cloths covered the cages, blocking the view. Dozens of fully armed orcs stood guard at the front of the warehouse. Honored friend, please take a look, the orc said as he lifted the hemp cloth. Chapter 95, Purchasing Slaves. The orc slave trader pulled down the rag covering the iron cage. Bearing the rust-streaked, oily iron cage, and the rabbit people in it. These rabbit people were all females, their ragged clothes barely covering their vital areas. Huddled in corners, their bodies were shivering uncomfortably. The orc slave trader boasted, my friend, these rabbits are all young and healthy and are great choices for both labor and as pets. Where else can you find obedient slaves like these? What do you think? What a human would do with the rabbit girls was the best known to the slave trader. If they truly wanted slaves for labor, they wouldn't normally pick these weak rabbits. Fang Hao said nothing, but circled around the cage. Looking at the numb, beaten rabbits, he asked, are you sure these are healthy? The slaves before his eyes didn't look healthy, and they were not as lively as Ira. The slave trader heard this. He picked up his stick, banged it hard on the cage bars, and shouted threats, put some energy into it, or I'll bury you all tonight if you don't sell. The ear-piercing noise from the iron cage caused the curled bodies within to stir slightly. Friend, you know, in order to keep them obedient I cannot feed them too much. They are just hungry, certainly not sick. The slave trader continued to explain. In order to keep the slaves lethargic, they would control the food supply, leaving their slaves in a state of not starving but too weak to run. My friend, these slaves are young and obedient, and when you don't need them anymore, you can sell them at a good price. You really won't make a loss, plus. The slave trader kept selling relentlessly on the side. These slaves were originally scheduled to be transported to the human city for sale, hoping for a good price. However, news of a possible war in the eastern tribes made them change plans. They had to sell these slaves as soon as possible. During their stay in Manam Market, he met the human who had bought the rabbit person before. He set his sights on Fang Hao. No matter what, he had to make the current human buyer purchase this batch of slaves, or he would be making a loss. My friend, what do you think? Would you like to buy these rabbit girls? The orc slave trader, with a parched mouth, asked again after licking his dry lips. Fang Hao looked at the rabbit girls in the cage, then at the slave trader. He hesitated then asked, what's the price? The old price, 60 warfire coins per person. The slave trader answered with a smirk. When selling Ira, he had taken 60 short swords in exchange. So, he now quoted the same price. He still believed that Fang Hao would accept it since they had a previous transaction. However, Fang Hao shook his head slightly. One slave for 60 warfire coins. If you're sticking with this price, you can keep them. Iron swords and warfire coins were not the same thing. As far as Fang Hao was concerned, 60 iron swords were merely a day's consumption, but warfire coins were irreplaceable. Seeing Fang Hao's objection, the slave trader was slightly taken aback. They had traded at this price before, why the sudden change? As you can see, we have always traded at this price, these slaves are definitely worth it. The slave trader continued. Fang Hao was unmoved and countered, fixed price, 10 warfire coins per person, 400 total for the 42 people. Take it or leave it, but let's not waste each other's time. That's impossible, we would not make any profit. The slave trader said loudly. The value of slaves is not often high. Especially the feeble, thin, and hairless breed of rabbit people, they were hardly fit enough to be orcs. They wouldn't appeal to orcs. Only by transporting them to human cities could they get a higher price. Yet Fang Hao's attitude gave them the impression of indifference, as if he could buy or not buy their wares. This left the slave trader indecisive. He had to clear this stock, but the price seemed unbearably low. Just as the slave trader hesitated and pondered over more pleas, Fang Hao turned and began to walk away. Which gave the slave trader a jolt. He hastily replied, "Sold, my friend, I'll sell." Upon hearing the slave trader say he would sell, only then did Fang Hao halt his steps. "Bolton, give him the money." Bolton took 4.00 warfire coins from his bag and handed them over. The slave trader took the coins and handed Fang Hao the slave contracts, 42 in total. From this moment on, these rabbit girls were under Fang Hao's ownership. "All right, get your spirits up. This human is your new master." The slave trader boomed, herding every single slave out of the cage and in front of Fang Hao. This was a crucial step, letting the buyer see that their purchased slave was not impaired. The rabbit girls stood in a line. As the slave trader promised, these chosen rabbit girls were young, and their figures catered to human tastes. With their lowered heads and drooping ears, they looked spiritless. Wearing only shabby clothes, they barely concealed their ample chests and perky behinds. A simple movement exposes a great deal of skin. Luckily, orcs had different beauty standards, otherwise, these rabbit women would likely not be in this place. "Take them to the cart and prepare food for them," Fang Hao ordered. "Yes, my lord." Bolton immediately arranged for people to escort the freshly purchased slaves to where the carriage was parked. Having dealt with the slaves, the orc slave trader was still counting the warfire coins on the side. "In future, if there are such orcs available, regardless of gender, they can be sold to me. It's the same rate or payable in iron swords," Fang Hao said quietly. The slave trader, who was counting warfire coins, was slightly surprised. He confirmed with suspicious eyes, "You also want male rabbit people?" He thought, this human is really a deviant. "Yes, not only the Rabbitman clan, but I'm also interested in other orc clans that are similar to humans, those who are easy to manage. I have a large territory that needs to be developed. Do you understand what I mean?" Fang Hao lightly slapped his shoulder. "Oh, I understand, I understand." The slave trader replied subconsciously, not knowing if he truly understood. Immediately after, he added, "Recently, the situation in this region has been a bit chaotic, so the matter of the slaves might be delayed for some time." When you deliver the slaves, I will pay you then." Fang Hao was not in a hurry either. "All right, in that case, I will give you a gift as a token of our long-term collaboration." The slave trader pulled out a shell from his robe and handed it to Fang Hao. Fang Hao held it and inquired curiously, "What is this, a seashell?" "My friend, this is a sound-transmitting shell, a simple and practical tool for sending messages," the orc slave trader explained. "Sound-transmitting shell, son." Description: can be used to receive messages from the mother shell. Sound-transmitting shells come in pairs, a mother shell and a son shell. Speak into the mother shell, and sound can be heard from the son shell. In other words, the gift the orc was giving Fang Hao was only for his own convenience when he has merchandise, it was otherwise useless. The orc was quite shrewd, he knew how to do business. Fang Hao stored the shell, chatted with the orc for a bit more, and then turned to leave. Chapter 96, Fighting Tooth Girl. After bidding farewell to the slave trader, Fang Hao went straight to the tavern. He pushed open the door of the tavern. Inside the tavern, it was still bustling as usual. Beastmen of various races were drinking and chatting, shouting loudly. Fang Hao was no stranger here and the tavern owner knew him well. "What'll you be having?" the tavern owner asked. Fang Hao came to the tavern to replenish some spices for his territory and to see if there were any new single-page maps available. "Honey wine, please. And prepare the same spices as last time for me," Fang Hao said softly as he sat at the counter. "All right, wait a moment." The owner wiped his hands with a cloth and began preparing what Fang Hao needed. Fang Hao turned his gaze to the posting board next to him. It usually had some information on it, like bounties from various tribes, or maps brought by merchants. The map of the mine and the monster outpost Fang Hao got last time were obtained from here. There was a single-page map available today as well. Map, Unknown Cave. Category, Single-page map. Description, a map drawn by a traveling merchant, recording the route and terrain of unknown ruins. Interested in the map? The Tauren owner came back over, placing the honey wine in front of Fang Hao. Yes, I'll take the map and these slave contracts, Fang Hao declared directly. This map is a bit more expensive, it costs 3 warfire coins. Each slave contract costs 1 warfire coin, you can pay for it all when you check out, the owner said. Fang Hao nodded, sipping his honey wine as he chatted casually with the owner. Honey wine didn't quite suit the taste of adult beastmen. Considering the beastman's fondness for alcohol, honey wine was considered more of a sweet drink. While sipping his honey wine, Fang Hao suddenly remembered the blueprint for a troll's brewing barrel that he had acquired. He was still short of 2 quintessences of wine for the crafting materials. If it weren't for that, he could even open his own tavern. He cast a glance at the Tauren owner, curiously asking, "Do you have any quintessences of wine here?" "Quintessences of wine? What are you going to do with them?" the owner asked with some surprise. Seeing the owner's surprised expression, Fang Hao was certain that the tavern must have them. "I need them to make something." "Sell me 2, Fang Hao responded directly. "Ah, well, I do have 2 in the warehouse, but they're 50 warfire coins each." "Interested in buying?" the Tauren answered uncertainly. 50 each, not exactly cheap. Even though Fang Hao had done 2 deals with Bronze Bull, the owner wasn't sure if he would be willing to spend that much. After all, with 2 warfire coins, one could hire a small squad of beastmen. "Deal. You can include it with my spices," Fang Hao agreed readily. "All right." The owner didn't hesitate, readily agreeing and instructing the barkeeper to prepare the items. As Fang Hao was drinking his wine and waiting for the owner to prepare the goods, a card game at the neighboring table caught his attention. It was a game similar to poker, using dominoes and dice to ultimately determine the winner and the loser. The winner collected the wager, while the loser left cursing angrily. "Damn, this is some rotten luck." At that moment, a curse echoed from the card table. The cursing beast-eared girl hurled her dominoes onto the table in frustration. She was a short girl, but she stood out in the tavern. Her silver hair draped over her right shoulder while the hair on the other side was shaven extremely short, exposing her furry beast ears clearly. She wore a brown leather bustier on her upper body, her slender waist bare, revealing abs and a shadow of a V-line. Her tight skin-fitting leather pants highlighted her athletic legs perfectly. Her waist was thin, her back was slightly curved, and her body was lean and muscular. Full of wild, unrestrained nature. The girl flung her bone cards on the table with an angry expression and loudly cursed her luck that day. The rest of them just watched happily, picking up their winnings. In a moment of aimless rage, she turned her head and met Fang Hao's gaze, their eyes locking. Fang Hao tensed up inside and quickly looked away, pretending to be examining the antler chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Even so, his actions drew the attention of the white-haired girl. She kicked a stool out of the way and sat down right next to Fang Hao. "Human kid, what were you just looking at?" the girl casually asked, plopping down onto a seat next to him and questioning. "Just glancing around, why, is there a problem?" Fang Hao replied. Fang Hao grumbled to himself about his rotten luck. Not that he was scared of this white-haired girl, but he had the feeling of stirring up trouble just by trying to enjoy the spectacle. "Angia, he's a guest of the Teluk chieftain. Don't make trouble here," the Minotaur boss interjected. Turns out, the white-haired girl's name was Angia. Hearing the Minotaur's words, Angia took another look at him. She swiveled her big round eyes, broke into a grin, leaned over, and proposed, "I just lost all my money at cards, lend me 200 gold coins. If I win, I'll pay you back with interest. If not, I'll spend 3 days with you, and I mean in any way you want. How about it?" Fang Hao's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the white-haired girl standing before him. She changed her attitude so quickly and spoke so straightforwardly. It almost felt like there was something wrong with her brain. "Angia, play your cards, don't bother the guests," the Minotaur boss continued. But the girl didn't pay any mind to the boss's words. She persisted, What do you think? Want to consider it? The people around them started to chuckle quietly, waiting in anticipation for the upcoming scene. 200 gold could get me 20 of you, no difference. Why would I lend it to you, replied Fang Hao. He had just bought a whole lot of rabbitmen, all looking pretty decent. 200 gold for 3 days, even if she really was willing to spend 3 days with him, it wouldn't be a good deal. Humph. I'm a hero, no ordinary goods. You're telling me 200 is too much? Angia huffed, noticeably upset. This made Fang Hao even more surprised. He quickly checked her properties. Fighting Tooth Angia, blue rank 7 hero. Turned out, she really was a hero. No wonder this humanoid beast with human-like appearance can act so arrogantly and rudely in the tavern without anyone stopping her. The tavern owner could only mention the bronze bowl telek to suppress her a bit when she was causing trouble to Fang Hao. But what species was this girl of? So domineering and provocative, a leopard? What do you think? It's quite enjoyable to be accompanied by a hero for 3 days. You won't lose on this deal for 200 gold, right? Angia said with a smile. Tavern, hero. Fang Hao stroked his chin and nodded slightly, not bad. You wouldn't regret this, would you? As Angia, I never go back on my word, Angia continued. Okay, I agree. I don't have Beostead gold, I'll give you Warfire coins instead. Fang Hao promptly brought out 40 Warfire coins and pushed them towards Angia. Alright, wait for me to earn you a fortune. Angia snapped up the Warfire coins and walked back to the card table, yelling loudly, come on, watch me make you all beg for mercy. Then, the crowd continued the card game that they were playing earlier. At the front desk, the Minotaur boss sighed lightly, let it go. Spending this money will save you further troubles from Angia. Hey? Hearing the boss's words, Fang Hao looked again at the card table. It seemed that Angia's card luck was infamously bad in this place. Chapter 97, Where are you running? Is this Miss Angia audacious enough to create a commotion in the city? Fang Hao asked in a low voice. The Manam market does have special regulations. No one is allowed to loot or fight inside the city. That's why Fang Hao, a human, dared to swagger about in the city. Though Miss Angia is a hero, she's merely blue color, somewhat weaker than Bronze Bull. Enough about her. It's good enough that she doesn't bother the chieftain. You two keep your distance. If she pesters you on your turf later on, that's unnecessary, the cow-headed boss warned gently, signaling him to look out for himself. Seeing the boss's expression made Fang Hao even more curious about Angia. Apparently, even Bronze Bull Talok seemed at a loss about how to deal with this beast girl. Very soon, the bartender who went to the warehouse to fetch the spices returned. Packed neatly were all the spices Fang Hao needed, as well the essence of wine. The boss quickly calculated the cost. 220 Warfire coins. Alright. Without fussing, Fang Hao directly handed over 220 Warfire coins. He put everything into his backpack. The trade was completed. Angia's gambling game over there was also nearing its end. The once bold and resolute attempt to turn the tide was nowhere to be seen, as sweat was already forming on her brow. When she lost her last chip, her eyes began to dodge when she saw Fang Hao. It seems your luck isn't on your side, Fang Hao remarked. Yes, it's a bit off, Angia responded. As per our agreement, you need to come with me. Fang Hao stood up, ready to leave. Hearing Fang Hao's words, Angia became a little flustered. It wasn't that she was afraid of Fang Hao, it's just that this place was Talok's territory after all. The consultation she had agreed upon with Fang Hao in front of everyone might run into Talok's interference. If she really was forced to accompany this human for 3 days, wouldn't she have no chance to run? Angia's big eyes spun around anxiously. Wait, my luggage is in the guest room. Let me get it. With these words, she hurriedly headed upstairs. Leaving Fang Hao alone standing in the tavern's main hall, watching her disappearing backside. Fang Hao had just sat down. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling came from outside the window. Then, a figure with her luggage dashed past the window on horseback, heading towards the city gate. Leaving behind a trail of dust. Fang Hao stood by the window, with his eyes wide open. Slim body, white hair, beast ears. Damn it, the girl's run away. There was a moment of silence in the tavern. Then, all the orcs in the bar burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. That's so Angia. Everyone seemed to have anticipated that Angia would not smoothly fulfill her promises, as expected. The bovine boss came out to intervene. I'll mention this incident to the chieftain, see if there could be any compensation for you. No problem, it's just a small amount of money, no need to bother Chieftain Talok. Fang Hao reassured him casually, eyeing the direction in which Angia had fled. After that, he walked directly out of the tavern, sauntering towards where his carriage was parked. Saying Bolton, he said, you lead, everyone leave the city. Yes, sir. Bolton answered, starting to organize the return journey. In contrast to the 120 pig-headed humans on the way there, 42 more young girls from the Rabbitman clan were returning. The Pigman clan served as escorts, the carriage hauled the Rabbit clan girls, and the return journey began. Fang Hao lay in his carriage, exercised God's presence, and arrived on the skeleton giant bat camping down in a mountain recess. Controlling the giant bat to take off into the sky, he began searching for Angia who had left the city. Soon, he found traces of Angia. Angia didn't take the main road but rushed directly into the woods. She tied her horse to the side, climbed up a tree, and observed the Manam market. If she hadn't climbed the tree, it would have been hard to spot her from the air. Let's see where you're going. Having confirmed Angia's location, Fang Hao began to command his skeleton army to intercept. Angia galloped out of Manam, plunging headfirst into the forest. She threw a disdainful smile back at the city, gradually receding behind her. This clueless human actually wanted her, a renowned thief, to accompany him for 3 days. When you come out, I'll rob all your money and leave you broke on the roadside, Angia gnashed her teeth. Unlike everyone else's fear of escape, Angia wasn't planning on running away. She was simply hiding in the forest, waiting for that human's caravan to leave the city, and then she would steal all his goods. She had heard rumors in the tavern. This human was incredibly rich, hauling warfire coins out by the boxful. Once she robbed him, wouldn't all that money be hers? The more she thought about it, the more excited Angia felt. Tying her horse to a tree, she climbed up to get a good view of the gates of Manam City, ready to wait as long as it took for that human to emerge. Time passed slowly. Chewing on a piece of grass and idly swinging her legs as she sat on a tree branch, Angia grew impatient. Did that human die in there? Why isn't he coming out? But as soon as the words left her lips, her face changed dramatically. She suddenly felt a faint vibration, followed by the sound of rustling bushes. Glancing around, she saw a dense skeleton army forming a circle, closing in on her. Angia was stunned. She rubbed her eyes incredulously. What was going on? A massive undead army here? It was impossible. But when she reopened her eyes, the undead army was still there, closing in on her rapidly. It looked like they intended to capture her alive. Bloody hell, I just lost a lot of money, I've got a lot of steam to blow off. Angia swore. She took out a pair of tiger's claw from her waist and slipped them onto her hands. The next second, she leaped from the tree and punched a skeleton in the skull. Crack! The skull shattered with a resounding break. This kind of injury didn't hinder a skeleton's movement, it raised its iron sword and swung it down at her. Angia slid her foot back, twisted her waist, and delivered a counter elbow strike. The skeleton's head was sent flying like a ball, and its body instantly fell apart, turning into a pile of white bones. Clang! Bang! Suddenly, countless skeletons swarmed toward her, and Angia fought back fiercely, punching and kicking in the sea of skeletons. But soon, she realized something was off. The more skeletons she killed, the more seemed to appear, as if they were never ending. Plus, as the battle wore on, she sustained injuries and her energy quickly waned. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she saw a skeleton with blue flames flickering in its eye sockets, flipping her off. Wait, what? Boom! Distracted for a moment. An iron shield smashed into her forehead and she was briefly stunned. The skeleton army quickly overwhelmed her and pinned her to the ground, stacking up like children playing a game. Under the command of the blue fire skeleton, Angia was tightly bound in rope, several layers thick. Even so, Angia did not stop struggling and kept cursing, "Let me go, you trash. If you're courageous enough, unbind me and we'll fight fair and square." But the skeletons, dumb as posts, stood in place guarding their captive, unresponsive to her words. She didn't know how much time had passed. Angia grew tired from all the swearing and decided to take a break, needing to recover her strength. At the same time, she racked her brain for ways to escape. Apparently, these skeletons were like blockheads, undisturbed by her curses. She was clueless as to why they would capture her instead of killing her. Just as she was deep in thought, she heard the rumble of wagon wheels from behind. Then, a familiar voice echoed, "Miss Angia, I have to say, leaving without notice is a bit impolite, don't you think?" Chapter 98, Fighting Tooth Clan. Fang Hao walked around from behind, ending up in front of Angia. Seeing it was Fang Hao, Angia became instantly agitated, roaring, "So it's you, you despicable villain, manipulating these undead to fight me. If you are a man, we should have a fair fight." "What do you mean, despicable villain? According to our agreement, you're mine for the next 3 days. I can do what I want with you, didn't you say that yourself?" Fang Hao sat down in front of Angia, staring directly into her eyes. "You. I will repay you." Angia tipped her head back, the expression on her face clearly saying, "My word is my bond." Fang Hao fought back a laugh at Angia's antics. Did he look like a fool? She borrowed money from him in the bar, didn't repay and took off. And now, having been caught, she was acting as though she was wrongfully accused. Was this not an insult to his intelligence, indirectly suggesting that he doesn't appear too clever? "Give me 40 warfire coins right now, or you'll have no choice but to come with me," Fang Hao said seriously. Angia looked around at the undead army. She was starting to regret it now. Who had ever heard of a human controlling so many undead? "Who would want to go with you?" "I don't have any money on me right now, but I promise to pay back the principal amount with interest," Angia continued. She had lost all of her capital. Where would she get money to repay Fang Hao? Fang Hao sneered, "Well, there's nothing more to be said then. Kill her, she'll make a good skeleton." As soon as he said that, the skeleton soldiers nearby lifted their razor-sharp weapons. "Wait! Wait!" Angia yelled out in panic. Fang Hao halted the skeleton, smiled, and said, "Relax, it only hurts for a moment. Then it gets better. What the hell are you up to? What good does it do you to kill me? If I'm dead, who will return your money?" Angia yelled back. Angia was suffering. Was this guy even human? Just for 40 warfire coins, he had mobilized tens of thousands of undead to surround her, and now he wanted to kill her and turn her into a skeleton. Was it really necessary? "You know my secret now. I can't let you leave. There's no other choice but to kill you." "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone," Angia said loudly. "Kill her," Fang Hao repeated his command. The skeletons in the crowd, who had just lowered their weapons, raised them above their heads again. At this point, Angia could only helplessly close her eyes. "Hold on. My lord, why not give her a chance and let her atone for her errors by becoming your slave?" Pigman Bolton came over hurriedly and suggested in a whisper. Fang Hao once again stopped the skeleton about to strike and fell into deep thought. He asked in a somewhat hesitant voice, "Angia, are you willing to sign the hero's contract with me?" With tears in her eyes, she gritted her teeth and said forcefully, "I am willing." After saying that, the sound of Angia's soft sobbing could be heard. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords, turned to the hero's contract page. He went behind Angia, made a small cut at his fingertip, and pressed it on the hero's contract page. The next second, a faint light enveloped Angia and entered her body. At the same time, Fang Hao received a system prompt that he had obtained the hero Fighting Tooth Angia. Fighting Tooth Angia, current loyalty, 55. That's really too low. If he didn't have the hero's contract, she might even consider killing him at such a low point. Hero's contract and slave's contract function similarly. They enforce rules to the existing subordinate relationships. That is, it prevents actions that would harm the master. Moreover, the master has the power to decide the life and death of the other party. Once this contract is signed, the signee loses their freedom and becomes at the mercy of the master. After the contract is completed, Fang Hao immediately checked her attributes. Fighting Tooth Angia, Blue 7th level hero. Faction, Orc. Template, Blue. Racial traits, Living creature, Poison resistance, Fond of fighting. Legion skills, Pathfinding, Infantry commander. Skills, Fist dance, Red tooth, Divine warrior training, Never fear the strong. Innate skills, Advanced body technique mastery, Advanced tactical mastery, Advanced physical fitness mastery. Living creature, This type of soldier can be healed and be affected by morale, emotions, and etc., immune to bone manipulation technique and similar abilities. Poison resistance, dilutes internal toxins while in a coma after poison onset. Fond of fighting, all attributes increase in excited state. Pathfinding, the unit leading the troops does not get affected by rough terrain and marches at a normal speed. Fist dance, proficient in using physical attack moves such as rushing punches, breaking tiles, and causing landslides. Red Tooth, elbow strike, deals 200% of standard damage. Divine warrior training, better control the boiling power within, continuously causing harm to the enemy. Description: what? There are still living members of the Fighting Tooth clan. The Fighting Tooth clan is the most unusual among the orcs. They fear no other clans, no matter how powerful, leading to their extinction. Angia's attributes are not bad. The describable content always feels familiar to Fang Hao. Alright then. Though her loyalty isn't high, she's his hero now anyway. Looking at the silently weeping Angia, Fang Hao forced a bitter smile, feeling like he had perhaps frightened her excessively. Untie her. The pigman pulled out the iron sword at his waist, cutting all the ropes binding her. After all, in order to subdue this Fighting Tooth clan girl, she was bound layer upon layer of ropes. Alright, stop crying. My territory is not bad, I guarantee you won't have to worry about food and drink there, Fang Hao persuaded from the side. Angia remained silent, wiping her tears with her sleeve. Bolton began commanding the skeletons to clean up the battlefield. This battle resulted in quite the loss of skeleton soldiers. The ground was littered with scattered white bones, and dropped equipment. When everything was ready, everyone got back on the carriage. Under the escort of skeletons and pigmen, they headed towards the territory. Except for the newly joined Angia, there were also 42 bot slaves from the Rabbitman clan. Angia merely felt wronged in her heart and kept wiping away her tears. The other bunny girls, however, were scared to the point of turning pale by the platoon of skeletons. They thought they had been sold to a human master. Now, they were imagining themselves being used as sacrificial offerings in some undead rituals, or even being killed in more cruel ways. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. My name is Fang Hao. I have my own territory. You can live there in the future, Fang Hao said on the side. But all he got in response was silence. Only the sound of the wheels pressing against the road and the collision of soldiers' armor could be heard. In any case, Fang Hao shut his mouth as well. He lay in the carriage, casually flipping through the Book of Lords. They moved forward silently. When the fortress-like city came into view, the faces of both the rabbit women and Angia turned even more solemn. Was this a city? Or a kingdom of the undead? Layer upon layer of skeleton soldiers patrolling around the city, their numbers reaching a terrifying level. The convoy passed through patrolling soldiers and entered the city. Alright ladies, this is my territory. Welcome to join, Fang Hao introduced warmly. A second later, dozens of rabbit girls were scared into sobbing. Chapter 99, Level 5 Building. As the territory expanded and developed, the labor shortage became increasingly apparent. It wasn't that there weren't enough skeletons, but rather the finer tasks that ordinary skeletons could hardly handle. For instance, cleaning up, doing laundry and cooking. In the dictionary of ordinary skeletons, there simply wasn't the notion of handling things gently. Sanitation within the city alone was beyond the capability of a few people. Master, you're back. Ira, hearing the commotion, ran out of the Book of Lords' wooden house. When she saw the rest of the Rabbitman clan in the carriage behind her, she looked on curiously. These are new citizens who have joined us. You show them around our territory. Fang Hao looked at the teary-eyed rabbit girls. Oh, okay. Ira, seeing her own clan, had a joyful expression on her face. In a territory filled with the undead, having a few clan members became extremely important. After speaking with Fang Hao, she went to the center of the rabbit people and started chattering away. They toured around the territory. The hero Angia glanced at Fang Hao and left with Ira. After all, being with a beastman was always more comfortable than being with Fang Hao. The rabbitmen were familiarized with the surroundings by Ira. Fang Hao, on the other hand, started preparing housing for them. With so many people, he couldn't let them all sleep outside. He chose a suitable residential area and built 20 level 4 houses immediately. A level 4 house could accommodate 4 people at the same time. Since they're all females and there weren't any married couples living in families, 20 houses were enough for them. If needed, he could add more in the future. After building the houses, Fang Hao made beds, beast-skin blankets, and some daily necessities. Fang Hao wasn't a slave master and he wasn't heartless either. Basic needs of life were still required. Once everything was done, Fang Hao continued to check other buildings. After these last few days, the production factory had accumulated quite an amount of construction materials. He could upgrade existing buildings. Firstly and most importantly, the core of all the buildings. The Book of Lords Wooden House. Level 5 Book of Lords Hall, wood 3,500, stone 2,200, hardwood 1,200, brick 1,000, hemp rope 550, iron 220. He previously lacked hardwood and bricks, but now he had enough to build. Upgrade. In an instant, a beam of light enveloped the Book of Lords Wooden House, and when the beam faded, a magnificent 3-story stone building stood before him. Level 5 Book of Lords Stone Tower. Owner, Fang Hao. Ability, Production/Collection plus 2%, Troop Movement plus 2%, all attributes and L°/O. Current buildings, Level 4 Underground Cemetery, Level 4 Warehouse, Level 4 Burial Grounds, Level 4 Lumberjack's Hut, Level 4 Ranch, Level 2 Spiritual Field, Level 4 City Wall, Level 4 Arrow Tower, Level 4 Courtyard of the Departed, Level 4 Undead Mage Tower, Market, Sanctuary Tower, Rejuvenation Spring Well, Statue of the Harvest Goddess, Skeleton Conversion Field, Viscera Museum, Level 4 Stable. Note, Core Building of the Territory. Upgrade materials required, wood, 6,200, stone, 4,500, hardwood, 3,200, brick, 4,000, iron, 500, metal parts, 320. Upon attaining level 5. The Book of Lords Wooden House was now referred to as the Book of Lords Stone Tower. The entire structure was built from stone bricks, making the structure sturdier and grander. Apart from that, there was also an additional ability. There was a significant boost to production rates and the attributes of troops. This should symbolize the transition of the territory into the second phase. After upgrading the Book of Lords Hall, Fang Hao continued his upgrades on the other buildings, especially after hearing about the Skull Crusher tribe from Bronze Bull. Fang Hao turned his thoughts around repeatedly, but could not find any information about the Skull Crusher tribe in his mind. But the undead territory west of Manam Market was referring to himself, there was no one else. Thinking about it, he upgraded city walls and arrow towers to level 5. He looked at his resources. The undead base's facilities were all at level 4. To upgrade to level 5, the need for hardwood and brick was a given, but what was lacking the most was shadow stone. Among those left in his warehouse, there were only 18 pieces of shadow stone. Shadow stone quantities weren't enough for building both the level 4 Undead Hall and the level 4 Undead Mage Tower. This was only enough to construct the burial grounds. Level 5 Burial Grounds, wood 2,400, stone 3,500, hemp rope 600, hardwood 220, bricks 150, shadow stones 15. The burial grounds serve as the barracks for the undead faction. Standard undead infantry can be recruited here. Upgrade. Level 5 Burial Grounds. Recruitable units, Skeleton Warrior/Skeleton Spearman, Tier 2. Recruitment requires, 2x Wriggling Spine. Abilities, Revival, Viscera Jar Augmentation, Upgrade. Note, this structure can recruit faction soldiers. Upgrading the structure unlocks new types of soldiers and higher tiers. Upgrade requirements, wood 3,200, stone 4,300, hemp rope 700, hardwood 440, BRICK 350, shadow stone 20. Upgrade, upgrades recruited units to a higher tier, up to 100 units. Each unit takes 5 minutes. Yet, Fang Hao tightly clenched his fist. When the burial grounds were upgraded to level 5, the names and tiers of troops also changed. The Skeleton Swordsman became the Skeleton Warrior. The Skeleton Spearman became the Skeleton Spear Bearer. All ranks from Tier 1 rose to Tier 2, which greatly improved the overall combat power of the troops. The upgrade function of the building could promote the recruited Tier 1 skeletons to a higher tier. With a direction for advancement, Fang Hao began to arrange shifts for the skeleton soldiers to upgrade. After all, patrols cannot stop within the territory. Just as he finished arranging, Fang Hao was about to continue reading the Book of Lords when he heard Ira calling him and rushing over. "Master, we're back. Ira returned with the newly joined rabbit women. The returning rabbit women no longer had their initial tense expressions. They had taken a tour around the territory with Ira and learned more about Fang Hao and the territory. They knew that Fang Hao wouldn't hurt them easily, and he wouldn't turn them all into skeletons. Moreover, he wasn't as ferocious as other slave owners. They could be well fed and housed. By the end of it, all the rabbit women looked not just relieved but even hopeful. If things were really as Ira said, then they were genuinely fortunate to serve such a good master. Being well fed and having a roof over their heads were not luxuries that all slaves could enjoy. Where's Angia? Fang Hao looked back at Ira, but he didn't see Angia. Ah, Miss Angia is chatting with Mr. Soy, so we came back first, Ira said. All right, there are daily necessities here, one set for each of you. Allocate the housing yourselves, 3 people to a room, said Fang Hao to the newly joined rabbit women. Thank you, master. The group of rabbit women hurriedly expressed their thanks. Ira, you take a few people to cook, make it a lavish spread tonight, consider it a welcome dinner for everyone, Fang Hao continued. Yes, master. Ira agreed, and led the rabbit women to the kitchen. Fang Hao proceeded to the tailor's shop to see what Angia and Soy were discussing. As he approached the tailor's shop, he saw Angia sitting there big and tall, while Soy, the skeleton tailor, was cowering in a corner, looking like a hostage rather than an undead. As he entered, he heard Soy saying, Miss Angia, I can't play cards and I have no money, please don't bully me. Chapter 2, Brewing Barrel. It doesn't matter if you can't, I can teach you. You'll get the hang of it after playing it for a few times, Angia continued. I have work to do. I really don't have time. Soy, still sitting by the side, refused. Fang Hao was speechless upon seeing the scene in front of him. Up until now, Ira was still somewhat resistant to the undead, conversing with Soy seldomly aside from essential matters. Isn't it said that living creatures resist the undead? But Angia seemed to be quite familiar with it, having already engaged Soy in conversation. Ahem. Fang Hao cleared his throat and walked to the pair. Lord, Soy greeted respectfully. Aha. Seeing Fang Hao approaching, Angia's expression stopped for a moment as she stood up, not saying anything. Angia, what are you doing here? Chatting, what's wrong with that? Can't a person talk, said an arrogant Angia, lifting her head in response. I'm just coming to let you know that if you don't hurry over, all the good rooms will be taken by others. Then, only the rooms no one wants to live in will remain, Fang Hao stated casually. You. Angia bit her silver tooth and glared at Fang Hao viciously. She's a hero, isn't she? Let alone assigning her a special room. And now he informed her at such late notice. Doesn't it mean that the rooms are now occupied by other people? Thinking about it, she got up and rushed towards the residential area. Only after Angia left did Soy feel free, and asked, Lord, are these orcs the new members you've recruited? Yes. From now on, they will be the inhabitants of the territory. You should also keep track of which areas need manpower in your work, and I will arrange it accordingly, Fang Hao said. The Rabbitman clansmen are weak and gentle, and some powerful orcs don't recognize them as part of the clan. But in Fang Hao's view, the Rabbitman clan is currently the best choice for territory population. The Rabbitman clan are smart and diligent. They complete all orders given by Fang Hao meticulously. This point alone is far superior to those orcs who roar and fight all the time. As the territory gradually expands, he also needs manpower to handle all sorts of chores, then these Rabbitman clansmen will be a good choice. After all, the skeleton soldiers will be responsible for fighting. They are mainly responsible for rear services. All right, Lord, I will consider this, Soy nodded in understanding. Go ahead with your work, tell me directly if you need anything. Yes, Lord. Having bid farewell to Soy, Fang Hao also returned to the Lord's stone tower. Angia was standing in front of the stone tower, seemingly waiting for Fang Hao's return. Did you choose? Asked Fang Hao as he came over. What do I choose? The rooms have all been snatched up by others, and how could you ask me, a hero, to share a room with them? Angia's eyes widened, and she gritted her teeth, as if asking if Fang Hao didn't respect heroes. No matter which tribe or human city-state. Heroes are quite rare. Normally, they are either the clan leader or the core members among their forces. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll build you a separate one, where you can live alone, Fang Hao felt justified after hearing her reason. Even though he forcefully signed a contract with her. Angia is indeed strong, and loyalty is also very important. We have to take into consideration her feelings. No need, I'll live here, Angia pointed at the Lord's stone tower. But that's where I live, Fang Hao exclaimed in surprise. I'm not taking the whole place. And I've looked, there are still many empty rooms inside. I want the one on the second floor facing south. Arrange for someone to decorate it with carpets and a nightstone chandelier from the warehouse for me, Angia clearly arranged for herself. She had even chosen furniture from the warehouse that suited her needs. Lord Level 5 wooden house once again expanded, from 4 rooms directly to 6 rooms. The building spanned a larger area and had the semblance of a small castle. The 2 new rooms were located, one on the first floor and one on the second floor. The one Angia selected was on the second floor, the height was just right, and the lighting was also excellent. Don't you consider having a house for yourself? It can have several rooms. Fang Hao continued. No need, I'll stick with this one, said Angia. Fang Hao gave it a thought and apparently didn't find any major problems. Angia signed a contract with him, even if the level of loyalty was not high, she would not do anything to harm him. With the safety issue guaranteed, giving her a room wouldn't pose any problems. I can agree, but you have to promise that you will follow the rules of the territory in the future, Fang Hao proposed an exchange condition after giving it some thought. All right. Angia quickly agreed, and without waiting for Fang Hao to finish speaking, she rushed into the stone tower to check out her room. Fighting Tooth, Angia's loyalty to you increased by 20 points, the current loyalty is 75 points. The system prompt followed closely after Angia rushed into the room. She's that happy just for getting a room? It increased 20 points directly. Among the heroes, Angia is of a ranger type, without a fixed dwelling or clan. She is prone to cause troubles, and many clans have large objections towards her. She had been living in open cities like Manam Market all along. Now that Fang Hao has given her a room, it's the first time she has her dwelling since she became a hero. It's only natural for her to feel inexplicably happy. Before Fang Hao could go in, Angia came out again, walked over naturally, assign a few skeletons to me, I'll move my furniture in. Fang Hao called for a few skeletons, helping Angia and the other rabbitmen to move the furniture into the room. With Angia enthusiastically directing the skeletons and decorating her room, Fang Hao got to take time out to continue making the Book of Lords and unlock blueprints. Giant's Brewing Barrel, wood 120, hardwood planks 50, metal parts 22, iron 5, iron plates 12, essence of wine 2. Description: a giant barrel made by an alcohol-loving giant, which can produce pure wine by adding ingredients and clear water to the barrel. Fang Hao has been wanting to do this blueprint for quite some time. He's gotten quite tired of the taste of plain water. It's not a bad decision to make some fruit wine or mead with flavor. He got 2 essences of wine from the tavern during his visit to the Manam Market, which happened to meet all the conditions for making a brewing barrel. Choose to make it directly. Audiobooks amplification triggered, obtained Giant's Brewing Barrel 101. In an instant, 101 huge beer barrels appeared in front of Fang Hao. The 2-meter-tall, wooden barrel body blocked the line of sight. There are 2 openings on the side of the barrel body that can be used to pour in clear water and ingredients. And there's a metal tap at the bottom of the barrel. These 101 large kegs made Fang Hao somewhat troubled. One is enough for everyone in the territory to use, and there's really no use for the other 100. A few of you, carry one into the empty room on the first floor of the stone tower. Send the rest to the warehouse, said Fang Hao, intercepting 4 skeleton soldiers who were helping to move the furniture. The 4 skeletons immediately dumped the furniture at hand on the ground, carried the keg into the stone tower, and placed it in the empty room on the first floor. After placing it at a fixed location, they poured in clean water and fruits. Fruit wine brewing, 29 minutes, 59 seconds.